Good morning. Welcome to the finals day in L'Hôtel, Switzerland. Another beautiful morning here. I'm looking up in the sky at the mountains, and the sun is just about to peek over and warm this place up. We're in our final day here, as I've just said, and it's nothing but racing today. So good morning, Paul.
Morning, Dave.
Looking forward to a very interesting day's racing. I've been talking to quite a few people, like officials and people that know much more about this form of racing than I do, and the semis today are set to be super interesting, as will the main final, of course, but so much so in the semis, because that sets the grid for the final, and obviously Arnaldi is the man to beat at the moment. And was talking to the Ian Audie, the 1/5 representative of EFRA, and he was saying that the semi-final B goes first. So how far do you push without running out of fuel to try to beat what Arnaldi's going to do? And Arnaldi will be in a little bit more advantage because he will know the time, and the mechanic can shout up to him, go faster, go slower, to make sure you have enough fuel to make it. And yeah, it's just looking like it could be very interesting. And after yesterday's racing, my goodness.
Well, that was pretty exciting, wasn't it?
It was. I was talking to Patrick Bidet. He was my driver of the day yesterday, who bumped up 3 times. And he reckoned he underqualified. He had bad luck in qualifying. But, yeah, it was unbelievable. I think I was lost for words, and that's unusual.
Well, we'll be seeing him presumably in the next final, because
I believe so, yeah.
This is the 1/32 sub-final B. And the drivers for this are on your screen.
Good. So we look forward to hearing your messages, comments. We don't take suggestions on what cars to follow, because the race is the race. It's a little bit different in qualifying. But please feel free to chat away, comment, post. Hopefully it'll be many good things to say and very little bad, if any. And now we're in the warm-up. They've got 3 minutes left of warm-up-ish. I think they bring them in with 45 seconds to go. And then they let them out one at a time, and they drive themselves around and put themselves on the grid, which I find quite interesting. We've got a car stopped on the track, mechanic running out there to fetch it. It's the second car I've seen stop. So he's tried to start it. It's the one car. In fact, Hugo Battier. I mean, the mechanic looks nice and calm about it.
Yeah. I mean, he's got 2 minutes-ish to sort it out, but...
And it's interesting, they're not showing checked in on our screen, or wire 2 in white and the rest in red. Yep, don't know.
Well, I'm looking down in the pit lane and he's having trouble with it.
It's not starting, is it?
No.
But it was going. He's yanking away on it, trying to get it started. Oh, it's got it going now. The pit lane is closed. he'll be able to take his rightful spot on the grid. I suppose you don't have to do your warm-up, do you? I'm guessing you have to cross the line once to check in, but I'm not sure on all the rules in this class. But I do know we have loads of racing to come through. I'm now blinded by the sun, which is nearly fully over the mountain. So if you can see on camera that the far side of the track from where we are, from where the camera is still in shadows, and this side is coming into the sun. A little bit hazy, like clouds out there. But it's due to hit 30 degrees Celsius early afternoon. I made sure to get the local forecast this time rather than UK's Met Office. And I'm pleased to say all cars are heading towards the grid now. As they're gridding themselves up. We had a little bit of chaos yesterday in the first heat on how they get to the grid and stuff. Ooh, number 3's not gone in there very well. Oh, and I do beg your pardon, 1 did not go out. It's the 5 cars going to have to start from the pit lane. And you can hear him. That's him warming his tires up. To the end of the pit lane he goes. He's being directed. And he's gone into the stop and go box. Never mind. Here we go. First race of the day is underway. A good start for the 2 car. Couldn't quite get the job done by the end of the straight. So it's the 1 car of Hugo Battier is going to lead us around. That's a good start. And the 2 car is just driven straight past him going up the hill, but then runs wide. Lost traction. I think traction's at a little bit of a premium at the moment. And Hugo runs wide. So it's the 2 car is going to show first. 2, 4, and 1. That's Vignacoto, Meyer, Battier. Down the main straight they go. Certainly the 2 car enjoying better grip this early stage. Battier lost traction in the first corner, ran right out to the edge of the track. Managed to bring it back in. We'll let the race settle down for just a bit. A little bit of a gaggle towards the back of this. 4 cars scrabbling for the same bit of tarmac. But it's the 2 car of Adrian Vignacoto who is driving away from the field at the moment. And it's the 4 car of Meyer who had a spin in the first corner. He's going to lose 3 places. So it's Battier back up to second now. And it's the 10 car being rescued. So Daniel Vicky, as we were calling him. Down the main straight goes our leader. And that's already a lapped car in front of him. That's Daniel Vicky, who went off the track, who's going to have to concede. Indeed he does. 1 car in second. That's Battier. Let's get him across the line. I didn't see who was in third. Our leaders into the Jeep Sweeper now. The running order is Vignacoto, Battier, Sebastian Werner, number 8. So that's a bump up. Langer, Meyer, Buvagel, Williams, Undheim, and Daniel Vicky still going, and Lukasek. Well, I thought I saw him running. I don't see anyone in the pits. Yeah, he is still running, and there he's got his lap. He's right at the back of the field, just in front of our leader, actually. So our leader down the main straight. The car just in front of him is traffic, and he moves out the way. And a huge lead for Adrian Vignacoto now, who's crossing the line now in the Samba S's. And we got to wait for the 1 car who's crossing the line now. So the lead is 5.1 seconds with 17 minutes and 15 seconds to go, Paul.
And if we pick up the car, number 1 is heading just there. Thank you, Harry, coming into the first corner. Is being pursued by car 8 in third, and is not far back is Langer, this number 7 car, in fourth.
Again, 3 cars will bump up. At the moment, it's Vignacoto, Battier, and Vernert. But Puvigel, another bump-up driver, running 4th with Adrian Meyer in 5th. So we're following this battle for 2nd at the moment. So that's battle for 2nd and 3rd. They're heading up towards the Jeep Sweeper now, and as I look and see the 9 cars closing right up on them, 1.5 behind. So first, Vignacoto is checked out. He's got a 6.2 second lead over Hugo Battier in 2nd, who has Sebastian Vernert right with him, quarter of a second back. And then there's a 1.5 second gap to Sasha Puvigel.
Vernert's taken him on
He
the
has
S.
indeed. Battier runs wide just before the Samba S's. He shows in 2nd still, but he's definitely not in 2nd now. He's given up that spot. And indeed, the 9 car of Sasha Puvigel is up to 3rd. So our bump-up drivers are making a good showing here. While the 1 car who had trouble on his warm-up, his engine had stopped. I didn't see him crash. Looks like he's struggling. At the front, though, Adrian Vignacoto has got that car hooked up, and he is driving away from the field. He's up towards the Jeep Sweeper now. We are waiting to get our 2nd place driver, Vernert, and then 3rd Puvigel across the line. 7.4 second lead for Vignacoto over Vernert. 1.4 ahead of Sasha Puvigel in 3rd. And then it's just 0.8 back to Hugo Battier, who started on pole and was seeming to struggle to get maybe his tires switched on. Starting to look a bit better now. "14 minutes, 35 seconds left."
So if you can drop back 2 cars, Harry. I think you dropped back 3 there, but yeah. So that should be cars 9 and 1 battling.
1 just had a big tank slapper, went into the grass, came back on. The 6 car pummeled into the side of him, so he's going to drop right back as 9 is already through. The Sasa Esches crossing the line. I'll give you the gap back to Battier in 4th, 4.8 seconds. So Hugo Battier struggling, really struggling. 14 minutes left now. But our bump-up drivers of Sebastian Vernert and Sasha Puvigel, who started 8th and 9th on the grid, are looking to bump up again at this early stage. Down the main straight goes the battle for 2nd and 3rd between Vernert and Puvigel. They are separated by 1.4 seconds. I think they would be quite happy to finish in that position. Battier now looking good again on the track. Oh, but we did have a trouble for the 8 car. That was Sebastian Vernert now. So Puvigel up to 2nd, Vernert down to 3rd, and just 2.3 behind him is Battier. I'm going to watch that battle between, well, say the battle. It's the 8 car of Puvigel and the 1 car of Battier, who looks like Puvigel has opened up a bigger lead, 3.5 now.
Yeah, so if we can pick up car 8, Harry.
He is heading towards the line now. Oh, wait, 2 cars back. The orange and white car crossing the line now. 12:20 on the race clock. Let's look at Battier, how far behind he is. 4.7. Last time around, a 25.7, the best lap for Sebastian Vernert. And Battier was on a 26.9, so we lost 1.2 seconds on 1 lap. Shows you the difference in how these cars are working at the moment. And it is Verna who's looking really good at the moment, backing it up with a 25.9. But as Vinacoto out front has nearly an 8-second lead, 11 minutes 45 on the clock. We don't expect any fuel troubles in the 20-minute finals, but as I say that, Puvigel has a bit of a moment, and Verna closing right up on him. Just 0.9 of a second behind him now. That's on your screens now. This is the race for second. Our two bump-up drivers. Just having a look to see if I can see where the 2 car is. There he is, down the main straight, as the battle for second crosses the line. And Vernet's right up with Puvigel now. Battier is still fourth. But it's the one car that... No, it is the one car off at the end of the straight. So that's Battier, our fourth place driver, who has ended up on the grass. And he spun again, and I think he's going to pull up because something is wrong with that car. They're putting him back on the track.
And Puvigel's lost second.
So Puvigel's lost second. So Vernet now, as they come down the main straight, Vernet taking it back up. And our 4 car is out. So Hugo Battier, or our 1 car is out. Hugo Battier was our pole driver. He was fourth. That's a 4 car. He was running fourth. So we've got a new 4th place driver of Adrian Meyer, 10 seconds behind this battle for second. We're right at halfway now, so 10 minutes left. And things are looking fairly settled at the moment, but doesn't mean it's going to end up like that, going on what happened yesterday. Lots of drama towards the end of every final we watched yesterday.
So Vinacoto still leads, Vernhardt in second, Puvigel in third, and Adrian Meyer in fourth.
Nine minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. The lead for Vinacoto is 9 seconds. And our third place, was our third place? Let me have a better look. It was our second place driver, the 8 car of Sebastian Werner, who went flying into the end of the straight and just did 2 360s. He is stuck on the curb now. So Puvigel's going to be up in second now, and I think the 4 car has just gone past him.
Oh,
yeah. I'm trying to get my head around this. We're going to have to wait. Indeed, he has. So Adrian Meyer up to third now, and Sebastian Werner, the A car, is dropping right back. Keep a quick look at Vernet, and his car does not look right. We saw yesterday, and indeed it's not right. The 8 car is broken. He went into the last corner and just turned in nice and gently, and the car is just spinning around. And after talking to who was I talking to about that? Yeah, one of the top drivers, and it looked like he just lost traction and his car started spinning out. It was actually his roll bar had broken.
So we can pick up the 4 car. We've just gone over the start-finish, or rather, finish. Onto the Jeep Sweeper. Brilliant.
But it is looking settled to me. This will be the first straightforward race now that it's settling down. Vinacoto out front. Sasha Puvigel is second. He's 12 seconds behind. And then Adrian Meyer, who's about to cross the line now or any moment. Let's have a look. Here he comes. He is 10 seconds behind. So some 30 seconds between our first 3 drivers means things are looking pretty settled. But there's always a but.
How far is Langer in car 7 in 4th place behind the 3rd?
4.8 seconds. 7 minutes left. So I will try to find the 7 car. There's the 4 down the main straight. He is running in 3rd. And here comes the 7 car. You are looking at the 3rd place driver, Adrian Meyer, who's heading into the Samba S's now. And here comes Langer crossing the line, 4.7 behind. So Langer was a couple of tenths quicker last time around. That's not going to be enough. He's going to need something to happen to Meyer. Meyer climbing up the hill. Crossing the line now. Let's look at the gap. And it's 4.1 seconds now. Meyer was half a second quicker last time around. Meyer hangs a right, climbing up the hill. Here comes Langer. 5 minutes and 40 on the race clock. Meyer out of the Samba S's into the Jeep Sweeper. 4.1 between them last time around, 3.9. So these guys pretty consistent with their lap times, you know, pretty equal to each other. Giving up a tenth here or there and taking a tenth back here or there. We're 5 minutes and 15 seconds away from the end of the first race of the day.
I think he's going to have to move over shortly for the leader, isn't he?
He is indeed. That will cost him a bit of time. And our 3rd place driver is being told to move out the way, so there it is.
It's pretty smoothly done.
Now if he just tucks in behind the leader and lets him drag him around, he shouldn't have any trouble. But 4 minutes and 40 left, and the new gap between them is 3.0 seconds. 4.5 minutes left now. Meyer climbing up the hill. Here comes Langer. And I've not seen any mechanics yelling up to them. But you'd have to think that they know where they're at.
Whoa. Sorry. Looked like a car was going the wrong way.
There was one going the wrong way. It was a back marker. The new gap now 2.8 last time round. And Langer is on a charge with 4 minutes left. Vinacoto's gone past these guys. He's lapped both of them, and he's just pulling away. He is by far the class of the field. And Langer now is just 1.4 seconds behind. So it looks like we're going to continue from what happened yesterday, and it's going to be a drama in every sort of final. And here in the dying stages of the first final of the day, our 3rd place driver is losing pace and rapidly falling back into the grips of our 4th place driver.
I think we should be able to get them both in shot now. Yep.
They are separated by just 1 second. 3:15 on the clock. The battle for the final transfer spot down the main straight. And I see the mechanics now yelling up. Not sure who they're talking to, but you might think they're telling someone either you need to not let that car behind you pass you, or you have to pass that car in front if you want to bump up. And Langer a bit clunky coming out of the Samba S's, and he's dropped back about 15 meters in just 2 corners, 2:45 to go. The gap is, well, it was 0.9 last time across the line. Langer gets it all settled down now. The chase is back on. A bit wide in that corner was Meyer. Heading for the Samba S's and the line. 0.9 of a lead last time around. It's increased to 1 second now. Out of the Jeep Sweeper. Down the main straight they go. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Into the top corner now. Langer looking a bit closer.
Ooh.
Nice corner for Langer there.
Yeah.
half a second. 0.469 between these two drivers for the final transfer spot. And we have just under 2 minutes to go. On the infield, these drivers go one more time up the hill. They're on lap number 41 now. Still Vinicota out front, the bump-up driver from yesterday, Puvagel in second. And you're following the battle for the final transfer spot as they come onto the main straight. Meyer opening up a bit more of a gap. 1 minute 20 on the clock.
Langer just seems to close it up, though, in the intersections.
Yeah, we did notice yesterday some people are quicker on the infield and others not so quick. So again, Langer closing right up on him through that tight section. Let's see if Meyer can pull away during the fast sections. Looks like Meyer gets better drive coming onto the main straight. Just 1 minute left now, so Langer running out of time to try to get this move done. And Meyer is looking happier as time is about to run out. 40 seconds, 2 more laps. This lap and 1 more, and that'll be it. First and second, still Vinicota and Puvagel. Meyer again opening up a couple extra meters coming down the main straight. 30 seconds on the clock. Up the hill they go. Ooh, he went for a little lunge up the inside. There was no room there. Last lap now. Sorry, Paul?
No. Absolutely, last lap. I think he may well try and make a lunge for the finish.
I think you're right. Into the first corner they go. Around the long sweeper. Langer is closer than he's been. Up to the top of the hill they go. Hanging a left. Now this is where Langer made an effort last time. And they have a spin and contact. Contact again. Langer's over. Then Langer hits Meyer. Meyer's over. Langer comes across to take the third and final bump-up spot. We're going to have to wait and see what the referees say about that. I mean, that to me was 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Let's see how much of that we're actually going to be able to see.
I think you got all of it, don't you? Here we go. Looking at the replay. Wow. But there was already contact before then, wasn't there? So we didn't quite catch the beginning of the contact. Then he catches him. We'd have to watch it 5 more times to try to make sense of that, Paul.
So he spun there without, I think that was without contact. He just spun at the end of the...
But he had already spun when they were going back
on
that side. We got the referee here. Well, he's come for a bottle of water, but he's looking happy. We're happy with that, ref? No, he's too busy. Now he's getting a coffee as well, so... Yeah, I guess it stands. So Vinicota goes through, Puvagel and Christian Langer to carry our 100% success rate of drama in the last lap or two. We're just trying to look through some replays here and see if we can get any better. I'm pretty sure, Paul, by the time they were like this, they had already had contact once. Because Meyer came out of that top corner and he spun up onto the grass. Then as he came back on, he hit Langer. And then Meyer got going first, and that's sort of where we pick it back up there. Or actually, it's Langer ahead of Meyer here. Now, if you play that, Paul, we're going to play it on ourselves so we can see it. Paul's trying to find it.
I'm trying to get it slightly further back than that, and I can't.
We'll try to pick it up for you.
Oh dear, that's not right.
That's definitely not the last lap. That's
not right at all.
Langer was right with Meyer there.
So there seems to be a gap there.
Yeah.
That I can't do anything about.
But if you pick it up from there, we play from there.
So I can clear it. Hang on.
Bear with us while we try to bring that back up.
Oh. So this is as far back as I can take it.
Yeah, and what happened here is that's Meyer and that's Langer.
Play it from the right place.
Meyer had already spun.
For some reason, it won't let me play it again now from where it should have done.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
It was a great ending, though. They'd come around the top corner. Meyer was just ahead of Langer, and we believed that Langer was going to have a go into the second last corner. And then Meyer spun. Langer hit him. And then by the time they got to the next corner, Meyer had caught back up and bumped into Langer. Langer rolled over. Then Langer recovered, and as he was recovering, he bumped Meyer. Meyer went over, and then Langer took the bump-up spot. But I don't think any of it was deliberate, and I'm confident of that. But it just goes to show the type of drama this track is providing for us here today. And just so you know, people, Paul is still trying to find that to see if he can bring it up to show it again, but for some reason, computer says no.
Computer says no, so no.
Craig Mayer, good morning, Craig. How you doing? Nice to see you out there.
So instead, I'll publish the drivers for the 132 subfinal A.
Well, lots of people saying stuff on the chat room, but not much I can understand. Nothing wrong with that at all. Up next, we have the 132A final. As you can see, the sun is out again. Our fourth day here. First day was just setting up. And it's been beautiful every day. We'll struggle through it, Paul.
We will.
Yeah, we'll struggle through. I talked to the track owner earlier. I said, how you doing? He said, bad. I was, oh, what's the matter? He said, I'm supposed to fly to France tomorrow. I said, okay, no problem. No, it's not good. He said, they've cancelled it.
Oh.
I thought
What, cancelled the flight?
Well, I think that something's going on in France where they're not flying in France tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So he wasn't very happy. And just for you people that might want to know, that party is still going on. We had a nice story the other morning. We came in and a guy was walking along with his eyes closed. And this morning we came along, and Harry noticed the guy, his had his eyes wide open. They were like nearly popping out of his head. So I do think Switzerland is a very liberal country when it comes time to that type of partying. A lot of people there, though, isn't there, at that?
Yeah. Yes.
Thousands.
Thousands and thousands camping.
Right, well, the one car's struggling to get into his pit box, so I think he's done it.
We do have 10 cars there.
We do. Here we go. Our pole driver is David Hansen. He's a nice guy. We chatted to him quite a bit. Let's see what his start's like. Good start for Mr. Hansen. He was feeling very confident. I was talking to him this morning. He is ready. He's pumped. He has every confidence that he can go through. Had a bit of a bad beginning to the qualifying and finally got a good run in the last qualification and made it straight into this final. He was very happy with that. And he's going to lead us around for the first full lap. Hansen out front, Ingrid, Sebastian Mancia. Well, I'm just pointing to a name to let Paul pronounce it the first time.
Tobias Gagesh.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Thank you for that.
who's in fourth. Car number 6 from Germany.
From Germany, that helps out. But it's David Hansen, the Danish driver, out front, followed by Mirko Ingert in second. Sebastian Mancia from Sweden in third. But looking on the track, not anymore. Mancia's dropped back to fourth. It's the 6 car of Gagish, Tobias Gagish, up to third. Hansen out in front, has a nice little lead of 0.9 of a second at the moment. Up the hill he goes, into the top corner. And first, second, and third making a little breakaway from Sebastian in fourth. And the 8 car just pummels into the side of Sebastian. And the 8 car gets a warning. Well, it's a little bit too late for Sebastian because he lost 2 places in that incident. We're still with David Hansen, I believe, who's in the top corner driving a nice beginning to this race. Best lap was his last lap, 25.3, it was 25.73. Down the main straight goes our leader.
We're now looking at the battle for second.
The battle for second is between Ingert and Gagish. Sorry about that. So I smack my hand into the microphone. Hansen out front. Good battle for second between the 2 and 6 car, Ingert and Gagish. And then let's look who's in fourth. It's Michael Schwartz, who is 2.3 seconds behind the final transfer spot. And it's recovering Sebastian Mancia there in 5th. I think it's gone to prove earlier today, plus also yesterday, Paul, that if you're within 10 seconds or so, as there's a problem going up the hill for our second place driver.
Gagish went into the side of Ingert there. And
it was Gagish. Thank you.
Span there.
That's what I was saying. If you're within 10 or 15 seconds or so, you have a chance. David Hansen out front, looking rock solid. I might try to grab him as he comes down off the rostrum. What do you think, Paul? If he wins, of course.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Let's not get premature here.
No.
Still 16 minutes and 25 seconds left. So Hansen out front in the 1 car. Ingert in the 2 car in second. Then there's a small gap back to third, which the battle's between Schwartz and Gagish. They're crossing the line now in the Samba S. Oh no, that's Sebastian Mancia who's stopped.
And he's taken in there on the straight. 3rd place, Gagish. Although... Yep.
He has indeed. So Gagish enjoying these conditions. And already in half a lap makes a small gap to the number 3 car of Michael Schwartz. And the chase is back on. Although Gagish is in the 3rd and final transfer spot. He's going to want better than that. Back at the front, it's Hansen. Driving a perfect race so far. 15:20 left. Looking at Gagish. Oh, and he's up and over. Gagish has a roll at the end of the straight. Ends up the wrong way down the track. Finally gets going, but he's going to give up 3 places. That's going to let Schwartz back up to the 3rd spot. You'll see that on your screen now. Well, on the timing screen at least.
Good to see Gagish first.
So it's Gagish all the way down to 6 plays. I've got to count. I can't see it on my screen. I asked him to change it yesterday, and yeah, we'll go with that. It is David Hansen, our leader. He has a lead of 5 seconds over Mirko Ingert, who has a lead over Schwartz of 2.8. Let's have a look back to who's running in 4th. Michael Hassler, 3.6 behind in the 10 car. So that'll be, he will have bumped up from yesterday, Will Hassler. But Hassler off the track now. And we got a mechanic. Oh, that's Hassler's mechanic running for him then. Yeah, it is Hassler off. That's going to leave the 7 car of Gunther Hornet. No, Gunther Honert even. I have to think about that one.
As he comes through the Samba S's and up to the Jeep Sweeper.
I thought my eyes were confusing me. The 2 car was going, or the 9 car was going the wrong way down the track. That was a little bit crazy. Well, let's let it settle down for a moment. Let's wrap our head back around it. But there's no doubt that it's David Hansen in the lead in the 1 car. David Hansen is been in the lead from the beginning, from the start of the race. He's crossing the line now. Here is the 2 car of Engert. He is 4.7 behind. And then it's the 3 car of Michael Schwartz. So 1, 2, 3 is your running order. Honert in 4th is 3.1 behind the 3 car.
And so what should we look on?
Exactly.
Car 3.
We could watch Michael Schwartz, that is.
And he is just heading towards the Jeep Sweeper now. Yep.
But I hadn't noticed, and looking now, there is Patrick Bidet in this heat. He did bump up 3 times yesterday. And as I say that, he's spun off at the end of the straight, so maybe his bumping up time has finished. But wait, hold on, we have drama. It is the 1 car of David Hansen that is stopped. He is at the bottom of the rostrum. You can hear them yelling. Hansen is out. They will try to get it fixed and running, but that means we've got a new leader. Mirko Engert in the 2 car in the lead. Schwartz 2nd. And then it's Honert in 3rd. And guess who is just 2.1 seconds behind Honert? It is Gagish.
So this is the battle for 2nd on screen, is it? 3 and 7?
Let's have a look. Indeed it is.
Schwartz and Honert.
With Gagish just behind him. So that's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all separated by just 2 seconds. Well, even less than that. Up the hill they go. 10 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Into the top corner. Dropping down on the infield, hanging a right and a left into the Samba S's. Crossing the line now. Down the main straight they go. 10:15 left. Ingert's just out in front. He was not far behind Hansen. Having a good race when Hansen had a mechanical failure. So terrible luck for Mr. Hansen. So Engert at the end of the main straight as our battle for 2nd, 3rd with 4th place not too far behind them. 9:50 on the clock. Into the sweeper they go. Schwartz, Honert with Gagish just about, let me look, 0.8 of a second behind. It's going to be a 3-way battle for 2nd in the next lap or 2. Maybe even sooner, as it is a 3-way battle now, as you should be able to see on your screen. Down the main straight they go. This is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, 9:25 on the clock. You see a different, a variety of lines being taken on this track. All very similar lap times. Into the Samba S's. And
Schwartz come.
he gave him a bump. The 7 car gave Schwartz a bump. They have all triggered the loop, but that is definitely going to be the 3 car of Michael Schwartz that comes off worst. The 7 car of Honert gets a stop and go penalty. And as I look up, it is the 3 car, I believe. I heard the stomp above my head. I think it's going to be Schwartz that after he got put back on his roof, indeed it was, he went into the Jeep sweeper and slid it off the track. All change again. Ingert in the lead, Gagish up to second, and a new third place driver of Flavio Budelig. I almost said that right, didn't I? Budelig. Yeah, Budelig. That sounded weird. It sounded weird the way I said it, that is, not the name.
So we're still with Gagesh in second.
And he's down the main straight. I'm trying to pick up the leader. He's already in the top corner. 7.2 seconds ahead. 8 minutes left now. Let's have a look at Budelig. How far ahead of Honert he is. 2.1 seconds.
So see if we can find car 5 of Budelig.
Just coming off of the Jeep sweeper now. Down the main straight they go. So Honert was involved in that little bit of an incident when they were battling for second, where Schwartz came off worst, ended upside down. It was Honert that got a stop and go penalty. Then Schwartz put it off coming on to the Jeep sweeper. That let Budelig up into third. But by the time Honert started going again, he's back in contention. 7 minutes left. Up the hill they go, into the top corner. Budelig third. Sorry, Paul.
Sorry, I was going to say, this is the battle for third between these two.
Absolutely. Onto the Jeep sweeper. And of course, only 3 transfer or bump up. And that's the race you're watching now. I think the trouble came between the 3 different cars before is you can see the different lines these drivers are taking. Depends on how your car is working and what your driving style is like and whether you're trying to block someone or not. But always the risk of blocking is you just need a little bit of a bump. And at the end of the straight, you saw it right there. Ooh.
Yeah, so at the end of the straight, what we did see was Honert taking Budelig. And he's now stretching that gap as they go around the top corner, first corner. Now they got to the top. And that gap is getting bigger and bigger. He's basically just let him go.
There you go. Thank you for that, Paul. Yeah, that was a great pass at the end of the straight. Honert just got great drive off of the last corner, off of the Jeep sweeper, and put it up the inside of Budelig. Just over 5 minutes left now. Nice lady tells us 5 minutes to go. So it's Mirko Inger out in front. Tobias Gagish in second. Let's get Gagish across the line. And someone's parked up on the grass. Oh dear. Oh dear, it's too much to describe. Gagish in second, 10.6 back. Honert in third, he is 4.2 back. And Flavio Budelig in fourth, 2.9 seconds behind.
So yeah, I think we just need to follow car 7, Harry, in case he comes off somewhere in third place, which will let Budelig bump up again. But at this stage, it is car 7.
It is, yes. He's coming off the Jeep sweeper now, down the main straight as Budelig going into the Jeep sweeper now. So that's a good good cars to follow here, as we saw drama in every final so far. Could this be the first final that ends where they stand now? Without drama, that is.
Well, it has to happen at some point, surely.
You would think so. You would think so, but never say never. Down the main straight goes Hornet. 3 minutes and 40 on the clock. Here comes Boudeleg. Last time round, he was 4.0 seconds behind. And looking at the lap times, you know, Hornet was half a second quicker than Boudeleg. So his car is working better at the moment. But you got to be in it to win it. And he's got 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to stay in it. Into the straight goes Hornet. Here comes Boudeleg. Hornet turning right, climbing up the hill now to the top of the track. Into the top corner now. Here comes Boudeleg turning the corner, climbing up the hill. It was a 4-second gap between third and fourth. That's Hornet and Boudeleg last time round. It is now 5.2, so a lot quicker that time. What's 5.2 now exactly? So Hornet is getting the better of Boudeleg at this moment and just driving away from him. 2.5 minutes left. Hornet out of the Jeep Sweeper, down the main straight as Boudeleg comes out of the Samba S's. .220 left on the clock. Hornet up the hill on the top of the track. Still, it's Engert out front. Gagish in second. Then it's Hornet third. We're watching Hornet as Boudeleg in fourth is hoping that something happens. Just saw a mechanic running, but that's for Schwartz. Saw the end of his run earlier when they had it coming together when he was in a fight for second place. And he's been off the track 3 or 4 times since then, but he's not given up. 1 minute 45 left here in this final. And Hornet is definitely getting the best of Boudeleg now. As Boudeleg's coming across the line, he is 7.3 behind. And as I'm looking at the times, Hornet is just 1.2 behind Boudeleg. So that's, let me just make sure I can see the number correctly. Indeed, the battle you see on the track now is the battle for second. So Hornet could end up second with Gagish down to third. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. I heard the mechanics yelling up at somebody. But what these guys don't want to do is have it coming together and end up on the grass, because Boudeleg being less than 10 seconds behind could easily nick that position from him. We have just 45 seconds left now. Down the main straight comes Gagish in second, Hornet in third. Hornet's closing right up behind him, but
I really don't understand it.
no, me neither.
Why risk everything on this? Just follow him home.
I agree. I mean, stay close in case they make some mistake and you can end up one grid spot higher, but don't risk anything here with 25 seconds left. Just the tiniest of tap and a car can go over. You can end up on the grass or running off line if you've got to go heavy on the brakes, but 15 seconds on the clock.
Will this be their last lap, or are they going to get another?
They'll get through one more time. They should do. Let me have a look. 5 seconds on the clock. Yep, they'll both be through. I was saying that. Yes, they're through. Looking at the timing screen, neither of them have finished. There's traffic in the way. So these two drivers have bumped up.
Yeah.
Because Boudeleg has finished. Now you can go for it.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. But they're not going to go. They're going to come. Oh my dear, what's happened here? We've got a car that has stuck on full throttle and come flying across the pit lane, nearly into the pits. Oh dear. That's Patrick Bidet, whose car stuck on full throttle and nearly ended up in the pit area. No harm, no foul. Mechanics managed to stop it. Your bump-up drivers are Engert, Gagish, and Hornet. So, wow, we had a race with no drama at the end, Paul.
Well, you need those occasionally.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's 2 races done.
Post the results there.
Thank you, Paul. Long way to go here today, though.
Feel David Hansen's got to be disappointed there.
Who is?
David Hansen. He was out in front for so long, and then...
He is indeed. Yeah, he was out in front, and he was driving a great race, and he had a mechanical failure. I was going to grab him and have a chat to him, but not in that situation. But there's no doubt, next time I go down to the pits, he'll be smiling again. He's just one of those guys in life that he gets sad, he gets disappointed, and he gets over it, and he starts smiling again. Which is good. Up next we have the 116B final. Just having a look through the names. I'm not going to read them all out. Just trying to familiarize myself with it. Let's I'll let Paul pick out some of them and see his pronunciation.
Thanks.
Well, it helps me.
Yeah, but I'm not going to get them right at all.
Yeah, and you think I do?
Well, yeah, some of them.
we try. We don't deliberately do them wrong.
Kevin Tolenars.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Rick Vanderbilt.
Good.
Guido Ruster. Carlos Fernandez.
There you go. So he liked his name so much he used it
twice.
Yeah.
Daniel Verster.
Yep.
Tobias.
Or Tobias.
Tobias, thank you. Tobias Brandleber.
Yeah, I would say Brandlehuber.
Okay.
Or Brandeluber.
Brandeluber.
Like candelabra.
Yeah.
We do have to entertain ourselves sometime. And of course there's Stagmeyer, Vinicotto, Puvagel, and Langer. So a few of these drives have bumped up a couple of times. Didn't Puvagel bump up from yesterday? I'm sure he did. Absolutely.
In that case, yes, he did.
Okay. Maybe I should start again. Hey, Paul, guess what?
What?
Puvagel bumped up from yesterday.
Did he really?
Yes, he did.
Fantastic.
You see that? Adapt and overcome. So you have to bear with me, folks. Still got a bit of a scratchy throat here. And that last final, I just had a moment. I had to just step away and clear my throat. It was just so exciting I couldn't contain myself, Paul. And so I'm drinking lots of water and stuff, which also leads on to the next issue. Oh dear, someone's stuck over there. So number 6, Marshall, could it be...
It does look like a number 6.
Brandlehuber, does it? It's not the way you want to do your warm-up, is end up on the far side of the track waiting for your mechanic to make it all the way over there to get you. Just watching some tuning going on the number 7 machine of Stegmeyer.
Marshall got 6 restarted okay without having to come back to the pits.
Excellent. Stegmeyer back on the track after an adjustment. No doubt some sort of carburetor adjustment. Leaner or richer. Now these guys that are straight into the 116 final, which I can do some basic math. 16 twice is 32, so that means out of the 115 or so drivers that were here, they were top 32. 14 of them, because there's 7 on each side with 3 bump ups. So we're definitely getting right close to the sharp end. Now, looking at the time schedule for today, oh no, someone else is off. Number 7 is running. Maybe that's Stagmeyer. I don't know if the guys always put on the same high vis that the number of their driver. So there's another one over at the top over here by the hospitality that's being fetched back, but they're coming into the pits now. And as I was just saying, the timetable for today, there's no warm-up for a separate warm-up, let's say, for the semi-finalists. Now, I thought in my mind that they would have some sort of warm-up, but they did have one round of qualifying yesterday. And I was just thinking back to the 1/8 class where if they missed the day before, they get some warm-up, but these drivers did not miss yesterday. So the only practice any driver gets today is the 5-minute warm-up. And then it's straight into racing. Here's another funny story. I was downstairs with Dallas Matheson and the guy who's letting the cars out the pits. And Dallas says to him, "You're the assistant race director, aren't you?" And he said, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, do your job right and stop looking up to me for reassurance." He had a bit of a laugh as well. It was a bit of fun. Dallas is a good guy. He's fun to have around. And they're gridding up now so far. Everyone looks pretty good in their spot. Into 10 seconds we go. And it'll be Tolinares. That leads us off from the point. A good start for Tolinares and the 3-car Rooster, who just drove straight around Vanderbilt. So it's 1-3-2. 6 is off in the grass. And there's a car upside down. Oh, I think it's Puvagel upside down. One of our bump-up drivers. I think it is. Bad luck for Puvagel. 1-3-2-4. Tolinares, Rooster, Vanderbilt, Fernandez. Up the hill they go into the top corner. And I think it's Puvagel who's going to rejoin right in the middle of the pack, but he's a lap down. Tough luck for Puvagel. He's going to have to let everyone go by. I don't think in the 1:16 final you're going to make up a lap and then get a bump up.
Car number 7, watch your driving. Go.
Omar gave a long stop and go penalty to, let's get it right, it is the 3-car. That was Rooster. I didn't see what was happening there. I can't watch it all. Try my best. It is the 1-car from the 2-car, then the 4-car. Tolinares, Vanderbilt, and Fernandez. Right with Fernandez, though. Looks like that's Daniel Worcester in the 4-car, and these 4 cars are making a breakaway as they're coming off of the Jeep Sweeper now and down the main straight. It'll be the 8-car Vinacoto, who is about 4 seconds behind. And looking at that, Tolinares off. Has a big tumble up on the rear wing, bounced around into the grass. He is parked. We've got a new leader. It is the 2-car of Rick Vanderbilt coming out of the Jeep Sweeper now. 2nd is Fernandez. 3rd is Worcester. And then his 4th is Vinacoto. He is a bump-up driver, but he is 2.8 behind. Nearly a pass for 2nd.
Yeah, Verster, I think, took him on the first corner.
Okay, so our leader is the 2-car of Vanderbilt. Get him across the line. Indeed, he has. Thank you, Paul. Worcester 2nd, Fernandez 3rd. And a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Verster went straight off again at the top, just before the Jeep sweep.
Oh, dear. I'm trying my best. Every time I look up the computer, something happens. I'm going to stop doing that. But unfortunately, I don't know all the colors and I don't know all these drivers. I have to refer to the screen to try to keep things right. And I choose my words carefully. I try to keep things right. Doesn't mean I will.
So we're still looking at the battle for second and third,
Okay.
with car 4 of Fernandez and 5 of Verster.
With Vanderbol, who's out in front. He's in the Jeep Sweeper as these guys come off of the Samba S. Watching the battle for second and third. And fourth place is the 8 car of Adrian Vinacoto, who's bumped up once today. And as we said earlier, you got to be in it to win it. With you're within 10 seconds or so of the bump up spot, you just do not give up. We've seen so much drama on the last 2 or 3 laps in all but one of the finals. 16 minutes left. My goodness, there's only been 4 minutes gone and so much has happened. And there's a pass for second.
Verst taking Fernandez there.
So Fernandez getting squirrely coming off of the sweeper. And Verster just dumps it up the inside. Meanwhile, at the front, Vanderbol is keeping it nice and tidy. No traffic troubles, no traction issues in the lead. Buster second, Fernandez third. And it's not too far back to Vinacoto now if these guys keep having trouble. 1.9 seconds. And then just behind him is Brandlhuber. I'm going to say we got 4 cars battling for second now. There's a little bit of a gap between second and third, and then a gap back to fourth and fifth. But they're close enough to say that they are in contention. And we're not even a quarter way through yet.
So if you drop 2 cars, Harry. There we go.
So we're picking up the battle for fourth and fifth. And these guys are just 1.4 behind the final bump up spot. And Brandlhuber looking good, closing right in on Vinacoto. I was just looking, there was a 1 car that spun. That was our early leader who's being lapped now. Vanderbol out in front. We are watching the battle for fourth and fifth, who are just 1.4 behind the third and final bump up spot. Looking like Verster now getting the best of Fernandez. And can't quite tell if Verster's pulling away or Fernandez is falling back. I think they're driving away from this battle for fourth and fifth. Looking at the lap times and the gap. 13 minutes, 45 seconds left. It gets confusing for us now because we've got lapped cars in between the cars that are racing for position. But Verster in the 5 car going out of the Jeep Sweeper now as Fernandez going in it. And definitely now Vinacoto and Brandlhuber are getting closer because they're 1.2 behind Fernandez in third. And Fernandez is off. He is going to lose 2 positions. So our new third place driver is Adrian Vinacoto as soon as he comes across the line now. Indeed. So it's Vanderbol, Verster, Vinacoto, Brandlhuber with Fernandez down to 5th. As we said, anything can happen. The new battle for third, which is currently held by Adrian Vinacoto, crossing the line now. A little bit of a gap between fourth and fifth, who's Brandlhuber and Fernandez. Fernandez recovering after an off-track excursion. And they're not all that far behind the second place driver of Daniel Verster. But they are a long way behind Vanderbol. We'll say a long way. Just under 4 seconds. Our leader goes up to the top of the hill. And wow, that was a big bounce across the track for Brandlhuber. And Brandlhuber getting into the side of the 8 car of Vinacoto gives up the spot. Fernandez is right there as well, but we've got a new third place driver in Tobias Brandlhuber. He did run into the side of the 6 car. Get him across the line. 11:30 left. First is Vanderbilt, second Worcester, then it's Vinacoto, Brandlhuber, and Fernandez, still battling for the final transfer spot. 8, 6, and 4. Crossing the line now is Vanderbilt. Let's see the gap between him and Worcester. 3.7 seconds. And then the three-way battle for the third and final transfer spot between Vinacoto, Brandlhuber, and Fernandez is coming off of the Jeep Sweeper now. They'll soon be in traffic. Up the hill they go. They're coming up on the 10 car who is been lapped, and he goes right out wide and slides out. It's good driving though. Good driving. Don't be a factor. Don't get involved. I could say the joke I said yesterday, Paul. He's nodding his head. We'll leave that one, all right? For the best, I suppose. 10 minutes, 25 seconds left.
These starts to get a bit spaced out, aren't they?
They are indeed. So I think we've hit a part of the race where things are going to settle down for a little bit. We're not even halfway through. There's the marker now, halfway through. And 4 into the side of 6, but he waits. I do think 6 had run a little bit wide and 4 came in hot. Unfortunately, that was 4th and 5th. So they're going to drop right back. And that's Vinacoto, who's in 3rd now, who doesn't mind that one bit. So Vinacoto heading for the Samba S's now and crossing the line. He is our 3rd place driver. 4th place crossing the line now, that's Brandlhuber. He is now 3.8 seconds behind the final transfer spot. So it doesn't help that if you are in 4th place, just behind the 3rd place driver, it's no good getting hit by the 5th place car.
No.
But as we said before, if you're within 10 seconds or so, even just a spin or a slight off track through the grass, and you could easily be giving that place up. 8:45 left. Vanderbilt out in front. He's already up the hill into the Jeep Sweeper now. Worcester keeping him honest at 3.4 behind. Vinacoto crossing the line now, who's 7 seconds behind our 2nd place driver. And it's a further 2.8 back to Brandlhuber, 1.1 to Fernandez.
So if you're Brandlhuber, who we're looking at now,
Yep.
Are you more concerned about Fernandez behind you or getting up to Vinacoto in 3rd?
I would say yes. Does that help?
No.
Well, obviously, it's no good worrying about the car behind you if you're not going to bump up. You have to put your whole focus on going as fast as you can, trying to close down that to the final transfer spot. It's always a knife edge, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose he's got enough of a gap not to have to worry about defending as such.
Yeah, I mean, all the time you're defending and you're scrapping, you're going backwards.
Yeah. So he's got that gap, so he should really be focused on...
Now he should, absolutely correct. And it's not so much at the moment in these 20-minute finals. There's no problem with fuel economy. But when it comes time to later on, when we go to the 30-minute finals, which I believe is the semis, I believe those are 30 minutes, fuel economy makes a difference. So you can't just go flat out like you can now. You have to just do enough. That's the super tricky part about this formula of racing. But once you get that gap on the car behind, then you can focus all your attention on catching up to the final transfer spot. With 6:40 on the clock now, Vanderbilt out in front, 3.4, still pretty much the same ahead of Worcester. Worcester has a 8-second lead over Vinacoto, so provided he keeps it on the track and does reasonable lap times, his position will be safe. He's not really going to give up an 8-second lead in 6 minutes and 15 seconds. So really, if we watch between Vinacoto and Brandlhuber, but hang on, people are running. Can't see who that is. That's the 2 car. So that's Vanderbilt. Our second place driver has stopped. And they're going to try to get him started. He's reaching for the pull cord. And he's giving it 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pulls. It's not starting. Vanderbilt's out. So all the time, those guys were just minding their own business back there in 4th and 5th. Now finds themselves in 3rd and 4th. Worcester is our leader. Vinacoto second. Brandlhuber third in the hot seat. 1.3 behind him is Fernandez. And then there's a big, big gap of 8.5 seconds back to the 5th place driver of Rooster. Okay, brain reset. Our leader is at the end of the main straight now, looking to pick up the 8 car. Well, just in my mind. There he goes down the main straight. And the 3rd place driver, who's not far back. So really, if we could pick up the 6 car, please, in the top corner. There's the green car. Let's look at the times here, make sure I got this right. So yes, Worcester out in front, 10 seconds clear of Vinacoto in second, who is 1.2 clear of Brandlhuber third, who's 1.4 clear of Fernandez in fourth. He has indeed. So it's Brandlhuber giving up the 3rd spot to Fernandez. So we got another new 3rd place driver in Fernandez, who he is now in the hot seat. And you're watching Brandlhuber. If you can go forward 1 car, please. That's our 3rd place driver climbing up the hill. We'll get him across the line and give you the exact time difference between them. As Brandlhuber crosses the line now, so 2 seconds. 2 seconds between 3rd and 4th. And we're going to follow the 3rd place car because he just needs a little bit of drama. This has a little bit of uncertainty coming out of those 2 corners. He had a 2-second gap over Brandlhuber last time round, but I dare say that's less. 3 minutes 20 seconds indeed, just a 1-second gap now. So this might be running to the wire, as have many of the other ones. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all separated by just 2.5 seconds. With Daniel Worcester, he is gone. He's checked out. See you later. He is in a comfortable spot now. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th come out of the Samba S onto the Jeep Sweeper now. There goes your 2nd place driver, Vinacoto, with Fernandez, who has a recovering Brandlhuber looking quicker. And he's right with him, but Brandlhuber loses traction, slides sideways, didn't completely do a 360, saved it, and he's going to drop a chunk of track space, but keeps it going though. 2.5 minutes left. The gap between 3rd and 4th is 1.8 seconds with 2:20 on the clock. Lap traffic, our 3rd place driver bumping into the 7 car, who was trying to get out of the way. I can see mechanics yelling up at their drivers. That's the only way to get information. No headsets allowed in this form. 2 minutes left. And it's not a certainty for Vignacoto, who is just 2 seconds down the road from this battle you're watching now. And Brando Huber is looking fast, is driven right back up to Fernandez. On the main straight they go, coming off of the Jeep Sweeper now. Third and fourth with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. This is the fight for the final transfer spot. Brando Huber is definitely looking quicker. Fernandez sliding wide. He's looking to go around the outside. Switches it back up underneath. Brando Huber takes over the third position. Now it's time for Fernandez to try to calm down. And he has got to be aggressive now. He was trying to defend. Now he has to attack. 1 minute left. Into the sweeper. Brando Huber, who was looking so racy, doesn't look as confident now. Bouncing across the corner, across the curbs, into the top corner they go. 45 seconds left. 2 more laps. They cross the line now. Off the Jeep Sweeper they go. Brando Huber, who looked so confident and drove right up to the back of Fernandez, now in the third spot, isn't quite as confident. Fernandez has a little trouble at the end of the sweeper. Going to drop back a meter or so. Into the top corner they go. They are now going to start their last lap as they go into the Samba S's. And here it is. This is it. It's the time. Last lap. Who's going to get the best drive off of the Jeep Sweeper? Across the edge of the grass goes Fernandez. Into the sweeper at the end of the main straight. Into the tighter section of the track. Brando Huber looking more confident. Opens up about a 2 or 3 meter gap. 3 corners to go. The left and the right. 1 more corner for Brando Huber to get the bump up. Job done. Worcester's going to win. Vignacoto second. Brando Huber is third.
Yep.
I'll be as quick as I can.
And these are your results of the 116 Final B. Verster, Vignacoto and Brando Huber, the 3 who bump up to the next final.
Ernesto? No. Non sai dov'è? No.
So we move to 116 Final A. Publish the grid there. And hope Dave makes it back in time. It's gone for a comfort break, which is about 90 seconds, 2 minutes away. Everybody seems to be out there. And everybody seems to be on the tarmac at the minute. As they continue with their warm-up, I think they've got about another minute and a half on this. So we are RC Racing TV, brought to you by our sponsors Jeep and Samba and those lovely people at EFRA. And we have a car off at the end of the straight. Not sure I'm going to go and collect that. And he's got it going again, without having to take it back to the pits. That was car 10. We've gone to Honey. So they're going to bring him back into the pits. With no other problems out there.
Fabio, prendi la bandiera, ti aiuto io. Ok, we are ready, car number 1.
And the good news is that Dave has returned successfully.
Number 3, number 4, number 5.
Right on back, cheers for that, Paul. Little comfort break, and I can tell you this place is absolutely buzzing. There is hundreds of people here. It doesn't look like it. Well, it does look like it. You go down there and have a look around. Many people from the public are here viewing today.
Oh, that's great.
Fantastic. People everywhere, you know, happy faces, sad faces, bump ups, not bump ups. Fabulous. Sun is out and the racing is hot. To the grid they go. Our pole driver is Ramon Schmid. Jeffrey Van Wilk second. Marcus Hetland is third. Into the 10 seconds we go. They're all nicely into their grid slot. Ooh, well, maybe not the 5 car. Good start. And a good start for the 5 car, who's right on the outside. Oh, nearly loses it in the first corner. That's a very good start. Oh, then the 6 pummels into the side of 5. So 6 and 5 are at the back of the field now. But it is 1, 2, let's have a look. 3, 4, 7, 9, 8, 6, 5, and 10. Schmidt, Van Wilk, and Hetland. That's the early running order. Top of the hill they go. And we have a change for second. It is Schmid, Hetland, and Clark Vollert, who came and saw us a couple of times. Super happy that guy is all the time. Wonderful to see. I was talking to him earlier. Oh, and the 1 car making a mistake coming off the sweeper. Wollert sideways. This is chaos. Poor Clark Wollert, who was going to just say to you, chatting to him this morning, said to me, I'm going up. That's it. I'm bumping up. I think he said he did it first time back in 2001 or something like that. But it's the 3 car of Marcus Hetland in the lead. A nice gap back to... Let me check my eyes here for a second. That is the 7 car of Patrick Muller up to second. And then our bumper of Tobias Gagesh up to third. That's a familiar name, eh, Paul?
It is, and that's who we're concentrating on now.
And Clark Wollert off into the grass. He's going to have a struggle to bump up from there, but he's got a great mechanic. Just done the 50-yard sprint in about 3 seconds. Oh, it wasn't Craig, though. It was the 5 car. My beg your pardon. That was Mickelberger. He still has a mechanic who can run really fast. Down the main straight goes Marcus Hetland, our leader. And it is the 7 and 9 car, so it's Muller and Gagesh, second and third. In fourth is Schmidt. Then it's Ingert, another bump-up driver, fifth, with Wallart sixth. Our leader in the Samba car, coming off the Samba S's onto the Jeep.
And Gagesh has just got hit from behind by Schmidt.
I was going to say, he got Gageshed. Got boom, get out the way. Let's see if the penalty is going to be issued for that.
So if we, sorry,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, to give Harry some instruction who to go for. If you pick up the leader to begin with, car 3.
I'm just listening. People are getting stop and goes. Who's that coming in? It is the number 1 car. And that's Schmid. Oh, that's a big punishment. That's a big punishment. He was running third. Was the key word. Our leader heading up towards the Jeep Sweeper. Second is Muller. And then it is Ingert and Wallart.
So we're going to pick up car 8, Harry, in third place.
That's the green car coming off of the sweeper now. He is a bump-up driver. Into the top corner they go. We are concentrating on this battle for third between Ingert and Wallart. And I said earlier, speaking to Wallart this morning, he's going to do it. In his mind, he was happy, he was confident, he was in a good place. 16 minutes left. Let's get a couple more laps on the board, and we'll start giving some times. So Ingert into the top corner, Wallart right there. And then it's Bruce and Gunther Hornet. Onto the Jeeps where they go. Down the main straight. And looking at our leader, Hetland is starting to come under pressure from Muller. Let's keep with this battle for third in the final transfer spot. So many different racing to watch. As Wallart closing right up on Ingert into the corners. So this is third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Very close together on the track. Just over 15 minutes to go. So we're not even a quarter way through this one. Wallart looking up the inside. Ingert carried enough pace. Wallart did have to avoid him a couple of times now. They're crossing the line now. And our leader's off. Our leader is off, stuck in the grass. Hetland will not get out of there. His mechanic is sprinting. So now it is Muller, our leader. Ingert second, Wallart third, Bruce fourth, Honert fifth. 14 minutes and 30 seconds left. Our former leader, Hetland, finally gets going. He is going to lose over half a lap on the field. I'm just having a look. I think. Okay, I'm just trying to see if everyone's still on the same lap. Just need 2 more cars to cross the line, I believe. Indeed, all cars on the lead lap. And our leader is Patrick Muller, who's crossing the line now. Second is Ingert. Third is Wallart. Fourth is Bruce. Then fifth is fifth is Honert, and sixth is Van Wilk. We're following this battle for second at the moment. Clark Wallart looking a little bit quicker, but can't find a way past Ingert.
Got him there.
Indeed, he has. I'm flipping back and forth between the computer to see if the 9 car is being lapped. Indeed, he is. So don't worry about the car in front of Wallart now, just narrowly avoiding him. Wallart was looking quicker than Ingert for quite a while, but as we saw in the last race, it's much easier to chase than it is to lead. Or that's at least how it's been so far. Woolard losing the rear end of the car there, luckily bouncing off the curbs, sent it into the right direction. And Wollard's car is looking really tail happy as they come down the main straight. This is the battle for second between Woolard, Ingert, and Bruce. Small gap back to Honert. Our second place battle goes up the hill. Our leader is the 7 car of Patrick Muller crossing the line now. Here comes Woolard over the line. Then it's Ingert and Bruce. Into the Jeep Sweeper they go. Our leader's already down the main straight in the first corner now. Woolard now into the first corner. 12.5 minutes to go.
Ingert's gone off.
Ingert has gone off indeed. Thanks, Paul. I look up, just literally move my eyes from watching Woolard. Look up, and I see a car in the bank who's just been put back on the track now. So the pressure for Woolard has been relieved as Muller goes down the main straight. Last time around, it was a 2.2 second lead, and Craig Woolard is coming into his own. Clark Woolard even. Keep thinking of Craig Mayer. Thanks, Mayer, screwing my commentating up.
Okay, we want car 6 of Simon Bruce.
That is Bruce in third.
Who's just coming onto the Jeep Sweeper.
See?
Steep? What do I go?
Easy for you to think. And it's hard for me to say. And definitely Clark Woolard, who I called Craig, thanks to Craig Mayer, causing me trouble all the way from England. Woolard is definitely closing up on our leader. Wollard's got every chance to catch him. 1.3 second lead for them. Bruce is third. Honert is fourth. Our leader now into the first corner, coming out of the sweeper into the series of S's. We're following this battle for third between Bruce and Honert. Our leader at the top of the hill. Now Bruce at the top of the hill. That's how close it is between first and fourth. Still the 9 car, who is a lap down. Don't be a factor. Just move out the way. And he's right with our leader, giving our leader some grief. I used this joke yesterday. 9 car, there's a race going on out there, but you're not in it. Move out the way. Oh, I did. Good. That was fun. 10-minute 40 on the clock. First and second together crossing the line. Then there's the 9 car who's a lap down. Then it's Bruce and Honert. I believe that was the 9 car sliding out.
Yep.
So a good battle shaping up for first and second, and also a great battle for the final transfer spot between Bruce and Honert at the moment. Of course, Honert has bumped up. 2 races ago, we watched him bump up. Right at half race distance now. Nice lady tells us. Yeah, I don't know where to look. There's a great battle for the lead and also a great battle for second as Bruce goes into the top corner. Honert right there with him. And I'm watching the battle for the lead as well as Woolard is right with our leader Muller. I think there's going to be a change for the lead here shortly. Let's follow that battle for just a bit.
Well done, Harry.
Just in front. Excellent. Thank you very much, Harry. Top of the hill they go. The battle for third, I'll keep you posted on that as well, as I can see both of them at the same... Well, I can see both of them. This battle for the lead. Muller gets a better drive out of the Samba S's. Off of the Jeep Sweeper they go, down the main straight. Still the same 4-car order. Off of the Sweeper they go, just over 9 minutes left. Turning right, hanging up the hill. Muller bouncing across the curbs. Woolard looking for a place up, looking left, looking right. No room there, but Woolard's definitely quicker into that corner. And now they cross the Samba S and the line. Wooler hitting the curbs. You can see how much that cost him, about 10 meters just from bouncing across that red and white curbs. Still, it's Bruce and Honert, third and fourth. Now Clark Woolard has all that work to do, but he's quick into this corner here. Look at him close up on him, nice and tight around at that time. 8.5 minutes to go. A better corner exit for Clark that time. That's Clark Woolard. Onto the main straight they go. Muller has not had any pressure up until a few laps ago when Clark Woolard closed all that gap down. Top of the track they go. Woolard definitely quicker through these tight sections. Into the Samba S now, crossing the line. Woolard had trouble there 2 laps ago, no problem there. Who's going to get the better drive onto the main straight? And it will be Muller as Woolard ran wide coming onto the straight. Still Bruce in third. Pretty much the same gap to Honert in fourth, who could just be hanging there. Doesn't want to get involved, doesn't want to go off the track. He's just going to stay there. And guess who it is again? The 9 car. I think it's the 3rd time they've lapped him. On to the Jeep Sweeper in the 9 car.
Dives for the grass.
Yeah. I suppose he wants to get his track time. Fair play. Just don't interfere, please.
Actually, Honert has just moved quite close to Bruce in fourth.
He has indeed. And Woolard is definitely quicker. He keeps getting close and then falling right back. And you could almost see all 4 of them in the same shot. Well, they're all on the main straight at the same time now. 7 minutes left. Muller, Woolard, Bruce, Honert. That is the battle. Then it's Van Wilk in 5th. He's only 2.9 this battle that we're watching. It's nearly a 4-car battle for the lead now. They're all on the Jeep Sweeper at the same time. Now down the main straight they go. Muller has withstood all the pressure from Clark Woolard. And as we say that, look at Simon Bruce close right up on Woolard. Woolard now struggling. And Bruce looks up the inside. Woolard slams the door, gets on the inside line, squirming under the power. Off of the Samba S as they go. On to the Jeep Sweeper now. And our leader, Muller, has a bit of a gap for the battle for second now, which is the 3-car battle. And the 1 car nearly rejoined at a bad time, but they did the right thing, didn't be a factor, didn't get involved. In the top corner they go. 6 minutes left now. Muller, Woolard, Bruce, Honert, all crossing the line. They are all separated by just 1 second. 4 cars separated by 1 second as they come onto the main straight. This is the battle for the win. Only 3 cars bump up, so somebody's going to be disappointed. And it's not that far back to Van Wilk, who can see what's going on up in front of him. Now Woolard putting pressure on Muller. Again, Woolard looking racing. Muller struggling for traction coming out of the Samba S's. Woolard looks up the inside, down the main straight, into the sweeper they go. Woolard's up the inside, nearly touches him. Woolard loses traction, goes from 2nd to 4th like that. Now it is Muller's time to have pressure from Simon Bruce. So it's Muller, Bruce, Honert, Woolard. And Woolard off track, has a tumble, gets going again. He's going to be quite a bit behind these cars and going to be under pressure. Well, in fact, Van Wilk has gotten past Woolard. 4 minutes and 40 on the race clock. And Muller makes a big mistake in the Samba S's. Was just able to hang on to the lead, but down the main straight, this is 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Muller, Bruce, Honert. Up the hill they go. Traffic just ahead of them. And the traffic spun. There you go. That's a great one. And the leader comes out. It's the 10 car of Gunther Honert now in the lead. Bruce 2nd. Van Wilk is 3rd. Then it's Muller and Woolard. We're going to have to do a brain recheck here with 4 minutes to go. It's the 10 car in the lead, followed by 6 and 2. Honert, Bruce, Van Wilk. Then it's Muller and Clark Woolard. All 5 of these cars are just separated. Well, we got to wait for them to cross the line. By about 5 seconds, separate the first 5 cars. Our leader is the 10 car. He bumped up at the top of the hill. Honert and Bruce, 1st and 2nd. Then it's Jeffrey Van Wilk in third in the 2 car. And then it's Patrick Muller and Clark Woolard. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left. Some great racing here today. Just I don't know what to talk about. Our leader heading into the Samba S's. The 10 car of Gunther Hornet. On to the Jeep Sweeper now. First and second, that is Hornet and Bruce, opening up a bit of a gap over Van Wilk in third. Last time around, Van Wilk had a 1.6 second lead on Muller. So with 2.5 minutes to go, I think we should watch the 2 car.
Yep.
And he is going on to the Jeep Sweeper now and on to the main straight. The gap between Van Wilk and Muller, 1.4 seconds when they cross the line. As we've seen in the last couple of minutes, the car that is chasing seems to be able to drive more positive than the car that's being chased. I suppose in this situation, though, Van Wilk, who we're following, isn't just being chased, he's also chasing. At the front, though, it is Hornet who is pulling away. And there's nearly a 3-way battle for second. But it's Bruce who has a little bit of a gap. And then we're following the Van Wilk car with Muller just behind him. Our leader off the sweeper at the end of the straight as second place. And then you're seeing Van Wilk followed by Muller. 1 minute 20 on the clock. Muller looking a bit closer. Into the top corners, hanging a right. Coming into the Samba S's, crossing the line. The gap between third and fourth is 0.8 of a second. Onto the Jeep Sweeper they go. 1 minute left now. Coming out of the sweeper. Van Wilk having good traction. Muller closing on, but running a bit wide in that corner. Onto the top of the track. They're going to be in traffic, who is sliding all over the track. And over the line they go. 0.8 last time round. 0.6 now. Muller cruising up to the back of Van Wilk. 30 seconds left. This lap and one more. And Muller making a mistake coming off the sweeper. It's going to see him drop back just a bit with 18 seconds on the clock. They are starting their last lap now. The gap between them is 1.3 seconds. It's looking like it could be job done for Van Wilk at the end of the straight. Around the sweeper he goes. Nice and tidy through there, giving the curbs plenty of respect. Up the hill, Muller's closing fast, but he's going to run out of time. 3 corners to go, a left and a right, and it is going to be Van Wilk that goes through. So it's Hornet, Bruce, and Van Wilk into the bump-up spots. Got to catch my breath after all of that. Paul's off to do some technical stuff, so you're stuck with me all alone for the next short bit. The next race is coming out to go. I'm going to have a look at the chat room, see what's going on. I just like reading what you guys are saying. Cormac Wyatt saying, man, those are close laps. Yes, they are. That was the closest race we've seen yet. Plenty more like that coming up. Let's have a look at the local time. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. 10:45 here in beautiful Switzerland. You can hear the cars warming up for the 1/8 final B. So 7 of these drivers will have gone straight into this with 3 bumping up. We're just going to keep it a little bit low-key at the moment while these guys are getting ready to do their warm-up. Plenty of racing to go. Temperatures, it's nice and sunny here today, but it is cooler. There's a little bit of a breeze, which is cooling things down, although it is supposed to hit some 30 degrees Celsius early afternoon. Kevin saying it looks like the track is rubbing in well. It has indeed, Kevin. If you have a look at the track walk I did yesterday, you'll be able to see how dark that racing line is. They've had 5 days of running here, and loads of rubber's been laid down on the track. And Chris saying the cars look so fast around that little track. I can tell you, Chris, this is not a little track. This is the biggest track I've ever had the pleasure of speaking at. Those cars are just going so fast it makes it look little. I'm sure Paul will confirm that when he's done doing his technical duties. This track has been described as the Mecca for the 1/5 cars, meaning it's the best track in the world. But I'm looking at the 7 car, who's Michael Donovan, who has had trouble on his warm-up lap. Let's have a look. He's taking him to the pits. They're trying to get him started. All the other cars seem to be going. We have seen a lot of people having trouble on their warm-up. You know, you understand that this is the first time some of these cars will have been driven today. The 3 guys that have bumped up will, of course, already done a final, but 7 of them, this will be their first time on the track. That's just the way it is. That's the way this class works. Three minutes left to warm up. Then we start our first 1/8 final. And the wind is definitely picking up now. Just in the last few minutes, you can see all the banners really flying around and the trees moving quite a bit. And geez, there's a lot of trees around here. Maybe we could get Harry just to do a bit of a scene up of the mountains we're looking at. Thanks, Harry. While we got this little break, it's just going to show you. There it goes. Thank you, Paul. Try to get that Genius banner at the end of the straight. Look at that thing blowing around now. You can see the wind's really kicking up. Kicking up compared to the first 3 days that we were here. And sometimes there wasn't a breath of wind. Warm-up is over. They're being called into the pits. I'll have a sit down and a calm down. I think this is going to be another very dramatic race. Get some more visitors in here.
Number 1, 2, 3.
Right, they're releasing them out to the grid.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh, another funny thing that Dallas said to the assistant race director who's releasing the cars. He said, "You got to hold the microphone away from your mouth. Don't try to eat it." I think these guys, everything to do with this track has been excellent.
You know what car number you have? You know what you have to stand behind and inside.
That's Dallas. We have a speaker down here that same thing the drivers are hearing, and that's Dallas giving instructions to our drivers as they're gridding up now. Into the 10-second countdown. All the cars look in their boxes nice. And here we go. A nice start for the 1 car. Marko Grigic into the first corner. No passing taking place yet, although it looks like the 6 cars made a pass. Coming around to cross the line for the first time. It is 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, 4, 6. The first three are making a break already. Grigic, Klug, and Winkler. Winkler getting a little bit sideways as Klug bouncing across the curbs. Up on 2 goes Klug. Grigic, our leader, trying to streak away at this beginning stage of the race. Down the main straight they go. 1 minute down now, 19 to go. Grigic, Klug, Winkler, 1, 2, 3. Although Winkler sideways, coming across the grass, collecting another car who flew through the air. Okay, and that is Winkler.
Let's have a little look at that.
So we're going to see the replay. Winkler, who came across the grass, lost traction, across the grass, back onto the track, and a car hit him. He receives a stop-and-go penalty. And our second-place driver, Klug, off the track. We're going to have a new second-place driver. So much action going on. Wow, I'm just going to let it settle down for a minute. You're watching what you're watching. It is Grigic in the lead. Daniel Worcester, a bump-up car. Number 8, second. Sasha Klug is third. And then it's Adrian Vinacoto. He's a bump-up driver as well. 18 minutes left. Our leader's already at the end of the main straight.
We're watching Sasha Klug in car 2, which is in the third place, and has got Vinacoto just behind him.
So Vinacoto pushing on to try to make his second bump up of the day. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth, all with a pretty spread out. And then there's 4 cars bunched up. Have we lost anybody? I don't think we have. Oh, well, we have actually. Look, number 7, Michael Donovan, didn't even start. I didn't see that. Oh, well. 17 minutes and 10 seconds left. Our leader crossing the line. We are watching Sasha Klug in third with Vinacoto giving chase. Up on 2 wheels is our 4th place driver. Down the main straight goes Sasha Klug. That turquoise colored car looking good coming off of the sweeper. Onto the infield, bouncing across the curbs there, lost traction momentarily. Up the hill he goes into the top corner, tucking it in nicely. Hangs a right and heads towards our Samba S's. Crossing the line now. The gap between Klug and Vinacoto is 0.6 of a second, but Vinacoto is off the track going into the Jeep sweeper, and that's going to mean Vinacoto now is up. No, Vinacoto is going to
drop.
Easy for you to think. Plummet, yeah. It's weird, I was just watching, and by the time I turned my head to the computer, I forgot what I was watching. Okay. Brain reset. Here we go. Marko Grigic in the 1 car is the leader. Daniel Worcester in the 8 car is second. Sasha Klug is third. Our new 4th place driver. So I'll let you try to pronounce that, Paul. Give me a clue.
I've been looking at it for the last 20 seconds.
There you go. You're 15 seconds ahead of me then.
Eric de Gueldre.
That's not bad.
From Belgium.
De Gueldre.
De Gueldre.
That's too much to say. Can't we just call him Eric D?
Probably not.
Probably not, but I try to simplify things in my mind.
Oh, and 2 is off.
So that's Sasha Klug, who is off in the grass, stuck there. His mechanic didn't really look like he was in that much of a hurry to get there.
No.
Okay, let me get my head back around this, because it is Marko Grigic in the 1 car.
We're looking for car 4, Harry, which is our Belgian friend, Eric de Gueldre.
He's picked him up at the end of the straight.
And Vinacoto in the 9 car is now 4th.
Indeed. So we have 2 bump-up drivers in the top 4. Grigic in the lead. Worcester's a bump-up driver second. De Gueldre in the 4 car is third. And Vignacoto, a bump-up driver in the 9 car, is fourth. We are watching Eric Deg. I'm just going to call him Deg. It's probably what it says on the screen, isn't it? D-E-G?
Yeah.
There we go. It's easier. I'm not going to get my head around that name unless I get someone to pronounce it correctly. Yeah, I am only human. So Eric Deg onto the main straight now, coming off the Jeep Sweeper as Vignacoto exits the Jeep Sweeper. And Deg running wide on the first corner sweeper. He's hanging a right up the hill now. Here comes Vignacoto. Vignacoto can see this out of the corner of his eye. You can see if someone's having a bit of a bobble. And Vignacoto looking nice and positive through there as Eric Deg getting things back in order, and no troubles now as they go down the main straight. The gap between Deg and Vignacoto is 2.4 seconds with 13 and a half minutes to go. Deg up the hill. Vignacoto now into the top corner as Deg is heading towards the Samba S's now. 2.4 between these 2 cars last time round. And it is 2.3 now, so a little bit quicker last time around for Vignacoto. It is still Grigic in first, Worcester second, Deg third, Vignacoto, and then running fifth is Maximum Rower, but he is 5 seconds behind our 4th place driver. As we said earlier, if you can stay around the 10-second mark, you have a chance. 12 minutes, 45 seconds left. Here's our 4 car down the main straight who we're following on screen. Into the sweeper. Hanging a right and climbing up the hill. There is 12 minutes and 15 seconds left. And you probably can't see it on the camera, but Eric Deg is catching up to our 2nd place driver of Daniel Worcester. He's only about 2.5 seconds ahead of him. So our 2nd place driver crossing the line now. 3rd place now. 4th place now. Easier to tell you that's how far they're apart than try to say their names when I'm struggling with them. 11:50 on the clock. But our leader Grigic is checked out. He is 10 seconds clear. But 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all covered by less than 4 seconds.
Number 10, the leader is behind you.
Del Guerdra. Apparently.
Is it? Oh, thank you very much. Oh, thanks, Ella. She's been good to us, hasn't she?
Yeah.
So we pronounce it correctly.
Well, yeah, and we're not watching the pictures. So
Sorry. Yeah, we're getting something straight in our mind. 11 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Grigic out in front, some 10 seconds clear. Then there's a battle.
Yeah, so Vignacoto got in front of him. Whilst I got distracted.
Keep on going, keep on going.
Indeed, I was just trying to see what happened to the 8 car of Worcester. So there's something happened between 3rd and 4th, although Worcester having trouble coming off of the top corner. And it's going to be Worcester 2nd, Vignacoto 3rd, and Del Guerrarte. Something like that. Sorry about that, people. Running 4th. 10 minutes, 30 seconds left. Third and 4th climbing up the hill. Our leaders already exiting the first corner. I see why I was having trouble picking up our 2nd place driver, the number 8, because his stickers, his numbers are flying off halfway on one side of the car. It looks like an 8, depending on, with the winds flapping, it looks like a 6. 10 minutes to drive. And it looks like Vignacoto is closing in on Daniel Worcester. These 2 drivers have bumped up. And De Guelardo is not too far back in 4th place either. 9 minutes and 40 seconds left. But absolutely, Vignacoto is closing right in on Worcester. So I'm going to have a watch of that because Worcester not enjoying this phase of the race. Over the line now they go. Worcester, Vignacoto, then Degbelarde. Off of the Jeep Sweeper. What, did I say it wrong, Paul?
I think you go back. It was Deguardre.
I'm just going to call him Deg. It's easier for me.
All right.
It's too much.
Well, if he doesn't overtake Vignacoto, you don't have to worry about it for too much longer because he won't be bumping up.
Well, I'm not worried about it. I just can't say it.
I forgot. You don't worry about anything.
Well, no, don't say anything. It's just pointless worrying about it. Oh, and there's a pass for second. Worcester coming off of the first corner gets a tank slapper on. Vignacoto up to second. Worcester third. Deg in fourth. See, Deg, it just rolls off my tongue so much easier. Yes, I am being selfish. Well, that and I can't say it. After Worcester had that trouble coming off of the first straight, he's looking like he's getting back on the pace now. Realizes he's just given up his second spot to Vignacoto. And Deg looking racy there in fourth as well. And then guess who's coming into play? It's our 5th place driver, the 5th car, number 5 car. And I'll let you say that name. Really?
Which one, sorry?
The car in 5th.
Maxime Rouillet
There you go.
from France.
Exactly. I can see all 4 cars together. They're separated by about 4 seconds. So there's any one of these cars could end up in second place by the end of this race. Still 7.5 minutes to go. It's our leader who is coming off the Jeep Sweeper already. And there's trouble for the 8 car and the 4 car. So it was Worcester who lost traction and Deg piled into the side of him. So we're going to have a different running order now. Vignacoto second, Worcester third, Rouillet is fourth. Deg is going to come around in 5th. No, Galickson 5th, Brandlhuber 6th, Deg down to 7th. Minding his own business and didn't have a chance to avoid a spinning car and goes over and needed rescuing. 6 minutes 47 left. Grigich out in front has a sizable lead. Vignacoto second, Worcester in third.
And we're looking at Worcester and Rouillet.
And that is the battle for the final transfer spot with 6.5 minutes to go.
Cars 8 and 5. Although, has he lost a sticker on this side? Car
Indeed,
8?
he has. Like I said, it
Yeah.
looks like an 8 and then a 6. But he's up on 2 wheels. Rouillet looks up the inside, hits him, ends up in the pit lane. Pardon me.
Would you like to see that again?
Let's see that again. I'll watch it on the replay. You can see up on 2 wheels he goes. Rouillet tries to go up the inside, lost traction actually, and spun into him and ended up worse. Now, rather than just cutting across that little bit of gap onto the main straight, he just flew through the pits. So it's Vignacoto second, Worcester third, Rouillet fourth, Galickson 5th. 5 minutes and 40 seconds left. It's not over till it's over, and it's definitely not over. It is Grigich in the lead with an 18-second lead. Vignacoto second in the 9 car. He's down the main straight, but we're watching the battle for third. That was Worcester. And
What is actually the distance between Worcester and Rouillet?
Well, I think we got to get him across the line because I saw a car sliding off in the Jeep Sweeper. That's what I was doing. I was trying to see in my own mind if it was Rouillet or not. So the gap between Worcester and Rouillet is 2.7 seconds. So I think it was Rouillet who had trouble in the Jeep Sweeper because he wasn't that far behind Worcester. But Rouillet has cleared the traffic, and that is Worcester off the track. The 8 car now, so it's going to be Rouillet coming around in third. And it looks like that is Worcester who's parked over there. 1-6. So Rouillet now has Gullikson not far behind.
I think he's 2 cars behind. He's got traffic in between him, just 1 car, I think.
Exactly. That's why I was quickly checking the computer to see if that 1 car was in contention or not. He's not in contention, but he is definitely between our 3rd and 4th place drivers. And he's going to be asked, I think, would think to move out of the way.
Well, if it's car 1, he's the leader, so...
Oh, no, I beg your pardon. I was thinking of the 3 car, who is a lap down. So you are correct. It will be Rouillet who will be asked to move over to let our leader go through. That is protocol and how it works. Right, another brain recheck with 3 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. Grigic out in front, who's involved in this battle. I mean, being involved, he is in the middle of this battle, even though he's coming up to lap him. Is the leader. Vignacoto is second. Vignacoto is down the main straight now into the first corner. And Rouillet is third, who's coming off of the Jeep Sweeper now, who seems to have actually gapped our leader who's coming up to lap him. And it is Gulsikin who's going to be the unfortunate recipient of all of this, because he is stuck behind a lapped car who's spinning out of the way there. He spun out of the way. Luckily, he didn't spin back onto the racing line. So the gap between Rouillet and Gullikson is 2.5 seconds, and we have 2 minutes and 45 seconds left. So you can see the third place car of Rouillet, the green car, with the orange car right behind him. That actually is our leader, Grigic, who is, I think he's just backed off a bit and thought, you know what, I don't want to get involved in this mess. I'm leading the thing comfortably. What do I want to get involved with a scrap for third for? There's no need. 2.5 second lead between third and fourth last time around, and it's 2.4, so not a big difference. 2:15 on the clock. Time is running out. We got to see if Gullikson is going to have anything for Rouillet. Right at 2 minutes to go. Rouillet running a little bit wide into our Samba S's. I think he's going to be a bit closer. Indeed he is. So Gullikson is 2.1 behind Rouillet now. So he gained on Rouillet last time round just about 0.4 of a second. Still Grigic in between our third and fourth place drivers. And again, he doesn't want to get involved in any nonsense.
So what's the protocol if Gullikson is sort of pressuring Grigic, who's obviously leading?
I couldn't honestly tell you in this class. I think every class has their own rules. I know in the 1/10 buggy class, the rule is you have to move out of the way of the faster car. Doesn't matter if you're leading or not. Sounds strange, I know, and I don't agree with it. I think the car that's leading should get, if it's a lapping situation, should get precedence. You've already done all the hard work. It doesn't matter if you choose not to go faster. You know, maybe Grigic could go faster, but he's choosing not to because he doesn't have to. But there's just 45 seconds on the clock. Maybe when we get the lunch break, I'll go ask Dallas and see what the specific rule is. 40 seconds left, and our leader's over, coming onto the main straight. So he had a nightmare moment, and there's another car upside down. I can't see who that is, but nobody's running. Somebody's waving, but it just sat there, and not one mechanic's moved all this time. Oh, over there. I guess I'll go get it. And then he just trottles across the bridge to go over there. Oh, help me. Marco Grigic is our leader. We're into our last 10 seconds. Vignacoto and Rouillet. There is Rouillet. So that was actually the 6th car, I believe, upside down. No, I don't know. But it doesn't matter. Rouillet comes through in third. It wasn't the 6th car who crosses the line now in fourth. Too bad for him. There's Grigich crossing the line to take the win, who obviously had a very late scare. And coming up to cross the line to bump up for the second time is Adrian Vinacoto. Got all that, Paul?
All of it.
Yeah, I don't. I don't. I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back. You want some water or anything?
I'm good. As we now got the drivers for the 1/8 final A.
Can you pull up the timetable for today, Paul, on our small little laptop here? Just want to see. Okay, so up next we got the other 8th final A. Then we go to the sub-finals, B and A. Then we have a lunch break. And then we have the semi-finals of the Formula 1 class, then the semi-final of the touring cars. And we go straight into finals after that. We have 3 more races until our lunch break. And then it's nothing but semis and mains after that. Okay. And we don't have anything to show them in between or on the lunch break, do we? We didn't do any more
No, we haven't
filming
done
this
anything
morning.
today, and we've actually got a bit of work to do.
Have we?
Well,
Oh dear.
technical stuff, cameras to put out
All
for
right,
the
yeah,
final, and recordings and things like that. So
and lunch, of course.
yeah, so Harry and I will do stuff whilst you wander away and organise our lunch. That'd be nice.
Okay, I could do that for you. Although we do have a beautiful, or we did have a beautiful hotel, because we've checked out now and we're off on the rest of our road trip later this evening. Was a beautiful, picturesque mountain village, high in the mountains, but they didn't have any breakfast, did they?
No.
Not even.
I've not actually seen anybody from the hotel the entire time I've been there. We got
Just-
there after
right,
they
yeah, of
went
course,
and
'cause
leave before they get up.
I went and checked in while you were parking the car or whatever you're doing. Yeah, it's a interesting sleepy mountain village where the check-in closes at 7 o'clock at night, and then you don't see anybody in the morning. We left at 7:15 this morning. No one, not a soul. But saying that, the trip down the mountain, it was like full of cars.
Yeah, I mean, we left, about 7 o'clock this morning from the hotel.
Something like that.
And, yeah, I don't know where everybody was going,
Nope.
but they were all going somewhere.
And it was all down. There wasn't very many going up. And it's the busiest the road has been at that time of the morning, on a Saturday morning.
Yeah, no sign of any lorries. It was just car after car after car.
Bizarre. So yes, we haven't had a chance to have breakfast this morning. Well, I mean, that's not quite true. Suppose we could have got breakfast if we paid for it. So. Who wants to do that? Okay. We have the semi-final A. Sorry, not the semi-final, the 1/8 A final. This is the second 1/8 final of the day. They do the B final first, then the A, and their Christmas tree style finals. And the last one had a lot of drama. It didn't have any last minute drama. So it's not till after lunch that we get to see the top 14 drivers in the touring class. So thinking about it, I was talking earlier about there is no semi practice. It's interesting because yes, the two semifinals with the 7 cars that went directly into each final will have not been on the track yet, but there'll be 6 drivers who have already had time on the track.
Yep, that's right.
It's just interesting that that's the way they've worked it out. I'm not going to say it's right. I'm not going to say it's wrong. Just trying to wrap my head around all that stuff. Anyways, the cars are gridding themselves up.
Do we have 10?
1, 2. No, we do
No.
not. We have no 3 car at Gianmarco Razzi and didn't even check in. Oh, that's bad luck. Time has started, and it's a good start for the 5 car who's just driven straight into 3rd place. As I just said, no 3 car on the track. Up the hill they go. The leader's already into the top corner. There's a couple of passes that have gone on. Gonna have to get them across the line to tell you who they are and tell you who are the movers and the shakers. It is Placido Creetry. See, I think he's a Swiss driver. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Let's call him Creetry. Just easy. Then Handick 2nd. Tom Hack is 3rd. Yeah, you laugh. I'll say that off the air. Difficult names for me to wrap my head around. Creakery out front, followed by Hank 2nd and Tom Hack in 3rd. Well, it's DTA HANDKE. Something silent in there, isn't it?
Hanky.
Hanky sounds good. I can say that quite easily. It's 1-2-5-7, but the 3rd place driver of Tom Hack has just given up his position to Joel Oskarsson from Sweden, and I've had the opportunity to learn to say that name over the past 2 years. 1st and 2nd, making a nice little gap back. Joel in 3rd. Oh, sorry, let's call him Oskarsson.
And that's who we're following.
So we're following the young Swedish driver Joel Oskarsson. Say he's young. He's got a big beard on his face, but he's not a. He is a younger. He's a younger gentleman. Let's say that. Our leader is Creakery, followed by Hanky. And our 3 car now has just left the pits. He's gonna be 5 laps down, but he's gonna get some track time, and he's doing the right thing. You know, he wants to go out and drive around. So he's got to the end of the pits, and here comes the field, and he just parked up. He knows he's not part of the race. And, you know, he wants to do his track time. I don't blame him. Right, let me get my head around this. Our leader is at the end of the main straight. That's where I'm calling him Creakery, followed by Joel Oskarsson up to 2nd now. Okay, so a good start for Joel from Oskarsson from Sweden. So it's 1 from 7 from 2. Creakery, Oskarsson, Hanky. Then is Hack 3rd and a bump-up driver of Honert in 5th. 17 minutes left. Let's see, we've got a car in the pits. It's our 4th place driver into the pits. He's going to fall way back now. That's such tough luck for these drivers to end up not starting or in the pits on the first 7 laps. With 16 minutes 30 seconds left, it is Creakery out front, followed by Oskarsson in 2nd, Hanky in 3rd, Hornet 4th, and Van Wilk in 5th. So 2 of our bump-up drivers in the top 5. Our leaders down the main straight. We're still following Joel Oskarsson in 2nd, the number 7 car. Hanky in 3rd.
Should we drop back 2, Harry, to car 8 of Gunther Honnet?
Just under 16 minutes left. Okay. 15 minutes and 40 seconds left. We are following the number 8 car who's running fourth, Gunther Hornet. He is 2.5 behind our third place driver, Hanke. First, second, and third, they have quite a big gap between all three of them. And I'll tell you, first, Creakery has a 3-second lead over Oscarsson in second, who has a 3.7 second lead over Hanke in third, and a 2.8 second lead over Hornet in fourth, who has a 2.3 second lead over Van Wilk in fifth. So by those times between the drivers, you can tell there's nothing really close on the track at the moment between the first 5. So we're just going to try to fill here for a little bit and give it a few more minutes and see if, or not if, when something develops. Because something will develop. It has in every race so far. And why would this one be any different? 14 and a half minutes left. We're following the 8 car of Gunther Hornet. Having a little bit of squirrely coming off of the sweeper. Up the hill he goes. I can see the 2 car who's heading towards the Jeep sweeper now. As Hornet now into the Jeep sweeper. Just had some lunch vouchers delivered. That's good, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Still got 2 more races after this before lunch, though. And I gotta say, this is the first race that has had this much gap between the drivers this early on.
Well, sometimes it just happens like that.
It does indeed. That's why we're just going to sort of just have a watch and see what's going on. There's nothing really to talk about that's too exciting. That's certainly affecting the lead of the race, apart from saying Creakery is still our leader. He's 3.5 ahead of Oscarsson in second, who is 4.1 ahead of Hanke in third, who is 4.2 ahead of Hornet, the car that is on screen, and Hornet is 2.5 here of Van Wilk. Hornet and Van Wilk are our bump-up drivers. So it's good to see that the bump-up system working. 12:45 left.
And he's had a problem at the bottom of the straight.
He has indeed. So we're going to have a new 4th place driver coming around. And that is going to be the 10 car of Jeffrey Van Wilk. And as I look down at the track, he is over. And that's going to be the 6 car of Francesco Passini is going to come around and end up in 4th. In fact, check that, even 3rd. But no, just as I look up, there was another car spinning off the track, but that was the 8 car. That was Hornet again, having trouble. He has just lost so much time. Oscarsson had a 39-second lap when we were watching the 8 car of Hornet. Oscarsson had a nightmare of a lap somewhere out there. We didn't see what happened. Brain recheck with 11:45 to go. Creakery out in front. Hanke is second. Passini is third. So if we can find the 6 car, please, because he is 3.2 ahead of Oscarsson, who was in a solid second and then had some trouble. So Passini's coming onto the main straight. Harry's already there. Great work, Harry. $11:20 on the clock.
And he's going to have Oscarsson chasing him down.
He is indeed. I'll get him across the line and tell you what the gap is. Passini already into the Jeep sweeper. Oscarsson crossing the line. 3.6. And Francesco Passini doing a 24.7. That is the second quickest lap of the run to pull away slightly from Oscarsson in 4th. Okay. 10 minutes, 30 seconds left. Trying to just clear all this gaggle out of my own brain and make sure I follow this race correctly, because it is Placidio Cricri, the one car out in front. He has a 10-second lead over DTA Hankey in second. He's got a 5-second lead over the car we're following, Piscini. As I look down, and the 4 car is stopped in the middle of the track, but he is already down the field. And Piscini, who you're seeing on screen, is 3.1 ahead of Oscarson. So Oscarson starting to close in just a bit. Here comes Piscini across the line through the Samba S's. Oscarson looking a bit closer to me, and the computer would say yes, 2.6 behind. So whatever problem Oscarson had, which we didn't see because we were watching the 8 car have in that moment, he is now recovering, and there's a slow going car is just getting out of the way. That's the 5 car. He was in contention early on, but having troubles now. So it was 2.6 last time by. It is 2.2. Oscarson now closing in on Piscini. Has a Simon Bruce recovering, who moves out the way. Good driving there. Crossing the line now is Piscini, then Oscarson. The gap between them is 2.3, and they were almost matching each other for lap time last time around. 8:45 on the clock. Piscini up the hill. Oscarson giving chase. Into the top corner is Piscini. Nice and tidy through there. Hangs a right and a left. Crossing the line now. 8:30 left. 2.3 between these drivers last time round. 2.1 now. So Oscarson doing a 24.9 to Piscini's 25.0. So just a tenth of a second closer. Piscini will see him out of the corner of his eye. And whether he'll be able to do anything about it is a different story. Still Grigri in the lead. 11 seconds clear of Hankey. Hankey's 6 seconds clear of Piscini in third, who is 2.6 seconds clear of Oscarson. Crossing the line now is Piscini. So the gap between Piscini and Oscarson is steadying out now. Oscarson was closing in on him. 7:35 left here in the 1/8 A final. And things seem to have calmed down quite a bit, Paul.
I do. So what is the gap now? Is it leveled out at about 2.5?
It was 2.6 last time around, but I'm going to say it's bigger now. Oh dear. Let me have a look. 3.7.
Wow. Well,
seems to go in phases, doesn't it?
it does. I mean, that seems very strange.
Certainly does.
But there is now 6:45 to go in it. Piscini still in third, and my screen goes blank. That's handy. Hankey in second rather, and Cricri leading this.
So I don't know what's happened to Oscarson. He had that trouble, which we didn't see, and then he was closing right in on Piscini. Well, say closing right in, you know, a tenth here, 2/10 there. Now it's gone the other way. 4.3. I mean, you don't know what it is. I said 2 days ago I was watching someone, and I put it down to maybe their tires had gone off, and then I talked to them, and they said, no, his roll bar had broken. And it's the best way to describe it, it's like a spring type device that stops the car rolling either on the front end or the rear end, and you can change the thickness of this spring, let's call it, and it changes the way the car rolls, which means the way the car handles. And if it breaks, of course, the car is going to roll a lot more and do really funny things. But it doesn't look like Oscarsson's car is doing anything funny. It's just not as quick as Bassini at the moment. And we've got a car off here. I can't see what it is, but the guy's not running too fast, so I'm guessing it's not a contender. It's Creekery out front, 12.5 clear of Hankey in second. And that was the 10 car that's being recovered. So that was Van Wilk. He was running in 6th. Bassini now third is 5.5 behind Hankey. And looking at it, Creekery has actually lapped the field. Oscarsson now 5.5 back of Bassini. It's looking to have steadied itself out now. With 4:45 on the clock, I dare say, let's pick up the 1 car and show you some of the leader.
I'll keep my eye on Bassini just in case.
Thank you. We'll go back to him in a bit. As there's, no real close battles. They're separated by 5 or 6 seconds. Let's give some air time to the leader. I mean, and he is flying. His best lap is 24.6. Hello. 24.6 for Creekery out in front. And it is the quickest lap of the race. And he is 14 seconds clear of Hankey in second, who's 5.4 clear of Bassini in third. Waiting for Oscarsson to cross the line now, and he is 7.4 back. So Oscarsson is dropping further and further back. And at the moment, it looks like Bassini is closing in on Hankey. Let me pick up Hankey. There he is crossed the line. But Bassini, who might be closing in, is still 5.5 seconds behind with 3.5 minutes to go. So if we continue to show our leader, Creekery, who's been in the lead from the start, and we'll keep an eye to see if Bassini has any troubles in third. There's Hankey across the line. Here comes Bassini across the line now. And as I say that, I will tell you when Oscarsson crosses the line, and that is now. Just a few laps ago, he was within 3 seconds of him, and now he's fallen right back, so not really enjoying the way things are working for him at this moment. Let me give you the gap between Hankey and Bassini. 5 seconds, so Bassini is going quicker than Hankey, but not by a lot. Closing in on him just a little bit. 2 minutes 35 seconds left. Creekery is in solid control of this 1/8 A final. And Bassini is looking good at the moment, 4.7 behind our second place driver, but at this sort of pace, if Hankey makes no mistakes, he will come home comfortably in second. So I'll just keep an eye on him while we follow the lead car. There's no close racing on the track at the moment. I can see Hankey and Bassini both at the same time. 4.7 between them last time round, and now it's up to 5.2. So Hankey seeming to be in control of his second spot. Oh my, and that was our leader, Creekery, who hit a spinning car stuck on the grass, giving it full beans, just escaping the grass as you've seen it on camera. And he's still going to hang on to the lead. But it's squeaky bum time for Creekery. Minding his own business, just doing his laps, collecting a spinning lapped car. And here's our second place driver who's Hankey, with Bassini looking much closer.
Oscarsson's off.
2.9 seconds. Oscarsson is off. He is going to fall back with just under 1 minute to go. That's going to leave first, second, and third fairly comfortable at the moment. So it ain't over till it's over. We're going to carry on following our leader. Oscarsson is out. Mechanic's walking away with his car. He'll take no further part. And this is going to be the most ordinary finish to the race we've had so far. Not a bad thing, because racing has been incredible. We're building it up for the final. 25 seconds left. Looking like it's going to be Cree, Hankey, and Pacini going through. And we'll have 2 more races, and then we'll on lunch break, and we'll come back with the semis. 8 seconds on the clock now. I don't think anyone else is going to get through. They're all finishing as they're going to cross the line. Here he's coming around, not put a wheel wrong, to take the win, Placido Cree. Second place, coming off the top corner now, is going to be Didier Hankey. And your third place driver is Francesco Pacini. And you can hear we have visitors again. EFRA officials. Yeah, EFRA, don't talk. They might know what we're talking about.
Let's publish those results.
Okay. It was me. Wow, we catch our breath now, Paul. Even though it wasn't a nail biter at the end, it was still a good race. And I was going to just say, it sounds awful quiet. But they're down there getting them fired up. We have our first quarterfinal of the day. And I was talking to Patrick Bidet earlier, who bumped up 3 times yesterday into today. And, you know, if you bump up, you only have about 24 minutes to get your car ready for the next run. It's not a lot of time considering how much work these guys do to the car. So if you've bumped up 3 times, that means you've got that thing working good.
Yeah.
You're not going to do a lot of work between them in 20 minutes. I mean, I'm a racer myself, and if I have to work on my car straight up to when I take it to the line, I don't like that. As a lot of my friends will say, I hardly work on my cars at all. I get them to do it all. Some people call it lazy. You know what I call it? Smart. And let's see it. Come on, guys. Let's see what they're talking about. Yeah, very, very sensible chat in our chat room. I like it. Goodbye, EFRA official. Nice lady. I don't know who she is. Do you know who it is, Paul? He's met the nice lady before, but her name escapes him at the moment. So this is our first quarterfinal of the day, and it's the quarterfinal B. And I'm gonna guess here. Well, I don't quite know how they do it. They don't just put the first 7 in the A and the second 7 in the B, do they?
No, does it go 1, 3, 5, 7, 9
I think
into
you're right,
1
yeah.
and 2, 4, 6, 8 in the others?
But there is a disadvantage to going first in the semis. Because in the semis, if you're in the second semi, you will already know what you have to do. Because the first semi will be done, and it's probably more extreme to the winner of the first semi. He will know, for argument's sake, let's just pick a number, he's done 35 laps in a 12 split. So the mechanic can have a stopwatch or be watching the time, our clock tower, and he'll be able to work out, and he'll be able to shout up to his driver, you're looking at doing 35 in a 15. If you don't speed up 3 seconds, you're going to be second on the grid, which for someone like Arnaldi, I think is very important.
Yep.
So he does have an advantage, or maybe it's a very small advantage, of going second. And can you pull up the timetable again to see if the semis are 30 minutes? I believe they are.
Yeah. I'll check
So
that.
not only do we have the advantage of knowing the time you have to beat, but on 30-minute run time, a 30-minute race, fuel then becomes a big issue. You can't just go flat out for 30 minutes with these cars. So you have to drive a certain way. So not only you have to drive a certain way, you have to conserve the fuel, but yet you've got to try to meet this time if you want to go faster than they went in the first semi. Because it's not without reason to say, well, I'm going to guess here and say that they grid them up. No, actually, I'm not even going to guess. Maybe somebody could tell us how they start the grid. Is it times? Or do they take the first place driver from each semi and look at their time, and then that's first and second on the grid? And then they look at the second place driver from each final and look at their time. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, there could be so many different ways, couldn't there?
There is so many, and I don't know what they are, so I'm not going to guess.
And do we know how many drivers actually make the final? Is it 10 or 12?
Yep, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess 10. Again.
6,
Oh, hello.
7.
I'm going to guess 10 because we're running with 10 now.
Yeah. So it could be the top 5 from each.
It'll be 5 and 5. But how they determine the 5, depending on which way they'd use. If they use just outright times, you could have semifinal B starting 6 to 10 because they had a slower run than all of semifinal A. Unlikely, but possible.
Well, we're going to have a busy fact-finding mission over lunch, aren't we?
Yeah, I better take a pen and paper and write it all down because I'm not going to remember all that stuff. It's different with the 1/10 buggy. Been doing that a long time. I understand. I know the rules in that. This is pretty new to me. But they're on the line now, and the number 1 car is about... Well, he's getting closer to the correct starting spot, and we've got no number 4 on the grid. So we're going without a number 4 car, so Isler does not start. A good start from the 1 car, and I see the 4 car in the pits. Right, looking at the live race, it is 1, 2, and 3, then 5, 6, 9, it was 5, 6, 8, 10, 9, and 7. 1, 2, and 3 is Vinder, Vigerding, and Bayer, or Bayer even. Vinder looking to break away already, opening up a small gap on Vigerding in second. Bayer in third, then a small gap back to the 5 car of Hornig. Up the hill goes our leader. Second and third, not too far behind. Into the top corner they go. Hanging a right. Go on, Paul.
I was going to say, can we drop one to the second and third? Brilliant.
Vinder out in front. Vigerding and Bayer having a good battle as they come down the main straight. I'm looking at the computer, and that's the way they come across. Vigerding and Bayer had a trouble coming onto the main straight as Bayer is up on 2 wheels and his car does not look well. In fact, it is pulled over and stopped. Has the body shell stuck underneath his right rear. That might have happened coming on to the main straight, coming off of the Jeep Sweeper last lap around. I turned away to look at the computer and miss all of that action. But it is Vinder out in front. Had a 3.8 second lead last time round. Vigerding in second. So I'm going to guess that Vigerding had made a mistake coming onto the straight, and the 3 car of Bayer had got ahead of him, and they had a little coming together and just touched, or somebody had touched Bayer's shell and tucked it up underneath the right rear wheel.
Well, we're looking at the battle for third.
Okay.
With Hornig in car 5 and Muller in car 6 behind him.
Our leaders coming off the Jeep Sweeper, as coming out of the Samba S's is the battle that you're watching on screen. Vinder out front, Vigerding second, then it's Hornig, Muller, Grigic, Rouillet, Vinkota, Windy Bayer, and a non-starting Isler. Our leader is checked out. Down the main straight he goes. And it's pretty steady gaps between the rest of the field. Just under 17 minutes to go. We are watching the battle for third between Hornig and Sven Muller. Coming off of the top corner. Heading towards the Samba S's, crossing the line now. Up towards the Jeep Sweeper. I'm not going to give you all of their names or times at the moment. It seems like the last few times I've looked up at the computer, I've missed some action.
Well, we've got Grigic all over Muller.
Nearly running into the back of him there. On to the Jeep Sweeper now. Our leader's already at the end of the main straight. That is Vinder. Vinderging is second. Hornig third. Then it's Muller and Grigic. And it was someone off at the end of the straight. That was Grigic in the 8 car. He's going to drop back 3 or 4 places. It's now Vinder, Vigerding, Hornig, Muller, Rouillet, Vinacoto. $15 minutes, 30 seconds left. Not even a quarter way through this. And Ambrosio Vinder, he has a very nice lead of 6.9 seconds over Marco Vigerding. He's got less than a second lead over Maximilian Hornig in third. And then it's Muller fourth, Rouillet fifth.
And that's what we're looking at.
So it's looking like it's shaping up for a 4-way battle for second. Or you could say a 2-way battle for second and a 2-way battle for fourth. We're following the battle for fourth. So that's between Muller and Rouillet. Rouillet, of course, bumped up into the Samba S as they go. Rouillet looking for a way past Muller. Down the main straight they go. The battle for second just ahead of him on the track. You will be catching glimpses of it. Into the top corner they go. It's nearly back to a 4-way battle for second. Onto the Jeep Sweeper they go. Onto the main straight. And it's looking like maybe a pass for second. Indeed, Hornig driving past Vigerding. And now you can see Hornig and Muller right with Vigerding. So it's the 5 car who's made the pass up to second, Hornig. Then it's Vigerding, Muller, and Rouillet. Down the main straight they go. 13.5 minutes left. Into the Sweeper. On to the infield now. Hanging a right, climbing up the hill. The 10 car, Rouillet, having a check up on the brakes. Car slid sideways, dropped back about 2 meters. Closing right back up on this battle for third as they cross the Samba S's now, heading to the Jeep Sweeper. And Rouillet slides out. He's going to fall right back. So now it's just between Vigerding and Muller as Hornig is pulling away. Looking back, someone was off the track. It wasn't our leader. Ambrosio Vinder has a nice, sizable lead, which I can't even tell you yet because they've not crossed the line. It is 12 seconds. And that's the 6 car just gone straight on. That is Muller. I'm going to say had a broken steering because didn't even make an attempt to turn right coming out of the Samba S's. And that's it. He's got no steering. It looks like it's still running. The mechanic's throwing his hands in the air. Just do something. Don't just sit there and look. We've seen it a lot, haven't we, Paul? Mechanic grabs a car and just goes,
What? What do you want me to do? He's bringing it back anyway.
yeah, but how's the driver going to know?
We'd think if the steering had gone, the steering's gone.
Yeah. I mean, if your mechanic was doing his job right, he would have seen what happened as I saw. Although I wasn't watching, I just caught it out the corner of my eye. But it did go straight when it should have turned right and ended up about 20 meters away across two parts of the track. 11:45 left. Let's do a reset. Ambrosio Vinder out in front. Maximilian Hornig in second. And Marco Weigerding is third. The leader has a 13-second lead over Hornig, who has a 2.2-second lead over Weigerding, having a 1.7-second lead over Maxime Rouillet. Vinicoto's not out of it, 2.3 back, with Patrick Windy just 0.4 back, and then it's a bit of a gap, like 6 seconds back to Grigic. So who do you think we should follow, Paul? Exactly.
Who we actually got there? That's 9 and 7. Vinicoto being chased by Wendy, so that's for 5th.
That's for 5th, yes. That's the closest race on the track at the moment. With our leader, who's got a very good lead, trying to pick out his car. Wow, that's... Give me a second while I get my head around it. The leader's been so far out in front, I can't even see where he is. I think I know what the problem is. It looks like part of his number's been rubbed off, or that's like the number 10 who's had his number rubbed off.
Well, that's what was confusing me a couple of minutes ago. It
Yeah.
looks like a number 12, which...
What is that?
No, we've only got 10 out there, so...
Okay. Well, let me watch him as he's crossing the line. I believe that is Ambrosio Vinder, who looks like his number 12 on his car. Indeed it is. So that is a 1. And I don't remember him doing a lot of rubbing, but look at it again, Paul. Definitely strange looking. I don't know how they let that through. Well, I mean, I know how they let that through tech, because they don't tech till after the race.
Yeah, so Harry's got the car we're talking about now.
That's our leader. That's Ambrosio Vinder.
Which is meant to be car number 1.
It is indeed.
And you try and look at the numbering on the side.
It definitely looks like a 12. Get in nice and tight on it, Harry, right here if you can, and you can see.
It'll have to be just a slower corner for Harry to...
I beg your pardon. Well, you'll be able to see how easily we can be confused up here. Because I thought it was a car with orange on it. There's 2 orange cars on the track. By the time I could see the number on the second orange car, it wasn't that, but I'm sure it wasn't that one. Ding dong. Back and forth. Never mind. 8:45 to go. Ambrosio Vinder is way out in front. Wait for Hornig to cross the line. I'm still waiting. 17-second lead. But I think we should follow the 5 and 2 car of Hornig and Weigerding, because they're separated by just 1.5, with Maxime Rouillet just 1.4 back. So he's going to pick up the 5 and 2, and up the hill they go. So that's 5, 2, 10, and 7, all separated by about 4 seconds or so.
With just over 8 minutes to go.
Exactly. You're looking at our second place driver coming out of the sweeper. Turning right up the hill, you should be able to see our third place car going up the hill now after him. Then there's the 4th and the 5th place car not far behind. 7:45 on the clock. This could easily squeeze together as they're coming off of the Jeep sweeper now, and we could have a 4-way battle for second with 7 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. Looking at Hornig going up the hill. I was just about to say he's losing a bit of traction as Weigerding gets a big tank slapper on up the hill, and Rouillet closes right up on them.
Yeah, drop back 1, Harry. Yep.
Dropping back 1 means you're going to see 3, so 3 for 1, down the main straight they go. Like the old saying, the more you spin, the more you save. How's that work? As we were thinking a few laps ago, we now have a 4-way battle for second. Let me see what this... Oh, and that's... Believe it or not, the 5th car that's going to join this party is going to be the leaders coming up to lap all 4 of them battling for second. I thought, hey, wait, that 12 car's going fast. Exactly. Hornig, our second place driver, into the top corner. Then it's Vigerding and Rouillet with Patrick Windy right there in the battle. And if let's think back to what the history has told us today, Paul, for Ambrosio Vinder. Just stay where you are.
Yeah.
Don't go up there, because you could easily lose 20 to 30 seconds if you try to get involved or try to muscle your way through these 4 cars, because they're not going to want to give an inch. 4 cars battling for 2 spots. You do the math. But Vinder's not waiting. He's going to do it. He's going to get involved. This is going to end in tears for somebody. You watch. Well, you are watching. Yeah, I'm here all day. Into the top corner goes this battle with 4 cars battling for second with the leader right behind him. You figure it out. 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Out of the Jeep Sweeper they go. Ambrosio Vinder, do yourself a favor. Just back off and follow.
Number 7, the leader is behind.
And there you go. The referee is starting to tell people to move out the way. So now our leader is in the middle, but maybe they know more than me, and maybe these drivers are good enough that they won't, cause a problem. I don't think they cause a problem on purpose. It's just they're battling so hard. If they just lose traction and slide sideways, they're going to collect our leader and could shove him right into the fence. And we have 5 minutes to go. So it's Hornig, Vigerding, and Rouet with the leader, Vinder, behind him. And then Patrick Windy, who was part of this 4-way battle for second, who's had to give way for our leader. But the refs aren't calling the other cars out of the way. And a little bit of loss of traction coming out of the Jeep Sweeper. And I was watching Vigerding and Rouet, and there's a bump and a tap. Yeah.
Well, at least the leader got around them.
The leader got around him. Hornig is out of trouble now for the moment. He's pulling away. He has the leader between him and the battle for third now. So we're going to carry on with the battle for third, which is Vigerding, Rouillet, and Windy. So these 3 drivers are now battling for 1 transfer spot. Doesn't mean that 2 of them might go, they could go through depending on what happens further up the field. And looking at Hornig's car, it's hooking a lot in these tight corners, and it's picking up the rear inside tire, indicating to me that something's not as they'd like. But this battle into the first corner between Vigerding, Rouillet, and Windy, hanging her right to go up the hill. On the top of the track now, into the top corner. Crossing the line now, and up on 2 wheels goes the 2 car of Vigerding. So that's going to leave the 5 car of Hornig in second, with Rouillet third. So something's happened there that I missed. It's not the first time, won't be the last. Anyways, there's another, again, a 4-way battle for second. And coming onto the straight, 2 of them are over. That was caught on film, so great work by Harry there. But it's going to be the 5 car of Hornig in second. And I think that's the 2 car of Vigerding in third. Indeed, I am correct. Yay me.
Just going to replay what we saw there.
Let's have a look. You see them coming onto the straight now. These 4 cars are battling for second, third. Sliding sideways on the grass, tumbling away down the straight, and only one of them ended back up on the wheels. Okay, now we're going to do a reset with 2 minutes to go. Our leader, Vinder, out in front. He's a lap ahead. Second is Hornig with Vigerding in third. Then there's a bit of a gap to Bayer now, who had trouble early on, is hoping for a chance. 1 minute and 55 seconds to go. And something else has happened now, because it's the 3-car of Bayer. He had just got himself back into contention in 4th place, and his car has broken down. We're watching the battle for second between Hornig and Vigerding. They're hanging a right going up the hill, and not too far back from that is Rouillet in 4th. Shame for Bayer. He just fought himself back into contention, and then his car broke down. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Down the main straight goes this battle through the sweeper. You might be able to just catch a glimpse of it. Rouillet there in 4th. And then it is the 7-car of Patrick Windy. So nearly these 4 cars back together for a 4-way battle for the final transfer spots with 50 seconds left. On to the main straight they go. It's definitely a 3-way battle for second position now, and not far back is Patrick Windy. So these guys are going to duke it out again with 35 seconds to go. Yeah, it's going to be close. I'm not going to say they're not going to do this lap and one more. Looking at the time, they're going to be crossing the line. Some of them will make it through, and some of them won't. At the moment, it's Hornig, Vigerding, Bayer, and Windy. And Windy up the inside of Rouillet, but then giving up the position. Windy's out. Rouillet goes for a bonsai move, ends up on the grass. 5 seconds on the clock. First place has been decided. And here comes the battle. It's going to be non-eventful to the line. Oh, and as I say that, it is Windy that's going to go through in the... it's Hornig and Vigerding going to go through. Let's see who that is upside down. I think it's Vigerding. It's the 2-car, indeed, of Vigerding, spinning up, landing on his roof, luckily triggering the line, and goes through to the final transfer spot.
Just see that last corner.
Let's see that again. You can see he's coming in, up on 2, and triggers the line just in time. Yeah. He did it. Just speaking to one of the track helpers here, asking some questions about that, watching our replay. Whew. And look, here's the winner. Look at this. You can see a nice close-up of his car, Paul. How is that a number 1? He's just put the number 1 over a 12, hasn't he?
Why would you do that?
Well, I guess he was so far in front he didn't mind about us not being able to recognize his car easily with the big number on the side. Maybe it was too much effort to pull the old one off, or maybe the old one was stuck so good that it couldn't take it off. Or maybe there is no reason. Anyhow, one more race, and then we get our lunch break, and we go into the semis. So it's the quarterfinal A. Cast my eyes up and see who's in this. Matthew Brerier, Hessel Roskam, Soren Bang, Matthias Domig, Michael Weiser, Pinto Ferreria, Roland Juff, Placido Cricri, Didier Hankey, and Francesco Piscini. Stumbled through that list of drivers, didn't I? Don't agree so easily, Paul. And Andrew Marker saying the 5-car got so lucky. Absolutely. Marcel van der Graaf, very close. Yes. Van der Graaf again. If it was a second line, he was out. You are correct, but it was the first line. Andrew Marker. All right, everyone. I got to get some sleep. Thanks for joining us, Andrew. You'll be able to watch this when you wake up. It'll be up on the YouTube channel. Well,
How's the beer crates this morning?
not bad. I'm only using them in between racing, and there's no way I could sit down and speak and watch this stuff. I've got to look back and forth between the two windows, and then up to my right to see the timing screen. And I was just thinking about it. What also makes it a little bit more difficult, especially if we get cars 8, 9, and 10 involved in the mix, was just 20 minutes ago they were a different number for the same name in another race.
Right drivers on the rostrum.
So your brain, well, maybe not yours or you people out there watching, but I can tell you my brain gets confused. We're doing our best. We're having a great time. You know, thank you to our sponsors, Jeep and Samba, and of course EFRA for having us here. And all you viewers out there, without all you guys watching, we wouldn't be here. And I consider myself very lucky to be in this position. And I just, any time I have any sort of doubts, I just look up the mountain. And wow. If you ever get a chance to come to this track, you should do it. You could, I mean, they have lots and lots of big races here. It is, I mean, I looked at some videos before I came and pictures and stuff, and it's not what I thought. It's way better. I knew it was in a valley. I knew it was close to mountains, but it's just the way that the valley runs north and, let me get this right, north and south, the valley runs, and the sun comes east to west, almost directly. They're almost perfectly perpendicular. So as soon as the sun comes over that mountain, you're bathed in sunshine for a good part of the day. And yeah, you couldn't find much better places in the world to come be and watch radio control car racing. Okay, enough of that. We got some trouble on the warm-up lap, and it's for the 7 car. And who is the 7? It's Roland JFF. Roland Yiff. Maybe it's Yiff. Roland Yiff?
Yiff.
Roland Yiff. I hope he gets that car started. They've taken it over to the table, and it looks like, yeah, that's fine. Oh no, that was the 1 car. Honestly, if you ever get a chance, you gotta watch this. It's like organized, absolute chaos. You can hear them shouting. People are shouting. But what happens is they do their warm-up, and they choose whatever spot they want in pit lane, right? So it could be number 1 at the beginning, or it could be number 8 at the beginning. They do the warm-up, and they come back. The mechanic picks it up, has a look at the driver. If they're happy, they put the cars back down. Now, 1, 2, and 3 went out, but 4 wasn't quite ready, so the pit lane controller is saying, 4. Just anyways, here we go. 5 seconds to the start. They all appear to be there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And a good start at the front. Into the first corner they go. Nice and clean through there. But we do only have 9 cars on the track. Well, you count them, Paul. I'm trying to watch. Thank you. Please, I don't want to be rude about it. I believe there's only 9 on the track.
There are only 9, yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Down the main straight they go. The first time in anger. Matthew Bier out front, followed by Hessel Roskam in second. Soren Bang in third. Then it is Matthias Domig and Pinto Ferreira in fifth.
And it's Roland Yiff who hasn't made it to the track.
Okay, as we thought. Our leader, Bier, having a nice run down the straight. Roskam second, Bang third, and Domig in fourth. A small gap back to the 5 car of Hankey. In fact, that's the 5th place car, but that's the 9 car of Hankey. So a good start for Hankey, who did bump up. Down the main straight they go. First, second, and third closing up a little bit with a tiny gap back to Domig in fourth. And then there is a bit of a gap back to our fifth place driver. Into the top corner they go. Roskam now getting his wiggle on, closing right up on Pierre and dropping Bang just a bit. On the main straight they go, coming off the Jeep sweeper. Into the first corner sweeper, a big left-hand sweeper before they go back onto the right-hand side. Then they turn right, go up the hill as I call it, into the top of the track, calling this the top corner. Heavy braking area. Roskam definitely quicker through there and that corner. Into our Samba S's, crossing the line. And onto the Jeep sweeper. Hessel, Roskam looking racy up the inside. Briere doing the right thing. Roskam was committed. He was going through, getting the job done. Good job, Roskam, to the point. Roskam in the lead. Briere second. Bang third. And Domig in fourth. First and second now, having a bit of a gap over Soren Bang in third. Domig in fourth. Then there's a nearly a straight, main straight lead over Hankey in fourth. Our leader Roskam in the top corners now, heading towards the Samba S, crossing the line now. 17 minutes and 10 seconds. Can't believe there's less than 3 minutes gone. This is our last race before lunch. First and second are definitely opening up a gap on Soren Bang in third. Let's get him across the line. We'll give you some gaps now. So Roskam crossing the line. Roskam has a 0.7 second lead over Briere, who has 1.2 second lead over Soren Bang, and 0.7 second lead over Matthias Domag.
And we're now looking at Bang in third and Domig in fourth.
So this is the battle for the final transfer spot. And Bang up on two wheels. Nice save. It's going to hold the position, but lose a chunk of track space to the battle for the lead. 16 minutes and 10 seconds left. Roskam in the lead in the 2 car. Matthew Briere in second. Soren Bang third. And Matthias Domag fourth. We still have Hankey fifth, with Weiser 6th, Creakery 7th, Pacini 8th, Ferreira 9th. $15 minutes, 30 seconds left. Now Roskam is stamping his authority on this race with a 1.4 second lead over Briere, who has a 1.9 second lead over Bang, who has a rear view mirror full of Domig. Not even 1/4 way through this quarterfinal A. We're watching the race for third between Bang and Domag. Domag getting a little bit squirrely on power coming off of the Samba S's. No problem off the Jeep sweeper now at the end of the main straight. Through this big left-hand sweeper, finally onto the right-hand side corners. Up the hill they go. Now they don't have the same technical bit we were talking about earlier. Couldn't think of any better way to say that. Where in the semifinals you have more of an advantage being in the A than the B, because you'll know what times you have to do. Here.
And that is Bang.
Oh,
just
dear.
Stopped.
Soren Bang has stopped, indeed. Thank you very much for Paul. His mechanic is also his wife, and she is sprinting out there. And that is terrible luck for Soren. I know him and his wife and children are here on a bit of a holiday. She's trying to start it. 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 pulls, and she's instructed to bring it to the pits. Terrible, terrible luck. That's going to be the end of that.
So Domig is now third in car 4, is he? No. don't think so.
Roscam is our leader. Briere second. Hankey now up to third.
Car 9.
Yeah, so out of our sight when we were watching to see what happened with Soren's car, Domig, who was fourth, who should have been third, we look back and it's our bump-up driver of Hankey making his way into the third and final transfer spot.
And car 4 of Domig is, I'd have said, 3-4 seconds behind.
It does look that way. It is Roscam crossing the line now. Briere crossing the line now. Here comes Hankey over the line now. And then Domig, who's crossing the line now. But he's got Creekery. Oh, in fact, it's changed. Weiser now fourth. Creekery fifth. Domig in sixth.
Hankey had a spin at the end of the sweeper.
Well, that's going to make a very close battle for our third and final transfer spot. At the moment, it's Hankey, but not too far behind him is Weiser and Creekery, but Domig is dropping back at an alarming pace. So I didn't see whether he's made a mistake or not. Anyways, Hankey now seeming to be okay with it while they're battling for fourth. And it's going to be, I think, Weiser that comes through. No, I checked that. Creekery still third, Weiser 4. Down the main straight they go. And Hankey definitely having the better of these guys because they were right with them one lap ago. And he's just pulled away from them. And our one car's going very slow. And into the pits. Matthew Briere having a trouble. We're going to have a new second place driver. It is going to be DTA Hankey now. Pardon me. And that's going to put Creekery in third. No, that is... Yeah,
Yep,
indeed.
Yeah. Creekery in third with Weiser in fourth. That's cars 8 and 5 on your screen.
Domig has stopped on the track.
With 10:52 to go.
So we're not even halfway through. Let me do a reset on the brain because I was watching what's going on, and I could see Roscam coming around, and as I looked back at the track, I could see Brewery all of a sudden going slow, and I just couldn't compute it in my mind. So it's Roscam in the lead now. Creekery up to second. So DDA Hankey has had trouble, and that must have been what the mechanic was out there fetching on the track as I'm trying to get my brain straight on all of this. So it's the 8-car Creekery at the end of the main straight is second. Let me see if that's the 5-car Weiser. According to the computer on the time, it is. So it's Roscam, Creekery, Weiser. And then it is Piscini in fourth in the 10-car. But he's way back. He's 11 seconds back. We've got the 9-car in the grass, but that is Hankey now. So he's off the track again. And from what we've seen earlier, normally if a car goes off twice like that, it's something wrong. These drivers are too good just to keep making mistakes like that. It normally means the car's broken. Right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars left running. We did only start with 9, so we've lost 4 cars. Okay.
And 3 of the 5 are going to bump up.
Exactly. I was just trying to do the math in my own head, but clearly your brain's working better than mine at the moment. But in the lead, Hessel Roscam, who had a really tough qualifying, was really, really down on himself, but he did have 2 of his 3 qualifying runs on the first day where a small part had broken on the car and it made it extremely undrivable.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Thought it was me. Okay, it's Roskam out in front. He's got a 15-second lead. And Placido Cricri in second. And 2.4 seconds further down the road is Michael Wieser. So that's the 8 and 5. Now let's see how far Piscini is behind in fourth. He is 11 seconds behind. So I think if we follow 8 and 5, please, because provided nothing happens to these guys, they will go through. And the 9 car of Hankey has gone back out on the track, and it's just spun straight back off again. So, you know, you got to admire him. He probably knows, with only 5 cars left on the track, he could still have a chance if something happens, as long as there's enough time for him to make those laps back up. But it's almost at the point now where there's not enough time. So we're following the 8 car at the moment, who is a bump-up driver in second, looking at the transfer spot. And then third is not far behind him, so that's Roskam in the lead, Cricri second, Wieser third, and Piscini in fourth. But Piscini last time round, well, I can't tell you at the moment because he's not triggered the lap yet. Here comes Piscini. Let's get him across the line and tell you how far he is behind our third place driver. 11.3 seconds. 7 minutes left. Hessel Roskam is starting to close in on the third place driver. So Hessel is a smart driver. Hessel Roskam, that is a very smart driver. He will know where he's at and where he needs to be, and he will not take any chances. In fact, you can see that he's taken it, I'm not going to say steady, but he's doing what he needs to do. And sometimes when you're doing that, you can put in the quickest lap times when you're trying to drive the safest. Pushing hard doesn't always mean you're going the fastest. 6 minutes and 15 seconds left. Roskam out in front. Cricri second, Wieser third. 2.8 between second and third. And there's 13 seconds between our final transfer driver, Michael Wieser, and our fourth place driver, Francesco Piscini. Just under 6 minutes left. And with only 5 cars on the track, so far.
Oh, and Cricri had a bit of a wobble there.
Okay.
And therefore, Wieser will have closed up there.
Indeed he has. And if you can catch a glimpse of it, it's Roskam behind these 2 drivers for second and third. And he's not looking to get involved. He'll just hold his position there, I believe. You know, he'll know that he's going to go through to one of the semis, and the highest up the grid he can get is the position he's in, which will put him 8th on the grid, as 7 drivers have gone straight through. 5 minutes left now, and Cricri has got things steadied down now and holding his own. And it's a 12-second gap between Wieser and Piscini in fourth. So as it stands, things are looking pretty stable. It doesn't mean it's not going to change, but we're going to have to see somebody fly off the track, make a bad mistake, or have a mechanical failure for things to change. Because I can't see anyone really making a big difference. You know, no one's going to close anyone down to make a difference. You know, you might see Wieser close in on Cricri, but it's just going to mean the difference between 9th and 10th on the grid in the semi. And as we spoke about earlier, Paul, why would you chance it?
It doesn't make any sense at all.
It doesn't, because between 9th and 10th in the semi is not that big a deal, but between 10th and the semi and packing your stuff to go home, that is a big deal.
There's a lot of shouting out there again.
Can you hear it? Yes. and I couldn't tell you one word that was said. I did see Piscini now just have a mistake coming into the Jeep Sweeper. And Roskam is now very close to the third place driver. So our first place driver, Roskam, has cruised right up to Weiser. And Weiser has to give way, as that's the rule. Got to let's call it the leader through. I'll see if I can't find out during the lunch break whether you have to let the faster car go through or whether the person holding the higher position in the race has precedence. And Paul and I had spoken about this earlier, and let's say you are the leader and you're, I don't know, let's say 15 seconds ahead of second, but the third place driver is behind the leader on the track, so in theory a lap down. If he's going faster than the leader, does the leader have to move out the way? And it does happen in some form of racing. When I was at the 1/10 Buggy World Championships in Japan in 2015, Bruno Coelho was leading the race and was told to move out of the way for a lapped car that was quicker. And he thought that, well, he was leading the race. It wasn't a lap car. He was leading the race, but he had started like fourth on the grid or something. And the first place car, for instance, had crashed and then got behind him and was doing faster lap times than Bruno, and Bruno was asked to move out of the way. And I spoke to Bruno about it, and he didn't understand. He said, why should I have to move out the way? I was being called at the leader. But the rules state in that class you have to let the faster car go through, not necessarily the car that's leading. So that's what I'll try to clarify. Does that make sense, Paul?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Good. Thought for a second I didn't explain it well. And we have a mechanic running. I think it's for the 6 car. Yes, it is. It looks like a 9 when he turns it over. Yep, it indeed becomes a 6. So there's not really a lot to tell you. You can see on your timing screens on the screen, on whatever device, TV, hopefully a large screen TV with beautiful surround sound. Hessel Roskam is our leader. Placido Cricri is second, and Michael Weiser is third. And at the moment, with 1 minute to go, with Francesco Piscini being 16.5 seconds behind our third place driver, that's the way it's going to end unless some serious drama happens. And did we get our microphone working outside?
Yes.
Paul?
Yeah.
I'll try to grab Roskam as he comes down off the rostrum then for the first interview of the day. I don't think we had time to catch our breath on the other ones, do we? Or maybe I just didn't think about it. Well, it is what it is. 20 seconds left on the clock. We go to our lunch break after this, which is, what did we say? It's 53 minutes again, Paul? Something like that?
It's not going to be that now because we're behind time. It's going to be about 25 minutes.
Really? Okay, then. So I'll go get you guys' lunch prepared. You do what you got to do. Shall I grab Hessel or shall we leave it because we're short of time? Shall we leave it?
I think that's probably best.
Yeah. No, I hadn't realized we were running that far behind. Time is up. Weiser has come home in third. No one else is going to catch him. Roskam's going to win. Cricri is going to end up in second. We'll let this one run out to the end. We have some housekeeping and technical stuff to do. Grab ourselves a bit of lunch, and we'll be back, I don't know, half an hour or so. And we'll go into semifinals. So we will see you then.
Weißt du, ich habe nicht mehr verstanden, warum wir in die Türkei runtergegangen sind. Eine Frau, zwei Kinder, oder? Ein Koffer ist angekommen, und die nicht, oder? Nein, ja, Hochzeit. Das sind wir auch, oder? Und dann die Woche ist auf der Koffer irgendwie, wo wir mit dem Bus wieder auf den Flughafen gegangen sind, ist der Koffer vom Flughafen nach der Zeit. Dat is 5 Tage später, toen we daar zitten, dan de koppen weer eigenlijk. Ja, dat is nog een tijd, hoor. Ja, vooral niet gehouden staan natuurlijk. Hallo? 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 Maar wat is je nu de voorwerp voor de mensen, dat ik dingen is een goed idee. Dat is wel meer aan mensen van nou en zo is het dus ik straks in de kamer ja. Ja, ik ga maar rijden. De laatste die andere auto wel eigenlijk wordt het is nog die laatste week er al voor de auto dat is probleem ja joh is alles dat ik wat kan ook tegen voor deur wat ja het gaat wel van ja geen probleem kom Ding kan ja Bobby Wasco. Ja, dat is
Only one question. Who is that now? Formula or GT? In the program there is Formula. Ok, sì, ma là no, là ci siamo noi col GT. Ok, but in the monitor there is GT, no Formula.
in de timetabel.
Okay, in the time schedule there is Formula. But in the monitor, in the tractor, there is GT now. Ok, sta
2010 was the program, or we still what is the
Ah, no, that's not sbagliato.
Normally Formula 1
or Formula 1?
we
Okay.
allora time
Okay. Ci sono sbagliate le date di video, ma rimane confermato il programma di tempo.
No, perché deve essere il Formula, l'abbiamo visto noi e ci siamo messi dai giusti. Ah, l'abbiamo messo noi. Programma è soltanto un errore.
Formula 1
Grazie.
Hello, welcome back. Our short lunch break. Well, that was tight. The Formula One cars, the first semifinal is warming up, and yeah, like a lot of the other things, it's pretty chaotic. But I can tell you, I've learned some more information, Paul. It's great when you talk to people. You learn stuff. By the track, they have a decibel meter. And for this, every car has to fall within a certain level of noise because of noise pollution and all that sort of stuff. And I'll be pleased to tell you that every single touring car passed. Yep. But I'll also be interested to tell you every single Formula One car failed. Not one Formula One car has passed the sound test. Now, interesting enough, talking with the EFRA representatives, they said there's no point in taking everyone's fastest time away and making enemies. Clearly that these people didn't come to this race armed with the ability to change things, because that's their current rules, and this is the first time they've combined the two, but they will be changing the rules for next year. So that's quite interesting. Now, secondly, I was talking with Dallas, the referee, and saying, right, what's the rules on moving out the way of a faster car? And he said, in qualifying, in every form of racing, you must let the faster car go through, regardless of what position you're in. So you might be the leader, you might be, 10 seconds clear of the field, and you've got fourth place car who's ripping around behind you. You've got to move out of his way because you're not allowed to block other drivers. In the finals, though, that's different. You don't have to move out of someone's way because they're racing, but you run the risk then of someone running into you. So as we saw a couple of times during those earlier finals, we had the leader coming around to lap, like a battle for second, third, or fourth, or whatever. And once or twice the leader got caught up in something. Well, that's the risk you choose to take yourself. I mean, now, again, if the leader's coming up behind a gaggle of cars and he's faster than them, they will ask those cars to move out the way, but you're putting yourself at risk of collision. Anyhow, there you go. Up next, after our shortened lunch break, and wow, that was, we literally walked over there, sat down, and basically got our food and brought it straight back and scoffed it down, and here we are. We spent more time walking and waiting than we did eating, didn't we? But we got the first semi-final of the Formula One cars, and the only reason they have straight to semis is because that's the amount of cars that they have, just enough to fill two semi-finals. Okay, well, clearly something's wrong here. As I'm looking, wait, let me see. Oh, wait, no, sorry, it is the F1 final. I was looking up there and it said TC, and I'm like, no, it can't be TC because it's F1, but it is F1. And Kevin Stegmuller, who I'm sure was racing in the other class as well, must be doing both classes, as it is a completely separate event. Although it's being run right alongside, it is technically a separate event, and I don't see why you wouldn't be able to participate in both. Okay, saying that, looking at the grid, and number 2 is way out of position. 30 minutes. I don't know. I should have asked those questions. Here we go, the first semi-final of the week underway. Oh my goodness, there's a huge crash on the straight. Oh dear, oh dear. Wow, I mean, it's... Well, I don't know if Harry caught that, but I think it was about the fourth place car spun sideways onto the grass, and as he came back onto the track, he provided a perfect takeoff ramp for one of the Formula One cars. And we've got all sorts of cars all over, all out of position. I'm going to let this settle down for a couple of minutes. I'm sure it's the one car in the lead, but it's all mixed up already. Paul's gone off to find out how many cars bump up. Might be a little bit different in the Formula One cars. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to have to get my head around this. I'll talk to Paul when he comes back. We've got 12 cars on the track. Okay, so yeah, I'm getting it straight in my mind. There was about, 20, 24 cars, Formula One cars here in total, so they went straight into the semis, all cars. And we're going to guess it's going to be 12 into the final, so 6 from this and 6 from the next, but Paul's gone to find out. Okay, it is number 1 in the lead, Kevin Stegmuller. So I'll see if that's the car that young Harry is following. But it's pretty chaotic scenes here. We have cars all over the track, completely spread out in every direction. And it is the one car down the main straight, and that's the 11 car that's in front of him. He is not in contention, so therefore he was asked to move out of the way, and move out of the way he does. So the running order is Stegmuller, Glure, Keller, Boulay, Gilles Martin, Cernak, Grammer, Grant, Suter, Richard, Prochaska, and Selfie, yeah. But it is the one car out in front. And already Stegmuller has a 7.9 second lead. So if we could find the number 2 and 4 car, please. Yes, it's going to be a little bit tougher on this than it is anything else. And it's easier for me to look at the camera than it is to try to figure it out. And there they are. That is the battle for second between Glure and Keller. They're separated by that much, which is, a third of a second or so. Samuel Boulay is in 4th, but he has 3.5 seconds back in the 5 car. And as I looked at him, he was up on 2 wheels. This is your battle for second. It's a 30-minute race, so it's a long time. And I think this is going to be about the limit that these cars can do. So fuel is an issue. It's not just a flat-out race. You have to be careful with your fuel economy. And then for the final, for the Formula One cars, they do a 50-minute race with 1 fuel stop. The touring cars do no fuel stops. They run a 30-minute race, and fuel economy is a big issue to them as well. And our number 1 car of Stegmuller is down the main straight. He's got a sizable lead as we're still waiting for 2nd and 3rd to cross the line. Here they come now. The gap is 17 seconds for our leader, with 25 minutes and 20 seconds left. So it's less than 5 minutes gone, and he's got a 17-second lead. It's going to be, the field will be very spread out. Our battle for second. Crossing the line now, coming out of the Samba S's into the Jeep Sweeper. It's the red and white number 2 and the blue and white number 4 of Marcus Glure and Sebastian Keller. They're up at the top of the track now. And down on the tight infield, hanging a right and a left onto the Samba S's. And Glure up on 2 wheels there. Keller's going to get a bit closer as they come through the Jeep Sweeper. Down the main straight they go. Into the first corner. It's a big, long left-hand sweeper before they switch to 2 right hands and then climb up the hill. Paul is back now, hopefully with some fabulous information for us. Let him get sorted, get his headphones on, and turn his microphone up, and he'll tell us.
Right, okay, so it's the top 5 qualify, not the top 6.
Right.
Even though there's 12. And it's the top 5 from each semi-final, but on their times. So it could well be 1 through 5 from the B
Yep.
is in front of 1 through 5 from the A.
Right. So it's purely time that sets the grid order,
Yep.
but it's your finishing position that sees you through to the final.
That's right, yes.
And that's pretty much as we had spoken about earlier was one of the options it could have been. And I can tell you, Paul, after just 6.5 minutes, our leader has nearly a 20-second lead.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's Mr. Stegmuller is, I'm going to say, lapped the field at least twice. But we're following the battle for second. That is between Glure and Keller, who have been separated by a second or less for the entire 7 minutes of the race. Still 22 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
And he's just been overtaken.
He's up on 2 wheels
Oh.
and overtaken there.
Again.
What was that twice?
Mr. Keller got in front of Mr. Glore, and then they swapped over again
I see.
in the period of 2 seconds.
That's racing for you. At the end of the main straight, into the far sweeper. What we'll do is we'll just follow this because it's a pretty good battle at the moment, although they're drifting apart as I speak. We'll have a look at the 5th and 6th places. In fact, I'll have a look now if Harry just carries on where he's at. Your running order: Stegmuller, Glore, Boulay, Keller, who Keller has dropped back, and Gilles Marty. So it's between Marty and Cernak at the moment as to who's going to go through, and it's a pretty big gap. I'm waiting for it, and I'm still waiting. Could be here a while, and I'm still waiting. Still waiting. It's 22 seconds. 22 seconds between 5th and 6th. Oh dear.
With 21 minutes to go.
Exactly. I mean, this is a new class. It does take a while until things settle themselves down and you get a group of drivers, say, European-wide, where you can have some good competition. That's not to say we're not going to have good competition in the final, but it's not going to be the depth of the quality that we have in the touring car class. So at the moment, the top 5 are safe. But Keller Sebastian on a long lap in the 4 car, a very long lap. It's gone into a long start time or a long check-in time. Means that we've got a new 5th place driver. So that 20 seconds was been erased. So now it's Stegmuller, Glure, Gilles Marty, Boulay, and Suter. Albeit Suter some 18 seconds behind the 4th place. But then it's Cernak, who is 6.5 or 6.6 seconds behind Suter in 6th. So that could shape up to be a good battle as we get closer and closer to the end of this race. Wow, as we're still trying to get our food digested down our throats because we had to cram it down in the shortened lunch break. And we try to get our head around this craziness going on the track. So I'm trying to see who...
And car 2 briefly leaves the track onto the grass, but has now come straight back up.
Okay. I'm looking what the camera's looking at, and indeed there is the 2. Let me look at the computers. Oh, it's the 3 versus the 2 now. So Gilles Marty is up to second in the 3 car. Marcus Glure in third in the 2 car. But if I get my memory correct, indeed it was. So that's the 3 car at the top of the hill. He's the one that on the start of the race, he lost traction and the car slid to the right onto the grass. And as he rejoined the track, a car used his car as a jump and launched through the air, and he went right to the back of the field. And from the back of the field, he's managed to work his way all the way back up to second. Let's have a look at some lap times.
Ooh. And the car number 12 there taking out car number 2.
Looking at the lap times between Stegmuller and Giomarti. And Stegmuller looking to have the better lap time by 0.3 of a second. But at the moment, their current lap times, they're within 100th of a second of each other. But they are separated. Well, I can't give you the gap yet. I got to get them across the line. And I'm looking for the second place car, who's easy to identify because he's driving Red Bull colors. And it's a big gap. It might even be more than a lap. Looking for the one car. Okay, it is more than a lap. Indeed it is. So Stegmuller, our leader, has over a lap lead on our second place driver, because there's our leader climbing up the hill, and there's our second place car, and he is a lap down. So our leader has over a lap on the entire field. We have 17 minutes left. Running order is Stegmuller, Giomarti, Glure, Boulay, Richner now up to 5th.
In car 7.
In car 7. And I was just looking to see what the gap between Richner and Cernak is, and it is 3.2 seconds. And check that, it's 4.1. I still can't see the running order on my computer because I asked them to change it, and with the language barrier, it's just safer to leave it like that. Okay, we're getting close to halfway through this race, and we're still going to just let things settle down for a bit, but maybe, here's an idea, Paul. Why don't we follow car number 7?
That's what we are following at the minute.
Fabulous. See, I can't even see the screen, so.
Only for about a lap, that's all, not more.
Okay, and he is 4.9 ahead of Jean-Philippe Cernak in the 9 car. I can see the camera now. Let me just pick up the 7 car. It must be the red one. Indeed it is. And, well, Cernak now dropping back, so all that's gone to pot. It's the number 8 car now in 6th. 5 cars bumping up, so what we're going to do at the moment is we're going to look at the car in 5th and then see how far behind the car in 6th is. Our leader's way out. He's a lap ahead of everyone. 15 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. So we're following the red car, the number 7 of Roland Richner, who is in the final bump up position. And it's the 8 car that is in 6th. Now I can't see the numbers on a lot of these cars. I think they've done a lot of rubbing Paul, and literally rubbed the numbers off. Let me have a look here. 9, 3, and there's the 8. So that's why I couldn't see, because on the left-hand side of the car, his number is completely rubbed off. So that's the orange car here. There is a number 8, chasing down the red car, which is coming towards the Samba S's now. Time-wise, that is about 14 seconds.
So more than half a lap.
More than half a lap, indeed. He's about to cross the line now. Is Rudolf Grammer, and he's done that, and it's a little bit less than I thought. I was trying to do the math, and it is just over 11 seconds. So nearly half a lap difference between our our 5th and 6th place driver. But at the moment, our 5th place driver, who is Roland Richner is in traffic while Rudolf Grammer in 6th is enjoying a bit of clear track. So I'll have to have a look at some lap times here, but last time round, oh dear. Well, last time around they both did their quickest lap, but the quickest lap for Richner was a 26.2 compared to a 27.3 for Gramner. So it's looking like that's where the big drop-off is. Uh-oh, and it's going to change now because it's not going to change, but we have fuel stops taking place. I hadn't realized they were going to make a fuel stop on a 30-minute final.
No, so there could well be 2 stops in a 50-minute final.
Yeah. What they had told us earlier was there was a mandatory single stop
In the final.
in the final. So therefore, we assumed that they could do 30 minutes without a fuel stop. And as I told you yesterday about the word assume, and drivers are being told off, when you fuel your car, you have to take it on the other side of the little wooden barrier in the pit lane. Oh my God, look, there's a body shell there's a Formula 1 car coming down the pit lane with a body shell flapping up, straight up in the air. Sorry, I'm just watching in amazement here. Have a look at what's going on down here, Paul. This car here came down with the body shell like that. And the guy was sort of just poking at it. Like, wasn't really doing anything. And then the pit lane person came over and said, you're not allowed to work on your car on that side of the pit lane. You have to take it towards the workbench behind them. Okay, so we're learning a lot about this class. So some people had said that they could probably go 50 minutes on a tank of fuel. That's why we're a little bit unsure of what's going on, but maybe they choose to run a smaller fuel tank and make an extra stop to not carry the weight. I don't know. Anyhow, it's still Kevin Stegmuller out in front, and he's showing as plus a lap. Well, plus 140.
Well, because our car, Richner, car 7, has had a pit stop, he's no longer in 5th. He's now dropped to 7th. With Greyhamer, car 8, in position 5.
Indeed.
Car 8. Thanks, Harry. And we've got 10 minutes and 54 seconds to go. As we do follow our 5th place man, Rudolf Greyhammer from Austria. As he just goes down the long straight into the first corner.
Okay, we'll have a brain reset again and try to figure this out. Stegmuller still in the lead, followed by Giamarti, Glure, Boulet, and Greyhammer. That's the top 5. Greyhammer, the 8 car, is 3 point something before it just changed on the computer. Ahead of the 6th place driver, and with 5 cars transferring to the final, that puts Greyhammer in the hot seat. 10 minutes left, so we're already 20 minutes in. We still have one more semifinal, and this is rough. This is pretty rough to try to figure out what's going on with all this action. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I thought I just saw Richner and car 7 overtake Greyhammer in car 8.
Okay, let's have a look. According to the progress chart, they are very close together on the track. And there's the 7 car, and you would absolutely be correct.
So we have to move 1 car ahead now, Harry, to car 7, who's in the 5th place. And already there's quite a distance between him and Greyhammer in car 8 in 6th.
According to the computer, it's 1.4 in time.
I should get an update on that now.
So again, this was a battle that was going on earlier. They weren't very close to each other, but it was the number 7 in the red car versus the number 8 in the orange car. That was the battle a little while ago for the final transfer spot, albeit they had a long way to go. Not so far to go now. You know, we're only 8 minutes and 20 seconds left, and they are separated by 3.3 seconds.
So about a second a lap there.
Exactly. When I look at their lap times, let me get it right. When I look at the lap times, Richner was going about a second a lap quicker, and on the last lap, Richner was 0.7, nearly 0.7 of a second a lap quicker. So it was looking like it was settling down, and that was going to be no race for the final transfer spot. But that's not to say it's not going to become interesting, because there's still 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go, and you could have mechanical failures and cars sliding off the track and all sorts of stuff going on. And it's such a busy thing, and as I'm saying that, it looks like Grammer is off the track at the first corner. Indeed it was. And as you see on our timing screen, well, on the MyRCN one I'm looking at, it goes to a shaded gray, which shows it's a longer lap than it normally would have been. And indeed, we have a change for the 6th place. Sebastian Keller now in the 4 car up to 6, but he is 16 seconds behind our 5th place driver of Roland Richner. 7 minutes to go. It's still Stegmuller out in front. He has led from the off quite comfortably. At the moment, he's showing us 2 laps clear of the field with 6 minutes and 40 seconds left. Gilles Marty second, Marcus Glure third, Samuel Boulet fourth, Roland Richner in the 5th and final transfer spot. And I'm looking at the one machine who is by far the class of the field. He's lapped everyone. Well, it's showing it's 2 laps clear of everyone. 51 laps to 53 of his. His quickest lap is about 0.4 quickest than the next quickest car. But his average time is nearly a second quicker a lap than everybody else. That would indicate as to why he's that much further ahead. So I'm looking at the 4 car now, and that's Sebastian Keller, who I believe was just up into the 6th place. And he has a broken front wing. But he's carrying on. I mean, it's got to be tough to drive with the front end of the car sticking up in the air and the wing dragging on the ground. 5 minutes and 20 seconds left. Stegmuller is our leader, followed by Gilles Marty, Glure, Boulet, and Richner. The gap between Richner and Grammer, according to my computer, I can't tell you yet, unless it is indeed +1 lap. 5 minutes left. Right, the difference between Richner and Gramner, still can't tell you. It's looking like it is over a lap. It's going to say plus 32 seconds. That means it is a lap and a little bit.
For a long shortcut, car number 10.
Okay, number 10's being asked to do a stop and go penalty. And we've got another car over. I'm just chuckling because the driver yelled and the mechanic ran to the bridge, took 3 steps up the bridge and stopped. And then the driver yelled again, and then he shot off running to collect the, looks like the 11 car of Mark Grone. 4 minutes left. Still the same top 5 drivers in the top 5 position.
And we're following the 5th driver, the last driver to get bumped up into the final.
Okay, that's Roland Richner in the 7 car, and he is a lap ahead of the car in 6th. So it's looking like this is going to be it if things stay as they are. So it's going to have to be someone really crashing off the track really bad, and that can't be righted within 30 seconds, or a mechanical failure. And looking at our leader, Stegmuller is 54 seconds ahead of our second place driver, so that's over 2 laps clear. Right at the 3-minute mark.
Seeing as he seems to be going perfectly all right, should we follow the leader for a lap?
I think that'd be a good idea.
Deserves that.
He's going up to the Jeep sweeper now and on to the main straight. Stegmuller has driven flawlessly. I've not been watching him, but if you look at his lap times and his steady progression, I said in the beginning, after 5 laps or so, he's on target, if he carries on with this pace, to lap the field twice, and that's exactly what he's done. And if we think back to qualifying, it was Stegmeyer versus Utz, wasn't it? And there's another car in the grass. So some of these, there's some good mechanics, these ones. They are really working hard.
Well, there was a big accident just in front of car 7 then, our 5th bump up, but he got round that up fine, so he's still okay.
Okay. Well, a bit of luck for him. It doesn't take much. You only need the a lapped car in front of you to go off and take you with them. And then that can be the end of you proceeding to the final. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. And I see a broken car. Which number is that? That is number 4?
Yep, he's down on the list. That's
He
fine.
is down, so...
It's not fine for car 4, obviously, but
No.
it doesn't affect the race.
Correct. It doesn't affect our 5 bump-up drivers. And yeah, I don't think he's going to carry on much with a missing front wheel. 1 minute and 5 seconds left. We're just going to let this one drift on to the finish. There's no real threats on the track, but both Paul and myself are going to watch the entire track to see if any of the top 5 drivers do have any drama in the last 9 seconds. And can you see what number that is, Paul?
I can't see the number.
No, he's having trouble getting off of the grass, but the way he just moved out the way, I'm going to think it's somebody that's not in contention. That is number 12.
So that's okay.
Prochaska, and he's running down in the field. So 30 seconds left now, and that's the best we can do at the moment, is to just watch and see if any cars go off. Then if they go off, we try to identify which car it is, and if it's a car in the top 5, will anyone outside of the top 5, would it be their lucky break? But I think it's all settled, done, and dusted now, because, oh my, hello, 2 cars upside down on the top of the track. 2 marshals are running. Is this going to make a difference? I don't know.
That's car 6, isn't it? So it's still on its...
Well, they're flagging them finished out there. And I think it was the... Well, it was the 6th car. You are right, Paul. So still the same top 5 had gone through. Stegmuller wins, Giomarti 2nd, Glure 3rd, Richner 4, and Boulay in 5th. Those are the 5 drivers that bump up.
I think Samuel Boulay may have been involved in that, because he was 2 laps in front of the car in 6th.
Right?
And I think, therefore, car 7 of Richner, who was in 5th, got in front of him.
So it's still the same 5 drivers,
Indeed.
just in a slightly different order.
Yeah.
So that's the best we can do when it gets to like that, and it's so chaotic, you can't keep your head around all that's going on and explain it in a way that makes sense. God, it doesn't even make sense to us, and we're looking at it. Anything interesting, Paul? Oh, he said there's loads of interesting stuff. Too much to read out. And just to think, tune in a little bit later and you can watch 50-minute final of those Formula One cars. And it's going to be much the same. I can tell Paul is actually excited, looking forward to that one. You can hear the semi-final A of the Formula One cars warming up. So I didn't look at the pit lane the whole time, Paul.
I don't think everybody came in.
I was going to say, I didn't think everyone made a pit stop, did
No.
they? We didn't see enough cars come through the pits. It was only a handful of them. I'm sure there's a reason why they didn't come in, but we don't know what it is. And to be fair, it doesn't matter. Everyone in the final has to make a mandatory fuel stop. So it's making more sense earlier when someone was telling us that the cars could go for 50 minutes on a tank of fuel. So with all that information, when you put it together, it means to me that you can run quite a large fuel tank if you want. So it's not as strict of rules as the touring classes. So the cars that were stopping for fuel in the 30-minute semifinal clearly either choose to run a smaller tank or choose to make the fuel stop. You don't know. It could be something as simple as, not everyone spends as much money as everyone else on these cars, so it could be people that bought the car and that's the fuel tank that came with it, and they don't want to upgrade to a larger tank, so they have to stop for fuel. Could be anything like that. I don't know. Maybe I will have one of those, Paul. Paul just asked me if I want a drink, and I declined because I've been drinking so much water, trying to keep the old throat lubed up. But I've gone all the way across this enormous room to our private fridge and took the last Red Bull. Paul inspired me when I saw he got a Red Bull. Oh, on the warm-up, there's a number of cars going off. Yeah. Well, I've done a lot of commentating on a lot of different races in a lot of different places, but that was hard. It's not easy to try to describe it accurately, let alone try to be enthusiastic about something you're struggling yourself to understand. Maybe it's like that by design. Or maybe that's just the way it works out with the... Right, I mean, let's look at this sensibly. How many have we got in this? Are there 12 in this one? There's 13 in this. So that makes 25 cars in total. They either split them up in 2 heats or 3. And they chose 2. And I can understand why, because when you're doing 10-minute runs with 4 minutes in between, if you have an extra one for 5 days, that's a lot of time. So as this is joined with the with the touring cars for the European Championships, I nearly said it's a supporting class. They're equal in their own rights, but they've split it up in a way to try to maximize things. If they would have gone to a third heat, so say 3 heats of 8 rather than one of 12 and one of 13. I know you would have had one with 9 to get to your 25. I understand that. Oops, sorry.
Sorry.
Everything's gone quiet. I'm assuming someone has called a timeout.
Well, we've suddenly got 10 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. That's one thing in EFRA races, or a lot of races, you can, if you have a problem during your warm-up, you can call a timeout or a break or a pause or whatever you want to call it. But going back to what I was saying, that they've done it this way for efficiency, I would say. So therefore, rather than ending up with, it wouldn't have worked on a Christmas tree level if you would have had 25 drivers, 2 heats of 8, 1 heat of 9. When it came down to the Christmas tree, let's say, if you're going to have 10 car final, you're going to have 5 from the semi-final. So that's already 20 cars. It just doesn't work, does it? So 10 in semi-final A, 10 in semi-final B is 20. That leaves 5 cars to be the rest of the Christmas tree. Pointless.
Yeah.
So just make 12 and 13 and run 2. But what it does mean is when you're sitting here watching it on the track, it's just cars everywhere. And then they're spinning off, and you know, you've got a wide range of driving ability just from the nature of the beast, being a new class to RC racing, that you're not going to attract all the better drivers. And there's some very good drivers in the Formula 1 class, but if you want to go where the competition is and the prestige at the moment, it's definitely in the 1.5 touring class. So that's when I'm talking about it was hard work to commentate on. That's why.
It's very quiet out there.
It's very quiet, yeah.
I think somebody got shouted out for removing their car from the pit lane.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. If you're going to work on your car, at the back of the pit lane, they have a workbench. And if you're going to do work to your car, you have to do it there. And also, when your car comes in for fuel and or any sort of repair during the race, you have to take it on the other side of the 4x4 piece of wood they have bolted to the ground for safety reasons. So you're not allowed to fuel it on the other side of this. You know, sort of the same in a lot of racing where you have a pit lane. You know, you're not allowed to fill in the pit lane. You've got to take it, in theory, into your pit box, which is behind the pit lane.
3 of the cars at the back here have got tyre warmers on.
Yep. They will put the tire warmers on. I mean, will they need it?
Well, nobody else has done it.
Well, what can you see the number on those cars?
1,
Yep.
10,
Yep.
9 and 6.
So 1 is Utz, 6 is Marone, 9 is Louis, and say 10?
Yep.
Evo Day. So we'll try to keep those numbers in our mind. Yeah, a lot of numbers going around in my mind. And see if it makes a difference to the start of the race. And see, we've gotten some of the general public coming in, and they got their beach chairs, and they're sitting on the side of the hill over there.
Yep.
I didn't think Switzerland was well known as a racing country.
No.
When I was talking to Hessel Roskam and his father this morning, and they were saying that next year the European Championships is in France, and he said the name of the track, and I've not heard of it. And he was telling Soren Bang and David Hansen that you guys should go. I said it's a great track, and he said the last time they were there, they had like a big event next to it, and he said there was about 4,000 people watching their race.
Crikey.
And he said it's the first time he's raced like that, and he said, you know, basically here they're racing for themselves. There's no one that's cheering on their favorite driver. Yes, we have all you wonderful supporters watching us now, and the people that watch it back, you know, over the next days or weeks or months or whatever it is, and we really appreciate that. you know, that's different to being up on the rostrum and looking out and seeing a sea of faces staring at you. So yeah, I thought that was quite cool. I know I did a race last year in Sweden that was involved with they have a week long of sporting events.
After the 10 minutes, a new procedure.
A new what? Hold on.
Okay, no, it's okay. After this,
Yeah.
the new procedure with 5 to the start.
I see. Thank you.
Yes, 10 plus 5.
Okay, we have a 10-minute delay just so you know what I'm being told from Ernesto, the track owner. There's a 10-minute delay for someone to make a repair. Once the 10 minutes is up, they have a new 5-minute warm-up period, so it goes back to where it was before we started. What I was saying is last year they in Sweden they have a week of sporting events, and it's normally held in a city. Think of it like the Olympics when they go to a country. Well, Sweden has it every year, and they pick a region or area or a city, and they have a lot of different sporting events there. And this one event was up in Linköping. It's spelled Linkoping, Linköping. Perfect, makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyways, the Dallas Matheson had helped organize it, and they actually got like the Swedish motorsport people there, and they brought the Swedish motorsport bus, and they built a track in the middle of a park, and it was frisbee golf going around us. They had all sorts of other events all over the area as well, and they put some seating areas up that held a couple hundred people, and a couple hundred people came.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Sweden is more known as like a racing country than, say, even the United Kingdom is. You go to Finland, you go to Sweden, maybe France as well is a big one. You know, if you look at where, like, the big rally car racers, I nearly said rally cross, but it's mainly the rally countries. Also Formula One as well. You know, Finland's known for Formula One. We've got Kimi Räikkönen and Valtteri Bottas now, both doing well. And you have a lot of people that racing is their thing, where like in England, of course you say, what's the biggest sport in England? And it is what, Paul?
Football.
There you go. If you said, what's the biggest sport in Finland, what do you think they're going to say? One of two. And it's not football.
I might have said rallying.
Yes, motorsport and ice hockey.
Yeah.
You know, same in Sweden. In Sweden, motorsport is huge. And in countries like Sweden and Finland, they have a single governing body for motorsports. In England, you have like the BRCD, the British Rally Driving Association, whatever it's called, plus also the BRCA, the British Radio Car Association. In Sweden, you have the SBF, which is the Swedish Bill Foundation, bill meaning car. And that does everything. Everything. But it's different. In England, we have it separated out. We're our own little thing in radio control cars. But in Finland, it's also the same thing. Like when we went to Finland to the World Championships, I mean, they had like 100 helpers.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's just you don't get better than that. But it's interesting. We're just talking, filling rubbish, and I hope you guys appreciate my crazy stories. And I could go on and on and on. Jeez, I could go on. But lucky for you, there's some engine starting. You should see Paul. He's like, thank goodness for that. I've heard enough of your rubbish. But if you yourself want to end up with stories like this, you want to know how you do it? Get involved. Go out and race. Donate your time to your local track. Donate your time to a track that's not local to you. What else are you going to do with your time? You can't just sit there and watch us all the time. Get involved. You could be out here racing right now. Isn't that right, Paul?
Yep.
Absolutely nothing stopping it. Well, there is for right now. But next year you could be. In order to get to an event like this, you have to qualify. Normally you qualify through your country doing a big race in your own country. In England, you would have to do a national event to qualify for the European Championships or the World Championships. In most countries, you should be able to get a direct national entry, but in some countries, you might have to go through a regional series or some smaller series to move your way up. But if you just started racing today, And I don't care how old you are, you would be good enough to race here next year. Well, provided you race more than once a year. Does that make sense? What are they saying? Do they think I'm talking rubbish? I certainly hope they do.
No, I think they just turned the sound down.
That's what I do. I won't tell you who's commentating when I turn the sound down, though.
Oh, come on, Nick's all right.
Yeah, exactly. Blast. Shouldn't have told you about that earlier, should I have? No, I was actually saying to Paul yesterday that I like RC Racing TV as a viewer, and I watch it regularly. When I'm not racing myself or working or whatever, but actually I'm working and kind of racing, and yeah, I guess you could say I'm living the dream. A lot of people wish they could be in my position, and you could be. All you got to do is open up your mouth and let a load of crap come out and come along. You could be here next year as a commentator. And all you people, you might be interested to know that next week, the same team that's here now, myself, Dave Church, Paul Bateman, and young Harry, I don't even know Harry's surname, but anyways, we are going to Italy tonight. And we're going to start coverage of the 1/10 electric off-road buggy European Championships next week in Pinarello near Turin, Italy. And we'll be bringing you 6 days of coverage from that event, a completely different beast of racing than this. And I know,
looking forward to it.
Yeah. To say I know more about that because that's the class I race. I know I'm not fast, but I know about it. You know why? Because I donated my time and I help clubs out and I go to races and I talk to people. And get involved, people. If you're in a race and you're slow and you're a back marker, get out the way. Don't be a factor. If you live near a track, be a factor. Get involved. Get down there and help out. So another little bit of useless information for you. That car that we just waited for 10 minutes,
yeah.
If it has a problem on this warm-up lap, too bad. They don't wait again. You couldn't. I mean, you could be here
till Tuesday.
Yeah. And we missed the start of the other race. Yeah, it's just, you got to have rules and reasons. And I think, you know what I don't know? Let's say a separate car has trouble. I don't think they wait.
No, I thought it was only a one-shot thing.
I think you're right because, like I say, you could be here, well, do the math. It's 13 cars, 10 minutes per car.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they did it in the semi. I know there are classes when they only do it in the final.
True. Yeah, I mean, in the 1/10 buggy class in England, they'll only wait for you in the final. And to be fair, if you're in a lower final and you don't have the nerve to open up your mouth and say, wait, they're not waiting. Mr. Worsley, Paul Worsley. I'll tell you off air his nickname. I hope you guys didn't hear that. If you know me, you know our little nickname for our friend Paul. Anyways, cars are going to the grid. Let's count them. Ooh, I stood on my own cable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. There's 13 on the list. Let me try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 13 on the list. 11 come to the grid. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. We're missing number 5, number 7, and okay. I guess that. We'll find out. That's only 11. It's only 2. Oh my God! That was a massive jump start from the number 1 car. Oh, that is Utz. Utz Ernst jumped the start by about 17 minutes.
Oh no.
Ella's gonna be having kittens. Your dad was so excited.
Well, he's just had to wait 10 minutes. 15 minutes, in fact.
And into the
Is he
pits he
coming?
comes. Okay, down the pit lane goes Utz. Number 2 goes past. 3, 8, 6. He's still waiting. Oh my God, they're crucifying him. They're letting the entire field go
Oh,
past.
he almost
Oh.
went straight into the side.
Well, it should make it interesting to watch Utz try to make his way through the field. And he was last but 1, now he's last but 2, and one of the cars is being carried back. Let's have a look and tell you how far. Well, no, I can't see. I can see it here. Utz is 9.6 seconds behind the leader. Silvio Hingler out in front. Roman LaCroix second. Mario Data third. Reinhard Marion fourth. And Aldo Buffano is fifth. Hey, I thought I did pretty good there. Okay, our leader down the main straight as Utz is crossing the line. 9.6 last time around, 8.9. Utz has got the bit between his teeth. Grr, baby.
And you're right about somebody on the chat having kittens.
I bet. I mean, to be fair, Ella has been really supportive all week, and we've liked it. And I bet you've just probably kicked the table across your lounge at your dad's start. I mean, I heard the 10987 blah, 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 and it got to like 2, and I looked down, and Hoods was driving away. I thought, what's going on here? Hello. Never mind. Bit more Red Bull. Right, let's find the leader. It should be the 2 car, and it should be this one coming down the main straight now. We'll watch the leader for a little bit. Let's see where Utz is. He is now 7.4. I'll tell you what, let's follow the yellow car, the all-yellow 7 or the all-yellow 1. Where did I get 7 from? Oh yeah, I got 7 because he's in 7th. It'll be spectacular to watch him drive through the field like a hot knife through butter, like a hot butter through knife. Wow. I'll be better next week when I'm in a class I understand. And Utz just nudging the number 12 out of the way. You got impatient once, Utz, and you cost yourself a whole load of time. Anyways, the leader's crossed the line. That is Hingler. He's coming off of the Jeep Sweeper now and down the main straight, and here comes Utz. Utz has to be careful. If he's too aggressive coming through this, he could end up in the grass and going backwards. He is up to 5th now, so he is in a final transfer spot, and he is 6.8 behind our leader. Best lap for Utz is 25.5. For the leader is a 26.7. Do the math. It's not a problem. And I mean, it's almost like real Formula One. The number 6 car just moved right out the way. Not a little bit, a lot of it. Not even 4 minutes into this race. Hingler, LaCroix, Data, and Utz now up to 4th, Marone and Buffano. But we're following Utz from this spectacular drive after a completely rubbish start from Utz. And we've got a car coming into the pits as our leader comes out of the sweeper at the end of the straight, climbing up the hill now. I mean, it's going to be Stegmuller versus Utz later, isn't it? That's what it's going to be. And I hope these two have a really good race that lasts 50 minutes. We're not going to have any bump-ups to talk about. So it is going to be in the final later. Let's just find the best race on the track. We still have over 25 minutes to go here. Let me let 1, 2, 3 more. So it's Reinhard Marion and Aldo Buffano. They're separated by nearly 6 seconds. That is the final transfer spot. But we're going to carry on with Utz now, who's coming into a gaggle of 3 cars. It's just gone past the 10 car, which is a lap down. And then it is the 3 and the 8 car. So this is for position. So that's a good battle now for second, actually. Now this is where Utz should be careful. Don't you agree, Ella? because he's done all that hard work to make up for that stop and go, and it was a hefty stop and go. And he's past the 8 car now, and then past the 3. And I think that these other drivers know that Utz is that much quicker than him, or them. It's not even worth trying to race against him. I mean, if you're a racer, you've been there. You just move out the way, because you're just going to have a crash.
I mean, did his stop go get him all the way back to 10th by the time he came out? I think it did, didn't it?
It was last but one at the time, and there was 11 cars on the track, so yes, 10th. And if let's look at it this way, they might have done that because if they would have let him go sooner, he could have rejoined right into a car. So let's err on the side of caution. Anyhow, just looking at what it looks like it's the 4 car parked up over there. No, it's not the 4 car. The 4 car didn't start. Can't see that far. Right, let's see how far behind Utz is to Hengler.
Well, he was 4 seconds, and he's now 2.5.
There you go.
2.5 a lap on the leader.
So we're going to follow Utz around, and it is the lead car just in front of him. It's just a formality, really. You know, Utz will catch and pass the leader. He's made up some 10 seconds in 7 minutes. Hanging right, up the hill he goes. The leader is just in front of Utz now. Pretty soon you'll see them together. Now, the other interesting thing at the moment is going to see if this car just moves out the way, which, to be fair, that would be the smart thing to do. He will know, Hengler will know from qualifying how much quicker Utz is than he is. And why would you risk, there it goes, as I said, why would you risk your chance at finishing second and possibly starting third in the final? If he had it coming together with Utz trying to hold off someone that he couldn't, and who knows, maybe spun off on the grass or broke a roll bar or something, he could be at the back of the field or even out totally. So I agree with that. Yes, it's not the best thing to watch. It was spectacular watching Utz drive through the field. Maybe we should get him another stop and go so we can do it again. What do you think?
Right, well, looking down, I think there's a bit of a thing going on for 3rd and 4th between cars 8 and 3.
Okay.
If I'm right.
I think you're right. Yeah, they're not too far apart. I can see them now on the main straight. I mean, there's 8 in the yellow car, and there's a car between them, but the orange car, 2 seconds behind him or so, is the 3 car, and that's the battle for 3rd. Now, we're just setting the grid for the main. Of course, you've got to bump through to the main, and as Paul so kindly found out earlier, top 5 go through, that's that. Nothing stops that. But what sets the grid in the final is your time. So it's purely a time thing. You could be the winner of this race, but in the other semi-final, if 3 people were quicker than you, you're going to be 4th on the grid. Right?
Sorry.
Just say yes.
Yes, that's absolutely right.
Thank you, Paul.
Told you I get distracted and I can't multitask.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, this is easier to watch than the previous one because there's a couple of less cars on the track and it's fairly stable. But there's still 20 minutes and 25 seconds left. It'll be interesting to see if people do pit stops in this one. As we said, there's the 6 heading the wrong direction. That is our 5th place driver. It's back going in the right direction. Let's see, it's the Aldo Bufano in the 11 car. And I think he's not that far behind him. Well, he is not that far behind him. 10 seconds. It's going to be a lot less now as soon as he comes across the line. So that might develop into something. Because it's a 6 car heading towards the Samba S's now and crossing the line. And here comes the 11 car, which was 10 seconds behind and now only 4.2. But when we look at something like that, we then look over and look at the lap times. And actually the 11 car has done a lap half a second quicker than the 6 car. So he's got every chance of catching him up. We'll have a watch and see.
So we're looking for car 6.
Yeah, coming off of the Jeep Sweeper now, onto the main straight. And he's 3.8 away now. Oh dear. And Utz has stopped. And I really wish he would go quicker, bringing it back. And the 12 car is stopped just past the Samba S.
On the bridge, Harry.
I'm going to guess we have a critical engine failure. Because
that's going straight out.
I think I saw him put it on the ground and try to push it. And that would be to check to see if the wheels are moving freely. And if the rear wheels are locked up, that could indicate that the engine has locked up. So get ready for more kittens from Ella.
So we should basically go back to car number 6.
There's 18 minutes to go. Let's have a look here. Okay, it's not quite settled down yet. Silvio Hingler in first, Romain Lacroix second, Mario Data third, Aldo Buffano 4, and Reinhard Marone is 5th. Evo Day is 6th. Let me see how far Evo is behind him, and at the moment it's 35 seconds, so that tells me it's basically a lap in 9 seconds. Now, how do we fill 17 minutes? I'll tell you how. Let's hope Utz gets his car fixed in the next 2 minutes. He still might have a chance to come back and end up 5th.
Maybe that's what it is.
Could be.
Ella says she'll let us know what the problem is as soon as she knows.
Okay, cool. Well, he went. The mechanic went out there. He picked it up. He tried to roll it on the ground. I must admit, I didn't see whether the rear wheels were locked up or not. And from the indication of the way he walked back to the pit lane with it was terminal. He didn't move with any sort of pace. Didn't even hold it right. Could have just as well been dragging it across the ground. Because it was sort of a half-hearted, that's it. It's done. It's kaput. That's a shame for our final, if I'm totally honest with you. It was going to be the Stegmuller versus Utz main. To be fair,
I think that's what we all wanted to see.
Yeah, there's. We'll have to hope for better battles down through the field. Those two are pretty closely matched. And, yeah, not unless we see that lovely yellow machine go down the pit lane anytime soon, we are going to be robbed of that chance. But if we look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Marone in 5th. He is on 30 laps. Utz is on 24. I can't see him making up 6 laps now, can you? He's not going to make up 6 laps in 15 minutes.
No.
Okay, well that's a real shame. That's it. I'm gonna cancel the Formula One final. There you go. It was a joke, Paul. It was a joke. I can't cancel anything. Okay. Just under 15 minutes left. Your running order is Silvio Hingler out front, Romain Lacroix second, Mario Data third, Aldo Buffano fourth, and Reinhard Marone in 5th. And there is a 36-second gap back to Evo Day in 6th, which that tells me that's a lap and about 15 seconds. So over a lap and a half. So what should we do, Paul?
I don't know, because between first and second there's almost 5 seconds, and there's another 4 seconds between second and third.
Yep.
So there's nobody really fighting anybody.
Well, maybe we should give the leader some airtime then.
Let's do that then. Car number 2, Harry.
Going on to the Jeep Sweeper now and onto the main straight. And it was only luck that I looked up and that's where that car was, because I wasn't following it. I prefer to be honest. Climbing up the hill now is Hengler into the top corner. Let's have a look at his lap times. His best lap is a 25.8. Last time around was a 26.5. Let's see what this one is. And it's a 26.0. Exactly. Lots of yelling. I mean, you must be able to hear that. My God, if you could hear the floor creaking, you can hear that yelling. We're going to just ride this one out and show some cars. Nothing's really going on the track. And we'll start watching closer here in a bit. I am watching the whole track. And we'll do the same as we did in the last semifinal. We'll wait and see if cars start flying off the track and then see which car it is and see if it's going to affect the 5 that bump up. As it stands at the moment, the 5 that are in first to fifth, that's going to be it. They're going to bump up. Because that's the pace. These 5 drivers, there's a bit of a drop-off between the 5th and 6th driver as far as their pace goes, and that tells us that the top 5 drivers are going through. Anyhow, the next race after this is the first semi-final for the touring car, semi-final B, and that's where it gets very interesting. It's the first time these cars will have gone 30 minutes this week. And there's no refueling. No refueling for the touring cars. So the way you drive the car is going to make a difference.
And we've heard it. Ut's engine did fail and he is out for good. He's not coming back.
Absolutely gutted. I mean, just imagine if you people out there watching that he's been here since Monday. I mean, we're Saturday now. They had 3 days of practice, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, practice. And they did a seating practice on Wednesday afternoon. Thursday morning, we went straight into qualifying, and we had 3 rounds of qualifying on Thursday. And then Friday, we had 1 round of qualifying. Ut was the top qualifier, so qualified straight into the semifinal A, and he did 1 10-minute run yesterday, and he's waited all day today. It's it would have been 2 o'clock when he started. Sorry, I just got myself confused. Would have been 2 o'clock when he started. There was no practice for him today, so he finally got there. Finally his chance, and he completely blew the start. Okay, fair enough. He made a mistake and pulled into the pit lane and did a stop-and-go penalty. And the refs held him there a long time, and he went straight to the back of the field. Then he fought his way all the way through the field, being the fastest qualifier here, and he did it relatively with ease, didn't he, Paul?
Yeah, no problem at all. Not seen anything like that for a long time.
And then he had engine failure. But for 4 days before today, it was 5 days before today. It was perfect.
Yeah.
That's racing for you. There's no point getting all upset over it because it's not going to change anything.
What have you got between cars? Oh, hang on. Sorry, it's just changed on my screen.
Yep.
No, it's a huge gap still.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's looking like the closest battle.
Oh, cars 11 and 6? 4th and 5th?
10 seconds.
Oh.
9.4 seconds. Not even Murray Walker could make this sound interesting right now. It is what it is. I mean, it's interesting to watch, and it's great to be here, but there's just nothing happening on the track. They've settled in. And, we are into the last 10 minutes, though, so we could start to see some problems from people. And out of 11 starters, we have 8 runners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runners. And only 5 are going through. And 1's on the grass. Let's see who that is. That's the... I can't tell his numbers. That's the 3 car.
He's in second place.
I mean, I was just laughing because I was looking to see that car, and on both sides, his numbers are completely rubbed off. I think that's the 9 car that got past him, so he's not going to lose a place.
Well, car 2 hasn't made it out of the pit lane.
No, he got stuck. Did he stop for fuel? Oh, well, I didn't see it. Running order is as it was. It's going to be Hengler in first, LaCroix, Data, Buffoni, Marone. And then it's Day and Liu. And that's the only cars running. So with 7 running and 5 to go to the final, you could see 5 finish.
Are we still following the leader?
I believe so.
Yeah. Right, well, I'll keep my eye out on car 6. Reinhard Maron is in 5th. As in case something dramatic happens to him, but he hasn't done anything dramatic in a while.
Nope. And I think I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'll go to the toilet before the big boys start. Is that all right?
Yeah. So still another 7 minutes to go in this. And still just the 7 cars out there. Hengler leads in car 2. LaCroix in 3 is second. And Dada in 3rd is car 8. Maron in car 6 is in 5th, the last bump up place, but he's being very careful. I say that, he's just gone onto the Jeep sweeper and had a bit of a wiggle, but not much. Dave has gone for an emergency brake before the big boys start. As we're confident this is how this one's going to finish. So as this one continues to wind down with 6 minutes, is it 6? 5 minutes on the clock. And nothing has changed. The 2 car continues to lead as he enters the Samba S's. Goes up to the top of the Jeep Sweeper. Into the straight. Round the first corner. Up to the top of the circuit. And back into the Samba S's. I try and pick up car 6 again. He's still there, so he's still going to be the 5th and final bump up. In fact, in 6th position, Day is 2 laps back. So car 6 has got to have a major problem for anything to change. And car 9 is now stopped and is being pulled back. The pits, Peter Liu, Germany, who was in 7th, and a full 5 laps back from the 5th bump up. So we're down to 6 on the track. So if you've just joined us and you're wondering why isn't there a commentator, it's because Dave's had an emergency comfort break before we start the next semi-final, which will be the first semi-final of the touring cars, and I'm no commentator. I press the buttons. And we've just got 2 minutes to go now. Hengler in the lead by... That can't be right. Just check on that. I think 7 seconds. Yep. But I don't think he's going to lose that. Not unless he comes off. So it's Hengler in car 2. And somebody peels off into the pits. It's car 6. So that is Maron in 5th, but is 2 laps ahead of the 6th driver, Day, in car 10. And he has gone out again, so as long as he doesn't need to come in again. In fact, we've only got 30 seconds left, so there's no way he's going to lose that, because Day isn't going to do more than 1 more lap. In fact, the checkered flag is out. And the 6 remaining cars will go through the checkered flag. And we should have the results of that on screen now.
Okay, I'm back. Can't go anywhere without talking to loads of people. It's so cool. Oh, yeah. Oh.
I can't believe I just spent 6 minutes talking through a semi-final of a race.
You were awesome, Paul.
That was, oh dear.
Did anything change?
No, nothing changed at all.
There you go, then.
No, it was just a bit worrying in case something did.
On the way over there, I bumped into Soren Bang, who, if you remember correctly, was running second or third in the quarterfinal, and a ball bearing in his engine broke. Got that for him. Then on the way back, I bumped into an Italian guy, which I can't remember his name, and said, "What are you doing here, David?" I said, "Well, what are you doing here?" Sort of thing. And then I went and spoke to Sebastian Mancia, and hopefully he's going to translate for us to speak to the owner of Genius a little bit later. So yeah, it was a productive comfort break. Now it gets serious, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Semi-final B of the touring car. And what was I saying? I was talking with Ian Audie earlier. He's the 1.5 representative for EFRA. And he was saying, I'm trying to remember the names, obviously not knowing this class fabulous. I'm guessing that, you know, Marcus Feldman, who kept them honest yesterday, kept Arnaldi honest in that the fourth round of qualifying. It was only about the last 1 minute that Arnaldi finally took that spot from him. But he said also Giovanni Verbugier, he's very good. Constantin Marone, obviously Feldman's good. I mean, all these drivers are good, but when I'm talking good, I'm talking about someone that's going to possibly be able to challenge Arnaldi. Now, what they are saying, or what Ian was saying is that what is going to make these semis extra interesting is that if one of these drivers from this final, or indeed the second semi-final, can get ahead of Arnaldi on the start, it has a chance of disrupting Arnaldi's, not his confidence, but just, you know, the aura about it, and that Arnaldi's been fastest and everything he's done. I think all the practices and all the qualifying, he's been there, fastest, comes to the final and you're not fastest. You know, it might dent your confidence, or it might put a little bit of doubt, or, you know, just not what he was expecting, you know. So yeah, that's part of what's going to make this interesting. And this is the first time these drivers will have done 30 minutes this week, so they have one tank of fuel. I believe they are allowed to refuel when they come back in the pits after their warm-up. I'm fairly confident of that. So there are 3 minutes left of their warm-up. And then they'll come into the pits. I'm sure they get to refuel in the pits. So they'll come in enough time to refuel. Make sure that fuel tank is as completely full as possible, because the 30 minutes final is going to be pretty tight on fuel. So they're on their warm-up still. Let's have a look and see what people are saying. Nico Kocher. Hey, guys from Germany. Hello, Nico. And you know what? Yeah, I did it. Let's see. Anything else? Chris, 54150, says, yes, 2 French in the final. Bravo, Roman from Cedric. Ella says, hello, Laurent. And Ella says, yes, that's racing, but I'm still going to stay with you guys to the end. Well, thank you very much, Ella. That is racing. So they're all coming in now, and they have to take them off of the pit lane. And I think, let me just listen. A lot of them are actually switching the cars off. You might even have to switch them off before you can refuel them. That's what I'm waiting to see, waiting to hear. But no, I can definitely feel cars running through the vibration of the floors. So yeah, we'll see now. Now they want to get as much fuel in this as they can. And the cars are being put back in pit lane. And then, so you've got always the question that they're opening the pit lane now. Now here's the tough one for you. You've got a 30-minute race coming up. You've just done your warm-up and your tires are up to temperature. You're a little bit concerned about fuel. Do you drive hard on your warm-up to keep your tires warm at risk at burning up extra fuel? Or do you take it easy to conserve your fuel and not worry so much about burning your tires up? Yeah, there's a good question for you. Sorry, Ken OH. The guys are busy trying to sort out some technical issues. We're going to go live. So we're about to start the final now, and our cameraman comes into position. Number 5 is being asked to, well, 2 drivers actually are being asked to reposition their cars into the grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All 10 cars are there and going. 5 seconds. And it's a good start at the front of the semifinal B. Into the first corner they go. Nice and clean so far. They're hanging around. A bit of contact between the 5 and 7, 6 getting past them. I don't know the names yet, but it is the 1, 2, 3, and then 6. The 6 car up to 4th already. So the 6 car is moving and shaking. That is Martin Lissau. So it's Feldman, Fabruggier, Marone, Lissau, Mazzio. I turned you down, Paul, so you're back.
That's okay.
So Martin Lissau making a great start, up to 4th already. It is Feldman out front. Fabruggier, Marone, Lissau. And then a bit of a gap back to the 8 car. Ambrosio Vinder up to 5th. So a good start for Ambrosio and Martin Lissau. Our leader Feldman into the Samba S's now, crossing the line. Feldman, Fabruggier, Marone, Lissau. Then a small gap back to Vinder. Down the main straight goes our leaders. 28 minutes and 41 seconds left. Remember, I've been saying it all along, on and on and on, that fuel is an issue. And when I watched Martin Lissau at the Nordic Championships 2 years ago in Staffanstorp in Sweden, and he won quite comfortably, and then he told me he wasn't full throttle once. How can he be the fastest car and not go full throttle, I thought. Very interesting. 28:15 on the clock. Feldman now pulling away. Last time around had a 1.2 second lead. He's up at the top corner, tucking it in nicely, hanging a right now and a left. Crossing the line through the Samba S's. His lead is 1.4, so pulling away from the field just a bit with a quickest lap of a 24.6. Feldman, Fabruggier, Marone, Lissau, Vinder, Martelli, Salon, Hornig, Weigerding, Mazzio. Now remember, we did have 3 cars bump into this one. That's 8, 9, and 10, so they're not doing too bad considering they had to do some bumping up to get here. And I think the best battle on the track at the minute is for 3rd. Harry's picking it up now. Into the first corner they go. Turning right, up the hill. That is Maroni, Lissau, and Vinda. Our leader's hanging left. Down the main straight he goes now. There goes Marcus Feldman. There goes Giovanni Fabruggier, then Constantin Marone, Martin Lissau, Ambrosio Vinder. And Ambrosio's getting up into this fight now. That's putting the 5 car of Gianmarco Martelli falling back just a bit. The lead for Feldman over Vimbruggier is 2 seconds. So Feldman wants to try to get on pole for the final. Remember what I was saying earlier? The best chance these guys from this final are going to have to win the overall race is get on the pole position for the final. So when we're done with this one, Paul, if we could write down on a piece of paper, so we don't have to trust our memory, which is clouded with numbers all day long, the amount of laps and the time, that way for the second semifinal, we'll have that information to hand rather than just guessing. That's not too bad to figure that out, eh? Well, figure it out. 25 minutes and 50 seconds. Feldman showing his class of this semifinal at the moment. Vimbruggier is, let's see, 2.3 behind. On the quickest lap, it is 0.3, slower than Feldman. And then the battle for third between Marone and Vinder, with Martin Lissau in fifth. Remember, 5 cars transfer through. So we're still following this battle for third. A long, long way to go. We will absolutely bring you the race for the final transfer spot, and also keep an eye on the leader, because his overall 30-minute time is going to be interesting. As we get into the last 5 minutes or so, it'll be interesting to see if anyone runs out of fuel. Remember, this is the first time all week these guys will have done 30 minutes. I believe that all week long it was 10-minute qualifying blocks, or 10-minute practices, and then 10-minute qualifying. And they had a 20-minute quarterfinals, didn't they?
Yep.
And then 30 minutes for the Formula 1 cars in their semifinal, and 30 minutes for the touring cars. But it is Feldman who is in complete control of this, 3.4 seconds clear. And let's drop back one battle, please, Harry, because Martin Lissau now is coming under pressure from the 5 car of Gianmarco Martelli. And that is the battle for the 5th and final bump-up spot. I was told earlier that Martin Lissau, who was driving for Mecatech, and there's a coming together. I was just going to tell you a story. And 5 gets a stop and go for that. Geez, it looked to me like Lissau was having some trouble with the way his car was working, and the number 5 took opportunity, and into the pits comes the number 5 of Gianmarco Martelli. He's going to take his stop and go. I'm watching. Lissau's already at the end of the main straight. Martelli nearly spins off into the grass coming out of the stop and go box. Not our choice. We got no influence over that. I didn't see the whole thing really clear. I was busy blabbing away as usual. But I don't think Martelli deserved a penalty for that. There it is. I'm just chucking it out there. 23 minutes left. Feldman still on top. Vimbruggier second, 4.3 back. Marone third, 2.1 back. Vinder fourth. Very close. Let's look at cars 3 and 8, please. Separated by just a quarter of a second. Martin Lissau still in fifth, but he is 5.6 seconds behind. And I think something has happened. There's a leader down the main straight in the 1 car. Here's the 2 car in second. And then there's the 3 car. He's third. And then the 8 car is fourth. Yeah, definitely there was a mistake for Ambrosio Vinder on that lap, because when I looked at the computer, he was just a quarter second behind Marone in front of him. And then next thing I look, he's 2 seconds back.
Well, let's see if he can make up that gap the next few laps.
Absolutely. So there's not really any close dicing going on the track at the moment. There still is 21 minutes and 50 seconds. We've said this a number of times. This is endurance racing, you have a fixed amount of fuel and a amount of laps you have to achieve. And pretty much it's a lot down to your driving style. You know, if you're able to feed that throttle in and carry good momentum through the corners and then feed the throttle in smoothly, your fuel's going to go a lot further than if you heavy on the brakes into the corners and then go full throttle out of the corners, you know, sort of stop-start as compared to fast and flowing. Makes a big difference. But I say let's drop back to the cars coming off the first corner, the green and orange one, please. That's Martin Lissau, who's starting to come under pressure from Guillaume Salon. And that is going to be the battle for the 5th and final place. And Martin Lissau not looking so comfortable with the way his car is working at the moment. He gets under a lot of pressure, and Martin's an ex-world champion, so he knows what to do. He's going to park that car on the racing line, and he's going to make the other driver find a way past him. I think it's going to be tough. This is where Martin's having, with Lissau's having trouble with his car at the end of the straight. Much steadier through there, but I'll tell you, he's working hard to keep it like that. You can really see, you know, maybe not on camera, but in person, you can see his car nowhere near as stable as he would like it. And, you know, a good instance there was when he was coming into the Samba S's right on the line. He touched the power bit, and the rear end just stepping out that little bit. And there you go. Look, he hard on the brakes, and it didn't turn. So we have a change of position. Salon up to 5th, Lissau down to 6th. Martin Lissau in danger of not making the main at the 2017 European Championships, Lastal, Switzerland. Switzerland, yeah. Easy for you to say. But I dare say there is a definite difference in attitude to Martin's car now. As the 9 car is being carried in, he was down the field in 9th place. He looked before like he was, you know, taking it easy, and he looks much racier now, probably because, well, he's got no choice. You either catch up or you pack up. And at the end of the straight is where he was having most of the trouble. And you saw it there. You see, he turned in, and it just turned in a little bit too quick, and then he had to, like, counter steer to stop the car from spinning around. But Salon doesn't have the end of it now, and up the inside goes Lissau, takes that place back from him. It could have been Lissau just settling for that 5th position. He knows 4th is too far ahead of him. Down the road, gone. Vinder in 4th is some 6 seconds ahead of Martin Lissau, so he knows he's not going to be able to catch up to him on absolute pace the way his car's working at the moment. Maybe he's playing the long game, taking a bit smoother on the throttle, expecting 1 or 2 of these drivers to run out of fuel. What do you think, Paul?
Yep.
Nice, thank you. That's the right answer. Paul's being like my spotter for me. But I've been just watching the Lissau Salon race. So I'm going to just look away, Paul, for a moment and check the lap time. So you keep an eye on that.
To look on this, yeah.
Thank you very much. Feldman out in front had a 5-second lead over Brugier, who has a 3-second lead over Marone in 3rd, who has nearly a 5-second lead over Ambrosio Vinder in 5th. In 4th even. Hello. And Vinder has like a 7-second lead over Lissau in 6th, who has Salon within a quarter of a second of him, who that's what you see on your screen. 17 minutes, 15 seconds left. And Salon's not giving up. I think he's making Lissau work harder than he wanted to work. Lissau was driving a lot smoother before. A lot smoother. How can I say it? He was driving a lot more conservatively before. You could see as soon as Salon passed him, Lissau stepped it up a gear and had to go faster. You know, these guys do know where they're at, and they know what's going on around them, and the mechanics will yell up to them, you know, where they're at and what they have to do. I'm not just guessing this. This is what I've been told, and this is what I've seen with my own eyes. But Salon's not going away. He's hanging right there with Lissau. We're coming up in the next 1 minute and 20 seconds, and we'll be halfway through. And Lissau missed his braking point, runs wide. Salon is through. I don't think, I was about to tell you earlier, and Lissau coming right back past Salon. Lissau has recently changed teams. Okay, he was driving for Mechatech, and now he's driving for another team whose name escapes me. I do apologize. It's not Genius, it's one of the other teams. And I don't think he's quite got that car sorted yet to his liking. So let's have a look at the 5 car. And then, wait for it. The 5 car is part of this race. So it's Lissau, Salon, and Martelli now. That is a 3-way battle for the 5th and final transfer spot. Lissau can see it coming. Morelli now getting his wiggle on, cruising right up to the bumper of Salon, saying, "Hello, mate. You might as well just move over, because I'm going to go past you, and I'm going to hunt down Martin Lissau and take that 5th spot."
Drop back one, Harry.
And then behind them is Feldman. And remember what happens earlier. You have to move out of the way of the faster car. I'm being told that's what it's like in all forms of racing. Well, I know it's not true in Formula One. Because if Sebastian Vettel is out front and Marcus Ericsson came up behind him quicker, they're not going to make him move out the way, are they?
Oh, and
there's a coming together. Lissau's loving it. And Morelli does the right thing, moves out of the way for our leader Feldman, and so does Salon. He made it look a bit clunky there. And look at Lissau. He's checked out. He's 3 seconds down the road. And it's not over. It's not over. The gap between Feldman and Vabrugier is 5.6 seconds, with Marone 4.4 behind them. Vinder 3.7 back. And then there's a pretty good gap back to Lissau, who's coming across the line now. I can tell you that's 8.9 seconds. And as I said, Morelli is past Salon, and he is on the hunt down for Martin Lissau. And I don't think Martin's going to have as much luck as he did against Salon. Salon's car seems to not be working right for him now. Looks like he's lost a lot of forward drive as he's onto the grass. I might have to say, looking like something's not right with that car, because he's coming into the corner like he was normally doing, putting the power on. The rear end was stepping it out and just driving it directly towards the grass. Let's have a look at the gap between Lissau and Morelli. It's 2.5 last time around. Lissau across the line now. Here comes Morelli. 2 seconds. Half a second quicker last time around. That's not chicken scratch that, boys and girls. That's big chunks of time in this form of racing. 12 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Of this semi-final B.
Thanks, Paul.
Oh, sorry.
Paul's saving me here for myself. Okay, Feldman now has lapped Lissau. And Lissau has a hard charge of Morelli. I don't think Lissau's going to be able to do anything about it. 1 second between them. Down the main straight they go. 12 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. And as I said, Lissau has changed teams. I'm sure someone on the chat room will let us know what team he's changed to. And I'm confident Lissau has not got his car working the way he wants it to. Maybe he's not driven enough. Maybe he's not had enough testing time. I don't know. But, Lissau is an ex-world champion, so he knows how to win races. And he's doing everything he can. He's driving the socks off of it, but it's just Morelli's car is working better. It's as simple as that. It's clear as night as day. If you can see it on screen. Now, Lissau's going to do the same thing he did with Salon. He's going to park it on the racing line, and he's going to hold him off for as long as he can. So I dare say Lissau is eased up just a bit. He's trying to make it so he has a lower risk of chucking it off into the grass. And he's going to make Morelli have to take a long way around to pass him. And then hope something happens to Morelli. I mean, Salon has dropped way, way back, so he's not a threat anymore. Up towards the Jeep Sweeper they go. I mean, you can almost see it as well in Martin Lissau's lines. He's taking sort of more sweeping lines to try to carry the momentum. But up the inside goes Morelli, and he's just forced his way through on Lissau. That was a brilliant move. I do believe Lissau was trying to carry more speed by running a wider line, but Morelli had better steering with more traction, just drove straight up the inside and moved him out the way. And as with Salon, all of a sudden, Lissau picks up his pace because he knows if he doesn't get back past Morelli, he's done. And look at Lissau's car just bucking as it comes out of that corner. I mean, that's just nothing you can do in the middle of a race to correct that. Well, I take that back. There's something you could do. You could just pull into the pit lane. But that's not racing. Lissau's a racer. He's not going to give up. We have 10 minutes left now. Feldman, Verbrugge, Marone, Vinder, Martelli, Lissau. Now between Lissau and now it's Alessio Mazzio. He's 6.2 seconds. So if something happens here, like Martelli has it coming together with Lissau, Mazzio's not too far behind. He could just be happy to pick up the pieces. 9 minutes and 35 seconds though, and you can see Martelli just easing away from Lissau, and Lissau definitely taking different lines now. You know, he has to take the fastest racing line he can to have any chance of keeping up with Martelli. And I mean, he's doing it. You know, he's hanging with them. He's not dropping back by meters at a time. It's, you know, centimeters at a time. But that's how these drivers beat you down. They just start easing away, and you just next thing you know, they're 2 corners ahead of you. As you can see, the gap growing through there. Certainly, Martelli's car is working a lot better on the technical corners. Lissau a little bit hot going up towards the Jeep Sweeper and had to get a handful of brakes, which just means he drops back that little bit more, which you should be able to see on camera. 8:45 on the race clock. So we're going to write down the time that Feldman does. I mean, this is assuming he makes it to the end. He's looked rock solid so far, and he does have a lead of 6.1 seconds. So, you know, Giovanni Verbrugge has probably got it straight in his mind. He's not going to beat Feldman. So he'd be happy with maybe 3rd or 4th on the grid or whatever it is. So he's just going to settle in there. You know, these guys know the other drivers. If they can't beat them, they know that. And it's pointless trying to beat someone that you know you can't beat. You know, what would you rather do? Try to win it and end up, you know, finishing last, or be 3rd on the podium? 8 minutes to go. The referee told us. And you can see Martelli now has opened up a nice little gap on Lissau. 1 second last time they crossed the line. 0.9 of a second now. Let's look where Mazzio is. There he is crossing the line. It wasn't Mazzio, I beg your pardon. Mazzio is 7.5 behind Lissau. Seven minutes, 25 seconds on the race clock.
And it's Feldman from Verbrugge, Maroni, Vinder, and Martelli are your top 5.
Thank you very much, Paul. Paul's saving me from myself again. And the 7 cars had to spend that Salon. Salon was up with Lissau, giving him a good going. And then once Martelli got there, Salon just seemed to run out of something. You know, it looked like his tires have gone off. That's what it looks like. I couldn't possibly know what it is, but since then he's not been anywhere near as fast as he was. And in fact, you know, Martelli's not that far away from lapping Salon now. 6.5 minutes to go. And Lissau is still hanging there, kind of, with Martelli. 1.9 back. So he'll be hoping that somebody runs out of fuel. And remember, fuel is an issue. It's nice to see a few more people here watching now. Oh dear, we have drama now. The 3 car has stopped. Constantine Marone, he was running in 3rd. He's looking at it, and you know what they do? They pick it up and they turn it upside down. He's run out of fuel with 5 minutes and 48 seconds to go. What does that mean? Who's promoted now to the 5th place, Paul?
Martelli.
Martin Lissau.
Lissau.
That's right, almost.
Well, yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's not a near miss, is it? You know, nearly 6 seconds, or nearly 6 minutes even, away from the finish of the race is not a near miss. That's a ginormous blunder. Yeah, and then there was 7. 7 running, 5 to go through. Who's the 2 unlucky ones? That's going to be Mazzio and Salon. And remember, there's no refueling, so if you run out, that's it. You're finished. You're done. And they're yelling up instructions. So what they might be saying to people, you know, and it's a different language I don't understand, is slow down. Somebody's already run out of fuel. You got 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go. You've got a lead of however much it is. You know, there's only 7 cars on the track.
I may be wrong, and I usually am.
I know.
Has Feldman only got a 2-second lead now?
You are absolutely correct. And someone's yelling. What has happened there then? Here comes Feldman. No, it's changed now. Wait, it has changed now. Look, it's 5.5. So something happened to Verbrugier out of my line of sight, i.e. I wasn't looking, and Lissau's off the track. He was very lucky there. He spun off the track and ended up going down the main straight the wrong way, turned, cut back across the grass, and got going the right direction. That's the 8 car. That is our 3rd place driver of Ambrosio Vinder. And the mechanic claps his hands together. Then there was 6, Paul. And 3.5 minutes to go is not a near miss either. It's a massive blunder. What the heck is going on? So, and here will be the thing that all these drivers are going to be sat in the pits now, going in the semi-final A, thinking, maybe I need to change something. And I dare say what they do is they make it a little bit more lean. And there's a pass for the lead.
So with 3 minutes to go.
Feldman has trouble with his car. Look, here, he's going down the straight. Feldman's out of fuel. Feldman's out of fuel. Feldman's out. He's stuttering. He's stumbling. Oh, he's still going. Nope, he stopped up at the top. We have a new leader. Something's wrong with Feldman's car. Sorry, I'm focused on Feldman's car. It can't. Oh, it's stopping, starting. I couldn't tell you. It's still going. It's not going to be out of fuel for, 2 laps. But it ain't going right. New running order. Giovanni Verbrugier in first. Marcus Feldman second. Martelli third. Lissau fourth. Alessio Mezzio is fifth. And I'm going to start. Yeah,
with only 6 out there, what's the difference between car 5th and 6th position?
Let's have a look on the computer. At the moment, it's over a lap. It's 38 seconds. So that's 1 lap and 14 seconds.
So it's
big.
really got to be one of the top 5 breaking down in the next
I
minute.
can see what's wrong with Feldman's car now. You can see it come down the straight. The front wheels are not turning correctly. There is absolutely locking up. And look, do you see the spark underneath it when it went up that way? Something is locked up on that car. Maybe it's overheated. Have a look, Paul, as he comes around. He is going to nurse it home. Look, see, it's not turning. You can't really see it there. Look and see if there's a spark underneath. Not going up that way. Right here. Have a look, Paul, quickly. Look at the right front wheel. See? Completely locked up.
Yeah, that's not moving.
Not spinning at all. 3-wheel drive. Well, not even 3-wheel drive. 2-wheel drive, 3 wheels turning. Did you see that? Locked up. And someone's off. The 4 car is off. That is Alessio Mezzo. Guglielmin Salon might just be the luckiest recipient of the day if he finishes. And
what was the gap?
that's Lissau. Lissau's over there. Stop. Look. He's parked on the track. With 45 seconds to go. It's crazy. He's out. But. At the moment, it's still for Bragerie, Feldman, Martelli, Lissau, Salon. That's your 5. That's it. If it stops like that.
We've only got 35 seconds
Yeah,
to go.
but Lissau's going to go through even though he's out of fuel because Alessio, the 4 car, has stopped. We've got 4 cars running. Feldman still going around. 3 wheels. His right front wheel is completely locked up. I mean, I'm talking, it's not spinning at all. He's not out of fuel. There it is. It's just completely sliding down the track. It's like you might as well put a ski on the front of that thing and it'll go quicker than it's going now. Jeez, but we're into our last 2 seconds. Crossing the line now, the first car to finish is the 5 car of Martelli. Giovanni Verrugier is going to win. Here comes Feldman. He's going to come around in 3rd. And Salon's going to be 4th. And Martin Lissau is going to bump to the main and not even finish. That's crazy. That is crazy. Now, just so you people know out there, these cars go into Parc Fermé, and they are not allowed to touch them till the end of the semifinal A, because that would be unfair advantage working time on the car. So poor Feldman's going to be wondering what the heck's gone wrong with his car, and he's not going to be able to touch it for the next 40 minutes. Let that fry your noodle. Oh, yeah, what's the time? Good thinking. It is 73 laps in a 25 split. Thank you, Paul. Just 73.25, yeah. Just put 25. Thank you, Paul. That is the current time that'll get you on pole position for the main. As we said earlier, there's so many twists and turns to this type of racing that Arnaldi is the fastest driver here, and he has been all week long. I'm being told that the best way for these guys to disrupt Arnaldi and break him out of his rhythm is to put him 2nd or 3rd on the grid. Now, Feldman was out in front comfortably in the lead. I thought he'd run out of fuel. We had already seen 2 cars or so run out of fuel, but it was his front right wheel locked up. So he did a good 4 minutes, 5 minutes of driving with a completely locked up wheel. And you know what? He only lost 2 places. Keno Hill says, awesome. Yes, it is awesome. Tossy Gigi, no idea, but that dude ain't giving up. You're right. Keno Hill, nope, not for anything. You're right. They don't give up. What happened to Feldman's front wheel? We don't know. But I can tell you it was locked up. As I was sitting here, it appeared like it was stuttering out of fuel because it was going and stopping and going and stopping. And then he did like a lap and a half like that, and we knew that it couldn't be out of fuel because it's not going to just sputter for a lap and a half, is it? Let's be honest with it. And then it was obvious, you could see, and as he was driving away from me up the hill, it looked like there was a spark underneath the car. And then when he was coming down the main straight, you could see the spoked wheels clearly not rotating at all. So if you think of like a full-size car, what happens? Overheats, maybe locks up, something came out. It could be a stone got in it. You just don't know. There's a lot of rubbish out on that track, like stones. You know, when these cars fly off through the grass, all sorts gets flicked up onto the track. And you know what? They don't clean the track. all week long. It's 100% just left. Think of a Formula One race. They don't normally go out and clean the track in between races and support races and stuff, and it's a very similar thing that they do here. Yes, like a Formula One race, if a car collided and bits flew off and there was crap all over the track, yes, they're going to pick it up as they did here. One guy lost a wheel and they went and picked it up. So, yeah. Yeah, well, I'm being told from a local, it's looking a little bit cloudy up the pass. Paul's looking. Yeah, okay. We don't speak the same language, but you don't have to. When the guy looks at the clouds and waves, and I know what he means, the trees are bending over from my left to my right. Yeah? Okay, I can see that. When you look to our left, which is up the valley, if you heard what I said before, we are in a valley. The valley runs south to north or north to south with 2 mountains either side. The sun comes up in the east, directly over the mountain, showers the track in sunshine, and disappears over the west. So our trees are blowing from left to right, so that would be from north to south. When you look to the north, there's a load of black clouds. Logic tells you it's coming this way. But I didn't even need to figure that out because this local track helper has pointed out for me. And you were turned down, Paul, so there.
So we've got about another minute of this warm-up before they head back to the pits.
Indeed we do. Oh, thanks, Gigi, saying I'm a good host. Appreciate that. Yep, maybe something stuck. We don't know. Super Savage saying possibly the front brake failure, or did some debris get in stuck in the wheel? Absolutely, Super Savage. Champion League starting grid from Gigi. Again, absolutely. You know, from what Clark Wallart was saying earlier, this is without the doubt, without the doubt. Sorry, my mouth is working faster than my brain, or my brain's not working, or anything like that. Yeah. Hey, we're only human. This is without doubt the most competition they've had, and the biggest depth of competition they've ever had at a single race meeting in the entire world. He might have been stretching a little bit because he was hoping to make the top 10, but got close, but didn't quite make it, so. Red Bull's nearly gone. I'm in trouble, Paul.
I can fetch you another one.
I think we're out. They're out, aren't they? Harry took the last one, didn't you, Harry? Oh, there's more. Yoink. What? It's over there. It needs to be in the fridge. I'm sorry, I'm tethered. I can't stretch that far. Okay. Our second semifinal A. And in this one, we have Arnaldi, Vesely, Catalani, Fulman, Repetti, Previo, D'Amico, Roscam, Cricri, and Weiser. And I can tell you, Paul, they're taking it much more easy out on their outlap, aren't they?
They are. I wonder if they've learnt something.
Absolutely. That's always the advantage of being in the second semi. All right, and they're all there. Ready for it?
10, 9,
We're in the countdown.
8.
Feel the tension build. I'm trained on the starting. And a good start for Arnaldi. A little bit sideways, but didn't slow him down. There's one pass. Looks like the 6 car getting past the 5 car, indeed. And then Hessel Roskam making up a place also on the start. Nice, clean start. These guys make it look easy. Oh, there's a bit of trouble in the middle of the field. Hessel gets shuffled backwards, and he has a spin. So Roskam's going to come out after the first full lap at the back of the field. But it is Arnaldi at front, Vaselli in second. And I believe that's Catalani in third. And Fulman in fourth. There was trouble coming out of the Samba S's last time. And then it's 5, 6, 7, 10, 9, 8. So it's Arnaldi, Vesely, Catalani, Fulman, Repetti, Previo, D'Amico, Weiser, Cricri, Roskam. As I said, Roscoe had made up 1 or 2 places on the opening lap, and they got caught up in a bit of melee at the Samba S's and got shuffled back. Long way to go. And ooh, there's a spinning car. Just narrowly avoided that. It's sometimes hard to not make these funny sounds when you see what's going on, but then you remember that you're not seeing what I'm seeing. So I do apologize for that. I'll try to be better. And Dario Vesely is going with Arnaldi, and Catalani is not too far behind. Then it's Patrick Foreman in 4th, and then it's the whole rest of the field lying astern as they come out of the Samba S's and onto the main straight. But there is a gap between 1st and 2nd of 1.3 with 1.7 between Vesely and Catalani. Oh, okay. Yeah, don't worry, guys. We're not on air. That's fine. They're just in here yelling to each other. We've only been waiting for this moment for 5 days. I think he's asking to have something to spray under his arms because he's smelling a bit rough. That was a joke, people. Arnaldi crossing the line in the Samba S's. Just there behind him is Vesely. He is 0.6 of a second behind. Catalani in 3rd is 1.6 back. Then it's Foreman in 4th. Rapetti, D'Amico, Weiser, Cricri, Roscom, Prevost. Long way to go, 27 minutes and 15 seconds. And that last semi-final, oh my God, the drama of it all. It's a little bit too much for my old heart to take, I'll tell you that much.
Well, we are watching the battle for 5th place.
Okay.
With Eduardo Rapetti and Emmanuel D'Amico, the 5 and 7 cars.
As they turn right and climb up the hill. I'll try to keep an eye on the Arnaldi and Vesely at the front and tell you if anything happens there. Watching these 2 drivers fighting for 5th. Going up towards the Jeep sweeper now, onto the main straight. Down the straight they go. Into the big left-hand sweeper, both hugging the curb nicely. D'Amico was a little bit wider than Rapetti there, but it didn't cause him any trouble. Into the top corner they go. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th still as it was as these guys head into the Samba S's now. Down the main straight they go. 26 minutes left. Nearly had a mechanic running, got halfway across the bridge and come back. Coming out of the Samba S now, up to the Jeep sweeper. And, oh, there's a car put off into the fence. Didn't see who did that. I didn't hear refs calling any fouls, so they can't watch everything. There's only 2 refs and there's 10 cars. Do the math. It just doesn't work. So we have 1st and 2nd together in the Jeep sweeper. 2nd and 3rd together into the Jeep sweeper now. That's a recovering number 9 car who just got pulled off of the fence. Then the battle you're watching between Rapetti and D'Amico. 25 minutes and 15 seconds left. Rapetti running a bit wide. D'Amico looking for a way through, but Rapetti had enough momentum to take him and remain in that 5th position. They're in the S section, coming into the Samba S. Hanging a right. Up the hill they go. Through the Jeep sweeper now, down the main straight. And I can tell you, let's switch to the lead of the race, because Vesely is hassling Arnaldi now. Right with him. As I was telling you earlier, these drivers know the best chance they have to disrupt Arnaldi is to put him somewhere other than pole in the final. And maybe that's Dario Vesely's idea at the moment, because he could quite comfortably just follow him around. He's holding the same pace as Arnaldi. You know, is Arnaldi pushing to the limit? We don't know. Is fuel an issue? Absolutely, as we saw in the first semifinal B. 24 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. And now Arnaldo has just opened up a small gap And as I look back down the field, something's happened because I only see 5 cars, the 6 cars missing, and that would be D'Amico making a mistake. So we took the right time to look away and see this battle, because there's no more battle, well, close battle that is, for the 5th and 6th spot. 1st and 2nd are right together. Then you have 3rd, 4th, and 5th all separated by about 1.8 seconds. Then about a 2.5 second gap back to 6th place. That is D'Amico. On to the main straight they go. Vesely chasing Arnaldi into the sweeping corner. They had different entries, and Vesely closing right up on Arnaldo now. He was there before, and he made a small bobble, and it's taken him 2 or 3 laps to get back up with him. Crossing the line now through the Samba S. On to the main straight, off the Jeep sweeper. And Arnaldi is able to just have enough to keep his nose in front, but Vesely closes in on him through the tight section. But it could be Arnaldi knows, well, he's not going to get past me here. If I just stay on the racing line, he can pull as much of the throttle as he wants. He's not getting around me. And both of these drivers know it's no good hitting each other. And then Arnaldi gives it full beans down the main straight and says, "Yes, sucker, you can't catch me there." Back into the infield. I'll just slow up a little bit because there's nowhere you can pass me. And Vesely making a mistake coming through that corner, going up the hill. And that's going to cost him about 15 meters of track space. You probably saw there in the background, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So I'll let you decide, Paul, who we should watch, because, yeah, this is what it is at the moment.
Well, I'm still looking at Rapetti and D'Amico, who are just coming down the into the straight here.
And that's the battle for 6th.
It's down the battle for 5th.
Now, Compy, we've got Arnaldi first coming out of the sweeper here, the Jeep sweeper.
Yep.
Then you've got Vesely there, they're 2nd. Then you got 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Well, then my screen must not be working, because I've got Rapetti down here as 5th in car 5.
Oh, it must be, I'll tell you what. One of these cars here is a lap down. 3, 9, and 4. There you go. Car 9, Cree, is a lap down. That's what the problem is. And he's just moved out the way. So you have Arnaldi crossing the line now. Then there's Vesely. Then there's Catalania. Then there is Fullman. And there's the 9 car Cree. And you are absolutely correct. Thank you, Paul. The battle for 5th. If we could follow that.
We are doing.
Coming off of the Jeep sweeper. Thank you very much, Paul. You're a lifesaver. I think you should do this full time, mate. You're good at it.
No.
Okay, I'm going to take a breath.
I'll keep my eye on this.
Thank you very much. Wet my whistle. I mean, I don't know why. Scotty Ernst can talk for 13 hours a day. I don't know why I can't talk for 8. Oh, yeah, I know why. He's better than I am.
You just have a cold. It's
that's
your
true.
fault.
That is true. We are 20 minutes and 10 seconds left.
And Rapetti is not getting away from D'Amico. Not since that last mistake of D'Amico about 4 or 5 minutes ago. D'Amico quickly put that gap down to what it is now, which is less than a second, but can't get any closer.
Yeah, these cars running such equal lap times. I mean, I'm just looking down the field a bit because I do get along well with Hesse Roskam, and he had that trouble early on. He's gone down to 9th place, and he just can't. You can't make up much time because everyone's so equally matched here. You need someone to make a mistake. Or run out of fuel or have your wheel lock up or something like that. I think that's the sort of thing, if you look at like someone like Feldman, who was out in front and had built such a lead that he did, 4 or 5 laps with a broken car and was still able to come home 3rd. When you don't have a worry about fuel, you can do that sort of thing. Clearly, there was people that ran out of fuel. At least 2 of them ran out of fuel. But we are still following the Ripetti-D'Amico battle. They were separated by half a second last time around. They're crossing the line now. They're separated by still half a second. And this battle is 3.7 behind Patrick Follman in front of them. Follman going up the hill now. Then you got a lap car, and here come Ripetti and D'Amico. 18 minutes, 35 seconds left. So we're getting close to halfway. It was at the, well, what was it? 6.5 minute lap, 6.5 minute time mark that the first car ran out of fuel in the semifinal B. And I can tell you that after Vesely made that little bit mistake, Arnaldi has broken him and pulling away from him, but Andrea Catalani now is just 0.8 of a second behind Vesely. I'll keep my eye on that while we're watching the all-important battle for the 5th and final bump-up spot. 5 cars in each final. The B and the A go through to the main event. And then it is pure times, so the amount of laps you've done and how long it took you to do that, that puts you into your starting order. And at the moment, Giovanni Verbrugge did 73 laps in a 25 split. 17 minutes and 20 seconds left. And Vasili's coming under super high pressure from Catalani. And the Ripetti-D'Amico battle just rages on. You know, it's not like the earlier finals, Paul, when you just had to hang behind someone for, 3 or 5 minutes or so, and then they made a mistake. These guys aren't making any mistakes. Not that I've seen.
They're certainly not. But D'Amico just can't get any closer.
Can't or doesn't want to.
That's a good point. I mean, he's got another 16 minutes.
Exactly. If you know you're in the 6th place and you can see 5th place right in front of you,
yep,
and you can go as fast as he's going, not saying that the guy in 5th is going as fast as he can. You see what I'm saying? He was hanging there, though there's a bit of a gap between them now. You know you're probably not going to catch 4th, who's another 5 seconds down the road from you, because there's not enough pace to make that up. Maybe just hang with them and wait to see if someone falls out, and then just cruise home and take your place in the final. You're going to get your picture in all the magazines in the whole world if you make the A final at this meeting. So, job done for your sponsor. Of course, they want to win, but the chances of these guys winning, they'd need some catastrophes from other drivers. Not saying these drivers aren't good. I'm just saying the other drivers are better. You know, Arnaldi now is coming up to lap 8th, 9th, and 10th, or 7th, 8th, and 9th, I think. Indeed. Someone's off. Oh, that was Hessel Roskamp. Oh, such a nice guy. I feel for him. Okay. But we do still have all 10 cars running, which we didn't have in the semifinal B. And instructions being yelled up. Even Martin Lissau down is pitting for his friend. I mean, there's no point going back to his pits because he can't work on his car because it's in Parc Fermé. And the reason they keep the cars in Parc Fermé is they need to have the same amount of time to prepare the car for the final. Wouldn't be fair if the guys from the semifinal B got their car back and had an extra 30 minutes to work on it. We have just gone past the halfway mark. Running order is Arnaldi Catalani, who has gotten past Vesely for 2nd, so that was a change. Follman is 3rd. Then we're watching the Ripetti-D'Amico battle. Then it's Privat, Weiser, Roskamp, Cricri. 14 minutes, 30 seconds left.
So if we follow Ripetti, Harry, he's the one that has to make the mistake. He's car number 5. He's in the 5th position.
So he has gapped.
He's got a little bit of a gap now.
Yeah. Let's have a look and see what that is. Ripetti finally getting the better of D'Amico, maybe just breaking him down just a bit. 1.6 seconds is that gap. We'll look at that for the next couple of laps and see you know, what's going on.
"14 minutes to go."
It would appear as if Repetti has the better D'Amico at the moment.
And therefore the last bump up spot.
Yes. And although it was 1.6 last time around, it was 1.2 now. I'm just going to eyeball D'Amico's car and see how it's behaving itself. It's looking good. Oh, and Mr. Roskam having trouble, bless him. I'm not saying these other drivers aren't nice. I don't have the luxury of being able to know them because I don't speak the language they speak, but you know, I can say that Hessel, you know, lucky for me, speaks very good English, and his father, and they're very friendly and have been very warm and welcoming to me, and it's very, very nice to talk to these nice guys. But looking at it now, D'Amico's got it going. He's coming. You know, it's like nighttime. He's coming. 0.6 behind. You know, 3 laps ago he was 1.6. Whatever it was, you know, maybe he made the mistake, or maybe he, I don't know, had a brain fart for a couple of laps. Geez, I have them every couple of minutes. 30 minutes is a long time to concentrate for.
These two are the only Italians in
Are
this
they?
semi-final.
Where's Catalani from?
Switzerland.
Oh, fabulous. And that Vesely?
Croatia.
Fantastic. And now you can see why I don't get a chance to speak to these guys. A lot of these other countries don't speak English. You know, it's not that... Yeah, they've not learned English. They don't have to learn English. If you live in Italy, what do you need to learn English for? Yeah, a lot of the younger generations do learn English, but a lot of people don't have to, so they don't. So therefore we can't communicate. Although I am trying to get the owner of Genius in here who doesn't speak hardly any English, and I've got Sebastian Mancia, hopefully, you know, young little whippersnapper, give me a little bit of grief about actually walking up here and, you know, translating for me. God forbid. So unfair, you know. He has to come up and do something.
It's a real shame that we're running 20 minutes late.
Yeah.
We've only got 6 minutes between this and the F1 final, and then another 6 minutes between that and the final of this.
Yep, and there's a crazy pileup of cars coming in, and Repetti getting through it a little bit nicer than D'Amico. D'Amico now has a lapped car between them, and he's not moving out the way. You're a lap down. Just get out the way. Oh. The two car is on the grass. That is Dario Vesely. He is... Oop, that's me whacking the window. He did get off, but then he's gone off at the end of the straight. Okay, we got to let this unfold. We got to let it unfold. I'm pretty sure that was the 6th car that went off at the top of the track. That's what caught my attention when I slammed the microphone into the window. Saw the mechanic running. I looked back at his Vesely, who I'm going to say there's something wrong with his car. You're not just going to slide off twice in a corner. Let's watch Vesely now. Yeah, maybe he did. Maybe he had a brain fart. Okay, let's get him across the line. New running order. Arnaldi out front. Catalani 2nd. Foreman 3rd. Get ready for it. Repetti 4th. And Emmanuel D'Amico is 5th now. And
therefore, where is car 2 of
I'm waiting.
Vesely?
He's heading towards the line. Get ready for it. It's going to be about 12 seconds. 16 seconds. So D'Amico, who was fighting his little socks off to try to get on pace with Repetti for the 5th and final transfer spot, now finds himself with 16 seconds in his pocket. And there's still 9.5 minutes to go.
Can Vesely find 16 seconds in 9 minutes?
I don't think so. I mean, I just seen him having trouble coming out of the corner, having trouble there. Something's happened. The rear of that car is not behaving himself. You know, he's still gonna. He's not giving up. He's still going, but he's having to be so careful in the corners. You can visibly see that he's not putting the power down heavy on corner exit, and they're just there into that corner. The rear end just goes. It's on right-hand corners, and it's the rear end's just sliding out. So I'm not sure if they have independent roll bars, you know, or it's like one roll bar that goes across both wheels. And there it does it again. No, he's out. Meaning he's out. Meaning he's not going to have the opportunity to close down with a car that's not working right. 8:35 to go. Arnaldi out in front. He's got a 9-second lead. He is on lap 52. I don't have a forecast on here because I've taken it away so I can see the gaps. Only really would matter for this one, but we can live without it. We'll check what the time is at the end. Catalani second. Patrick Follman third. Eduardo Rapetti fourth. The Amico is fifth. Then it's Vesely, Visor, Creaky, Roskam, Prevost. And it's not over, ladies and gentlemen. Still just over 8 minutes to go.
Well, I'm being told my information is incorrect, and Catalini is actually Italian, but he just drives for the Swiss team.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that information. We can only read what we're given. And that makes sense because you have to race at the European Championships for the country you qualify in. So maybe he lives in the part of Italy that's closest to this track, and this is where he races, for instance. Oh dear, that's Vesely over again. His car is just sick. Yeah, I mean, it's like this. In England, obviously, we're very close to Ireland. So if I went over to Ireland and raced the Nationals over there, I could qualify for Ireland. There's other things that prevent that from happening, so it's not quite that simple, but it's something like that. But you can only race for the country that you've qualified to race in, but the governing body has to approve this before they allow that. And that's to stop, say, someone not qualifying their series correctly, just popping along just any old country that lets them race, and boom, you're going to the World Championship without doing the work, because they only want people that actually do the work to come do the races. But it makes perfect sense that he is Italian, but racing for the Swiss team, so he's listed as Swiss. So thank you for that. 6 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Arnaldi's still out in front, 9.9 clear of Catalani, 6.3 clear of Follman, 3.8 clear for Petty, and 3.7 clear of D'Amico. And it's still Vesely in 6th, but he's over a lap behind. And he's still going. Good on him.
But it's definitely down to one of the first 5 drivers to make a really bad error to let him qualify for the 5th spot.
Or run out of fuel.
Or run out of fuel.
Or have a front wheel lockup.
Or have a front wheel lockup.
Yep. But he's still, I mean, he's all over the place. Bless him. He was doing really good. He was even pushing Arnaldi for a while. And something's broke on that car. You know, it's not enough to make him pull into the pits, but on the right-hand corners, the rear end just is gone. It's like we got it on camera now, so watch here. Here's the right-hand corner. He's all right there. And did you see how careful he put the power on? He's just going to move out wide and let Arnaldi, no, or not. Or he's going to block Arnaldi. Oh, dear. Is someone playing silly buggers? Arnaldi just drives around the outside of him down the street. As we said earlier, Arnaldi wasn't the quickest on the infield, but certainly was the quickest on the main straight, and you saw a good indication there of Vesely's car not working right. Here's the right-hand corner again. Not so bad that time. And there it is. You see the rear end just hooks a little bit and throws it right towards the inside of the track. It's not undrivable, but you're not gonna win races with a car working like that. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go. We are in crunch time, as I call it.
Well, he's not going anywhere, so let's pick up car 7 of D'Amico, who's in the 5th spot at the moment, and he'll be the last one to bump up. He's just coming up to the Jeep sweeper, yep.
And he just gave way to Cree. We're probably not saying that right, but never mind. Yeah, he just gave way to him. And wait, hang on a second. What's just happened? Someone spun. What number is it? That's the 6th car. Okay, that's Prevost.
Yeah.
He's way down. Yeah, Cree just gave way to the 9 car and said, look, if you're quicker than me, just go ahead and go. I'm like a lap ahead of you. I ain't bothered. So I call it crunch time because, you know, crunch time is when something could happen, and we had trouble before crunch time happened in the last one. Crunch time is the last 5 minutes, and the last 2 minutes is the super crunch time. That's just some rubbish I made up. So a little bit of fun. And it's getting louder and louder in here. Obviously, you know, we're in their office, and they talk really loud.
But all cars have made the last 4 minutes.
Indeed. 3.5 minutes to go. I'll just give him a look and see what happens. Hello? Thank you. We can hear everything. All our viewers are hearing. He just laughs and is like, I don't care. He's a big guy. Yeah, I'll knock you out, mate. Just kidding. Yeah, he doesn't understand a word I'm saying. That's why it's funny. 3 minutes left. We're getting close to super crunch time. All cars are still running. So did these drivers learn something? Did they adjust the engines to, you know, be more fuel economical? Will Arnaldi do enough to get ahead of Giovanni? Arnaldi now, he is on lap 66, and Giovanni did 73. Only just those 73 in a 25 split. 2 minutes and 30 left. All cars still running. Still the same running order. Believe it or not, Vesely with a 6 car is still in 6th. With a 6 car is still in 6th even. 2 minutes 20 left. Tick tock, we're getting close to super crunch time.
And we're still following car 7, DiMacchio, who's in 5th spot. He's the last one that's going to bump up.
He is indeed. And I just watched him turning right, going up the hill, and his car's not looking fabulous either. Might be tires. You see, when he comes into that corner, you see when the cars aren't working right, it's pretty easy to see in real life, because as they turn, the front wheel stops turning, but the rear keeps going. Oversteer, you might call it. We're into super crunch time. 1 minute 45. I'm not going to look at any one car specifically. I'm going to just look at all of them and see if anyone slows up, anyone slows down.
Yep, car 7.
Car 7. Car 7. That is D'Amico. He has stopped. So Vesely, who is 20 seconds behind with 1 minute 25, will go through. He'll definitely come past him. Here comes Vesely. Hessel Roscom has stopped as well, but he is outside the top 5. No point running for that car.
So car 2 now takes the 5th one, and he's just coming through the Jeep Sweeper onto the straight now. Car 2.
Here's the orange car at the end of the straight. Okay, so the 5 going through: Arnaldi, Catalani, Follman, Verpetti, Vesely. Vesely with a sick car has been sick for the last 10 laps or so. So we've had 2 stopped. It looks like fuel to me. Now these guys got close. That's why I call it the super crunch time. You're into the, the super crunch time. And instructions being yelled up. They're screaming at their drivers. You better not drive. Or something like that. I don't know. Obviously, I don't understand what they're saying. And what is that? That's Follman. Follman having a big mistake coming up the hill. Vasely's gone past him, but not past him on the track. So Follman still stays in 3rd, even though he had a massive moment and a super tail wagging skid up the hill. But we're into the last 10 seconds now. Still just watching all the cars in general, not specifically watching any one thing. But I am going to look at the computer. 73 laps for Arnaldi, and he's still going. You know what that's going to mean? He's going to get 74. And looking for Arnaldi up to the top of the hill, coming down, a right, crossing the line now. Arnaldi is your pole man for the final. In fact, Catalani is going to be in 2nd, 73 on an 09. Giovanni is going to be 3rd. I'm taking 2.
Okay, yeah, cool. Could you point it at the pits? The minute's pointing at the S. Yeah, because they're going to do some refueling.
Does this hurt your ears or just me?
Does it do what to your ears?
Hurt.
It's quite comfortable for me.
Just had to take a moment to breathe. Breathe. Water. Maybe it's vodka. No. I've not even had a drink for 2 days because my throat's hurt so bad. And if you know me, that's good. Now, I want to be able to, I'm not going to travel all this way and commit to doing this race for you guys and RC Racing TV and mess it up. Already being sick when I showed up, and then, drinking and depleting my body's stuff. What stuff? You know what I mean. My body's resources. In fact, I'm going to have another vitamin tab and a nice bottle of water. I've gone all the way over to the fridge. Such a long way. Oh, all the way back to my milk crates. Here we go. Oh, yeah.
So they're the drivers for the main final of the F1. Somebody appears to be stealing our camera.
Nice. Is it Harry?
Hopefully it's just Harry adjusting it.
Oh, the Harry's here. Look. Just kidding. Made you look.
Did.
In fact, I'm going to put 2 vitamin tablets in my bottle of still water.
Living dangerously.
I'm on the edge, baby. I'm on the edge. Anyways, thank you very much. I've just had a quick skim through of your comments. I appreciate, everyone's involvement. It's nice to see you guys getting involved. And let's face it, I myself sit at home and type in messages and watch what's going on. Kino, I can't wait for the final. Good racing. Thanks for the coverage. You're very much welcome. Thank you for the kind words. Marcus Sousa, genius power. Yes, I'm trying to get Noako to come up here and have a conversation with us. Remy Carr, it's the best. Domenico was nice race to see this one. It was a great race. And Chris, 54-150. Nope, don't understand that language. But thank you very much for your comments. The touring car final should be a spectacle. As it stands, Arnaldi. There you go. Sorry, the cheeks get a little bit funny, but Arnaldi is the driver to beat. He did go over a lap quicker than Giovanni did. Doesn't mean that's going to happen in the final, because again, let's look at it this way. Arnaldi made it to the end. Giovanni made it to the end. Okay, was Arnaldi pushing to the full? Was Giovanni pushing to the full? Don't know. Hang on, just 1 second. Technical issues.
Technical things.
Yeah, we're just making sure everything's ready. Although, I thought you weren't for this one.
Not for this one, the next one.
So you couldn't push it yet.
Don't press it yet.
Yeah, keep your comments coming. We've got
it's quiet again.
A whole few minutes. It is nice and peaceful. AC/DC. Okay, yeah. Did Arnaldi get TQ? Yes, he did. He got 74 laps. I think it was in an 09. Giovanni was 73 laps in a 25. Or, no, maybe not. But Arnaldi definitely had 74. There was a driver who had 73 in an 09. So Giovanni, who won the first final, will not even be on second. He'll be third. So, yeah, just waiting to see. Anything else coming through? James Burgess, thanks. Saying DC is a legend. Well, something. I'm here. Lucky me. I'm here, and we're struggling through. We got a fridge, freezer, ice creams, Coke, Red Bull, coffee maker, espresso maker,
biscuits,
beer. Well, though we don't drink any beer. Actually, I tell a lie. I did have one beer yesterday, and it was a very small beer, very low percentage. Keno, was it the lap record? Well, there's a little bit of confusion on the lap record, Keno. We were told the other day it was 40. No, 23, 24-0. 24-0-7-3, I think. And then Arnaldi did a 24.
3? 0?
Yeah, 0-3 or something. So it was 24-0-3. It's something like 400ths of a second quicker. And I went to the timekeeper and I said to him, "Did you see that lap from Arnaldi? It was the fastest lap." Now remember, the timekeeper doesn't speak very good English, and I do not speak his language. I've said many times. And he said, no. And he pulled up a lap time of 23-9 something. And then he said, "Oh, I'm not sure about that lap." And pretty much that's where it ended, and that's the confusion. But Arnaldi did have a quicker lap yesterday than, 2 days ago, wasn't it? Because we had a 20p bet that I lost. Thanks. I'll pay you later, Paul. And I thought for certain we were going to have a 23-second lap on Thursday, but we didn't. But apparently we did, but they wasn't sure if we did or not. Does that make sense? Good.
Not sure what the delay is.
Without giving us a chance to rest. I don't think someone would have called a timeout before they started. Oh, look, there's Utz. Let's see, Utz. Can you recognize him?
Yep.
Should we get him to come up here and talk to him? He's going to take some photos. He's taking photos, Ella. I could try to get him to come up, but the problem is if I ask him to come up and he's down there to take photos and they start the cars up, he's going to miss his chance to take photos and he'll be not happy. We don't even have a counter saying how long to the start. If I knew there was 7 minutes to the start, I would get him to come up for a minute or two. But I mean, how's that for the kind of person Utz is? Was on target to make it to the final and had an engine failure, and yet he's out there taking photos of his friends and the sport that he loves. He could have easily gone over there and kicked the table and broke his big toe and gone back to his car and sulked. But he's not. He's a big man. Big guy, big heart. There you go. Ella Ut said, "My mom said he was kind of pissed about half hour ago." You think? Yeah. It was a loose screw out of wishbone. That's not what you said earlier, Ella. Ella, earlier you said it was an engine failure. Is she telling us porkies, Paul?
No, she did come up with something earlier about what had caused it.
Well, there's no way a screw on the wishbone caused an engine failure. Not unless it bounced off the ground and got sucked down the intake. I'm joking though, Ella. I've not been paying attention to the chat room, so I'm just poking a bit of fun at you. Don't mind me, I'm just some crazy guy over here in the corner. I missed. That was me trying to throw my empty bottle of water into the cardboard box bin in the corner. And it bounced off the corner. I mean, it nearly went in. It was over-the-shoulder boulder holder. Do you know what that is, Paul? Nope, me neither. Something I made up. Yeah, I'll pick it up. There you go. Listen to him upstairs. Can you hear that floor creaking? That's all those guys upstairs. Jeez. Well, we're still waiting. I don't know why. Oh, I should have called Utz up here. He's gone back to his pit area. I can see him all the way down there. Never mind. He's got all the photos he wants, I guess. Hang on a second. Ella says, first information was from another driver, the Wishbone's crew. What he told me, told his mom. I kind of believe that more. Well, of course. No, it's fair enough. I mean, it looked like it just came to a stop.
Okay.
It looked like an engine failure, so it was very easy to go with that. So, no, we appreciate the help. But, you know what, Ella? I'm still going to poke fun at you. Because it's fun. And the engines come to life. Okay. Now, this is going to be hard. It's 50 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. And unfortunately, Ella's dad, Utz, is not taking part because he had a screw come out of his wishbone or whatever the information was. It's terrible luck for everybody as a spectator that Utz has not taken part in this. Because it could have been an almighty battle for 50 minutes. I think they were pretty equally matched. Don't you, Paul?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
So hopefully during this one, Sebastian will go get Noako, the owner of Genius. I think that's his name. Noako? Guess who's here? What up? Come. I said come, and he told me I was number one. I don't understand. What does that mean?
I don't know. It's Dallas, by the way.
Yeah. You can tell he left the door open, can't you? This is what it sounds like outside. Don't you do I mean, sometimes you don't have to speak the same language and you can communicate just fine. The guy that was in here earlier, who we told him to be quiet, was sitting outside the door. And I went outside the door and he told me in hand signals to go back in. And then he put his hand out towards my mouth and did like a grab and turn shut like he was going to shut my mouth. So basically, when he was in my area, I told him he couldn't talk, and I went out to his area and he said, "You can't talk in my area, mate. Sorry." All done quite lightheartedly, I can assure you. You know, like I said, as a joke, it's a shame we can't laugh at all when we come to these meetings. Oh, there's a car stuck on the grass. At least the mechanic is watching. Paul's my spotter during the warm-up while I sit down. I don't really sit down during the races. It's I can't see correctly from this position. Trust me, if I could sit down and see the timing screen and the chat room and the track, I would, but I can't do it here.
I think we're missing at least one.
Should be 10.
There's 8 on the track and 1 in the pit. 2 in the pit. That makes 10.
You heard that? They call him into the pits. Okay, into the pits they come. Let's have a look if they refuel. Yeah, they absolutely are. So they have to take them out of the pit lane to refuel. It looks like they're being a little bit more lenient and letting them rest on the piece of wood, although the number 5 is taking it right out, as you're supposed to do. It's great, isn't it? This is sometimes more fun than the race itself. See, let me try to explain how it works. So they do their warm-up, okay? And they do their warm-up in whatever random order they want. It doesn't matter. And then they call them into the pits, okay? They only leave them in the pits for a very short time for them to refuel. So let's say, you know, there's 6. Let's say all the cars make it back to the pits, but number 4 is the last one back to the pits. So number 4 car comes in. It's the last one back to the pits. Just the luck of the draw of when they, you know, call you to the pits and whether you've spun on your lap or whatever. So number 4 comes into the pits and they take it and they run over and they're putting fuel in as fast as they can. They start releasing them. 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're still putting fuel in. They go, 4, go-kart 4, go-kart 4. And they're like, we're putting fuel in it, man. And they don't let 5 go. Oh, hear the wind. Uh-oh. Wait, number something.
Is that 9?
Well, it's number. I'm guessing it's number 9 because it is indeed. But number 5, jerseyed. Marshall's running out there to collect number 9 car. And he's just holding it. Well, I mean, it's either running or it's not running. Well, the mechanic's running now, but the car must not be. On the pit lane controller, and gives the 10-second. Here we go. Listen.
5, 4.
And the first final underway. The first main final. A good start at the front from the 1 car. That is Stegmuller.
1 car is out at turn 1.
And I can't see what it is from there. I was putting my glasses on. Hengler in second has gone right with him at this early stage. Oh, please let it be a good race. I beg of thee. And already, by the end of the first lap, they've got nearly a 4-second lead. The running order: Stegmuller, Hengler, Bafano, Lacroix, Gilles Marty, Glure, Richner, Marone, Data, and it was Boulay who's gone off at the first corner. Our leaders now are up to the Jeep Sweeper as the rest of the field comes into the Samba S's. Already, Stegmuller just gapping Hengler just a bit. Hengler, and our leader's up on 2 wheels. Oh, Hengler would have been able to go around him. He looked left, looked right. There was nowhere to go, so he had to get a handful of brakes. While our leader, Stegmuller's car was up on 2 wheels. It was that far up, I could read the writing on the bottom of the chassis, and it said, help me. Down the main straight go our leaders. They've got a 3.3 second lead over Bafano in third. Lacroix fourth, Gilles Marty fifth, Glure, Richner, Marone, Data, Boulay. And our leaders they're getting close to lapping the car already. Has the pace difference from first to 10th. On to the Jeep Sweeper now as the 6th car. That is Aldo Bafano in third. And he is 3.4 behind our leaders. Our leaders are coming out of the Samba S's now. On to the Jeep Sweeper. And that was Boulay. Did the grass hill wall ride, moving out the way.
So at least we know that car 9 actually got started in the end then.
Excellent.
Because he started from the pits and he didn't make the grid.
That's correct. But is he a lap down? Yeah, I mean, it's actually Mario Data who's only done 1 lap.
I think it was Data that went off at the first corner.
Let me have a look in the pit lane. Well, I can't.
And second place man Hengler came onto the grass there on the main straight, but recovered.
And we have a car stopped on the infield now. So Stegmuller is going to be quite happy to see this, the threat from behind him ease. The 10 cars being carried back, so that's Marone, whose car has broke down. Let's have a look at times now. Stegmuller is 1.7 clear of Hengler, and they're heading for the line now. And I suppose it's roughly the same. Let's have a look. It's now 1.9, so Stegmuller was just over 2/10 quicker than Hengler last time round. At the end of the main straight goes these 2 cars into the sweepers, turning right up the hill. 46 minutes and 20 seconds left. That's a long time. All the time this is going on, we have the touring car guys over there ripping their car to bits, trying to get it ready. Maybe that's why they do such a long race pole, to give the touring car more time to fix their car. Don't know. Oftentimes at races like this, they have a juniors race or a veterans race or some other type of race. Not here, I'm afraid. I don't know why.
How's that gap now? Has that changed?
The gap is indeed changed. It's 2.1. So Stegmuller out front ahead of Hengler by 2.1 seconds. Hengler ahead of Bafano by 3.7. Bafano ahead of Gilles Marty by 2.3. Then it's pretty close back to Romain Lacroix. He's only 0.9 back. And back of him just by 0.7 of a second is Marcus Gluer.
So shall we pick up car 3 in 5th place?
I think we should.
That's car 3.
This is the first race of the whole weekend where we don't have to think about bumping up. Of course, it's not the first race.
And that didn't take long, did it?
No. And that was the 3 car of Romain Lacroix, who ended up upside down on the beginning of the main straight.
Just seconds after we picked him up.
Yeah, that's good. That we caught it on camera. Not good that he crashed. Not yet, at least. I'd rather see some really close racing.
Yeah, so that's no longer a close one.
Well, let me have a look. Nope. There is like the closest battle is 1.3. Bafano is dropping down, but he's come back in. So 1.8 between first and second, 6.4 between second and third, 1.4 between third and fourth, 1.2 between fourth and fifth, 2.4 between fifth and sixth, 9.7 between sixth and seventh, and then you go into laps. Plus 3 laps and plus 6 laps.
Well, Lacroix's not having a good time since he ended up on his roof, so shall we see if car 2 in second place, Hengler, can actually close that gap on the leader?
I think he's doing a good job hanging in there at 1.1 behind. Now remember, it's not really a worry about fuel for these cars because they have to make a mandatory stop. Now, I don't know if they could make 2 stops if they wanted, so it's a little bit of a different attitude of driving if you're not worrying about fuel, because you can just, focus on driving as fast as you can, whereas in the touring class you have to think about fuel. He's right with him now.
He's right with him.
Okay, we have a race for the lead. Coming off of the Jeep Sweeper. Into the first corner. Hanging a right up the hill. Stegmuller just ahead of Hengler. They're coming on the switchbacks now, crossing the line. 42 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Bouncing across the curbs is Hengler. And onto the main straight they go. Into that corner, and Hengler's keeping Stegmuller nice and honest there. In fact, Hengler's looking awful racy. Into the top corner they go. Into the switchbacks. Crossing the line. And that's what I was talking about with because they have a fuel stop, they're not worrying about conserving fuel. We know they can do, 30 minutes without a fuel stop. We've seen it.
Okay.
So 50 minutes with a one fuel stop is right, provided you got the right size fuel tank. So if you see someone closing up on someone, it's genuine. It's not someone conserving fuel. Tires, that's a different story. I don't think these guys have done 50 minutes this week on a set of tires. And I don't think there's any rule. You can stop and change tires if you want. But of course, that's going to take you loads of time. And Hengler having a big moment at the first corner. That's going to see all that hard work undone. 41 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. And he went from being 0.7 behind to 1.4. So lost a whole chunk of time on that last lap. Just over 41 minutes left. Stenmuller ahead of Hengler. 1 and 2. Marcus Gluer in the 7 cars 3. Gilles Marty is 4. Aldo Bafano is 5. Romain Lacroix is 6. And then Roland Richner is 7th, but he's on a long lap. Okay, it was a 35-second lap, but he is still going. As we look at our leaders at the end of the main straight, 9 car off the track, so that's Samuel Boulay. Just looking at the 2 car, it's not quite looking as comfortable as it was a little while ago. It looks really slow under acceleration.
He's going into the pits.
Absolutely. His pipe has come off. His exhaust pipe has come off. Could you hear the louder sound of that as it came down the pit lane, Paul?
Yeah.
I mean, like most cars, they work on compression, and a tuned raised pipe, puts out more compression. And someone's gone out and just grabbed something. It's not the pipe because it would have been hot. Just grabbed 2 bits of something. Let's have a look as he comes back across the bridge, and that's a shame, isn't it? Now I couldn't see what it was. It was like a 200 mil wide, maybe, or 200 mil long, maybe 50 mil wide, and 3 or 4 mil thick. I couldn't tell whether it was like a casing or something, but there was 2 pieces of it. Well,
Sorry,
go ahead,
I was going to say
Paul.
our leaders are just about to lap car 3 and 6 of Lacroix.
I was just going to say it's looking like it's Stegmuller's race to win.
It is with just under 40 to go, 39 minutes.
We lost Utz in the first semi-final to a mechanical failure, and he was someone that was shaping up to well, he was the fastest qualifier, so it was shaping up to be a good race. Then we got into this race and was hoping someone would give Stegmuller a go, and it turned out to be Hengler was doing just that. And I'm guessing it's his exhaust pipe that's fallen off by the engine note as he came down the pit lane. 38 minutes and 25 seconds left. It's not to say that Stegmuller is going to win it, but he is certainly odds-on favorite at the moment.
Any
Yeah, let me have a look.
anything close up there?
Nope. I'm sorry to say that Marcus Glure. Well, I mean, he's not that far behind. Just 8.6 seconds behind our leader.
Well, let's give him a little bit of airtime then.
So that's the 7 car, please.
Car 7.
So our leader's going up to the Jeep Sweeper,
And we're on car 7 now, our second place man.
and he's out of the Samba S's up to the Jeep Sweeper now. And the gap is 8.7 seconds. And on fast lap, Stegmuller is 25.8 and Marcus Glure is a 26.0. So their outright fastest lap is looking very, very similar. But you have to think that, doing one fast lap doesn't win a race. You have to do a whole bunch of them. And on their average lap time, they're only separated by 0.156 of a second. But over, how long have we done? 13 minutes. That equates to like 9 seconds. Let's look and see if there's anything else happening on the track. So those are the only 2 drivers on the lead lap at the moment. Gilles Marty in 3rd. Oh, no, I beg your pardon. It's a little bit strange getting my head around this computer. Gilles Marty in 3rd in the 5 car is 10.5 seconds behind Marcus Glure. And then Aldo Bafano is 7.8 behind him. And those are the only cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, so Harry, if you drop back 3 cars, we'll be on our 3rd place man, the Spaniard Tony Gilmarti.
36 minutes left.
Going into the Jeep Sweep.
The wind is definitely gusting. The threat of rain has not appeared from the local who said with his hand signals it was looking a little bit iffy. 35 minutes and 45 seconds as our leader is at the top of the track now, into the top corner, heading into the switchbacks now, and crossing the line. 26.6 that time round, and most drivers are into the 26s. You know, the fast laps are 25s or low 26s. And believe it or not, even though Hengler's not going, not driving, he's still ahead of two cars that are driving on the track. They've obviously have come into the pits and had some work done. Because it's Marone who's only on lap 14 and Hengler did 22. Boulay now is about to go ahead of Hengler on this lap. He's come on late, and our leader is on his 35th lap. Make that 36 now. 34:40 on the race clock. Let's get all these cars across the line, and we'll look at some gaps. So it's Stegmuller in the lead, 9.7 clear of Glure. And then Glure is 9 seconds clear of Gilles Marty.
And Gilles Marty's the car we're covering at the minute. So Dave, if you could just call that for a couple of minutes, I'm just going to check what's wrong with the other camera.
I will indeed. So Gilles Marty is in the 5 car. He's at the top of the track. He is the Red Bull liveried car. Is onto the Jeep Sweeper now and onto the main straight. .33 minutes and 40 seconds left. There's no real close racing on the track at the moment, so we are following Gilles Marty in the 5 car, who is in 3rd place. Would put him on the podium if he carries on for another 33 minutes and 21 seconds. Turning right, up the hill he goes. Into the top corner. Right behind him is the, let me see, that's the 9 car. And that is Samuel Boulay. But he is 10 laps behind these guys. Clearly he was in for some sort of mechanical earlier on. And then Gilles Marty, let's get Marcus Glure in the 7 car across the line. In fact, Gilles Marty is 11 seconds behind him. That's the 7 car climbing up the hill as Gilles Marty comes onto the main straight. So, I mean, it could be possible for Gilles Marty to finish up higher. To be fair, with 32 minutes and 20 seconds left, it's almost possible for anything to happen. Crossing the line now. Let's have a look at Gilles Marty's lap times. A best lap of 25.7. Ooh, that's interesting. Gilles Marty has the fastest lap of anybody on the track on a 25.7, a 25.8 for Stegmuller, 25.9 for Buffano, 25.9 for LaCroix, 25.8 for Hengler, 25.9 for Richner, who's no longer running. And Silvio Hengler is back on the track. Let's have a look at where he's at, how many laps he's behind. He is 14 laps behind our leader. So Silvio Hengler back on the track. He's only 14 laps behind. Only. Like I said, anything could happen. And it often does in Formula One. It's like real Formula One. 31 minutes left.
What have I missed?
Hengler's back on the track. Whatever that problem was, they got it fixed. we'll keep an eye on him here, hear him in a little bit. He is 14 laps behind our leader. But he's only 2 laps behind Samuel Boulay in front of him. Let's have a look at lap times. And at the moment, his last lap, he was 1.6 seconds clear of Boulay in front of him. So Hengler, it's not out of complete unknown for him to make up at least one place. I mean, to get up to Romain Lacroix, he is 11 laps behind. Yeah, you're going to have to be doing like 2 or 3 seconds lap quicker.
Okay, so we want to pick up Hengler then. Car 2. That's car 2.
And it was a real shame to see Hengler go out earlier because he was giving Stegmuller a good run for the money. But then his car just slowed, didn't it? You could see it coming out of the corners. Wasn't a whole lot happening. Didn't look lively at all. Into the pits he came, and he was there for some 14 laps. You know, that's best part of 6 minutes. 29 minutes, 35 seconds left. We're almost to the halfway mark. 50-minute race, so 25 minutes puts us halfway. And there is a mandatory fuel pit stop. Now, that's quite interesting thinking about that. If you were going to try to save time, Paul, and you had to do a mandatory pit stop, and someone told me earlier you could get a fuel tank that did the whole 50 minutes, you'd do like a half a second fuel pit stop, wouldn't you?
Yeah. If you could.
Yeah. Unless having that extra fuel on board meant you went half a second a lap slower, then obviously it's not worth it. Paul's just rubbernecking back and forth trying to figure this out. How's that working out for you, Paul? Can I help you in any way?
No, don't you worry.
7 car has stopped. That is our second place driver of Marcus Glure, parked on the track, and I didn't see him like wiggling the wheels. The mechanics picked it up and he's done 2 360s with it, looking to run back to the pits, and he's running back to the pits. I'm guessing the car is not running. It could be out of fuel. We saw some cars have to make a fuel stop in the 30-minute semi. Let's have a look on the, well, I can see the pit lane camera. Let's switch to that. You can't quite see what they're doing there, so I'm guessing that's the car that's on the ground they're trying to start. It is indeed. And they've given it a half a dozen pulls, and to the workbench it goes. Let's have a look at the running order and see what that's done to it. Stegmuller out in front. Gilles Marty second. Buffano third. Lacroix fourth. Glure still in 5th, but he is in the pits. Boulay 6th, Hindler 7th, Marone 8th. So let's have a look here at Hindler. He's 14 laps behind our leader, but he's only 1 lap behind Boulay.
That's who we're following at the minute.
Well, say 1 lap. It's +1, but it's only 31 seconds, so it might...
Although he's just spun as well.
Oh, dear.
Not having a good lap there.
Come on, Hindler. Come on. So he is 23 seconds behind Boulay. So he's on the same lap as him now. When he came back, he was a lap behind. So we've not seen Glure go back on the track yet. So if he stays in the pitch much longer, that'll see Samuel Boulay and Silvio Hengler move up a spot. So they would move up to 5th and 6th rather than 6th and 7th. And I think Hengler has every possible chance of getting on terms with Boulay. His quickest lap is 0.8 of a second quicker, Hengler over Boulay. 26 minutes left. Almost there, halfway through.
So do you think most of them will come in at halfway or just stagger it? Or
it's hard to tell, really.
And who's going to know if everybody's done it?
I saw the pit lane controller down there with a bit of paper and pen in his hand. And I think they put some fuel in that car, Glure's car that stalled. hoping that it would spring into life. So they threw it down on the ground, put some fuel in it, gave it a half a dozen yanks. Nothing happened, picked it up, went to the bench. So they're probably looking at it, scratching their heads now. Of course not. They'll do things like look at the spark plug, check the ignition wire. I don't know what else you would do if it's not starting. Make sure all the controls are connected up, because even though they are fuel cars, you still have a receiver in there, and you'll have a battery. Oh, I hear something.
Car in the pits.
I hear it.
I don't know which one it is.
I'm looking. That is the 6 car.
Who's in third place at the moment.
Yep.
Aldo Bufano.
And the 3 cars just come in. Romain Lacroix.
Who's running fourth.
6 cars out now.
But has it gone all the way?
Nope, he's gone straight off into the grass. The 5 car is in.
It's Marshall's jumping out the way all over the place.
One thing you shouldn't do is jump out into the pit lane when a car is coming at you. Here's our leader in the pits.
I don't think you want to have your back to the cars coming in.
And I'm watching them fuel it. I can see them right below me. They just got a handheld fuel bottle, and they put a full entire handheld bottle of fuel in. Often in the 1/8 buggies, you see they've got these speed guns and stuff, but I don't think they need that here. With one mandatory stop, you have a better chance of getting maximum fuel in like this than you do with a speed gun, because the speed gun is whatever quantity is in the gun. Once it's emptied, that's it. If you don't have enough in the speed gun, your tank's not full. So I think that's most of them had fuel, but I don't think all of them. Believe it or not, Stegmuller still our leader. But let's wait a minute. So let's see where the 5 car is. He's just crossed the line. Okay, so he's on the same lap still, believe it or not. You can see it says +1 there, but I can see on the track that Gilles Marty is just ahead of Stegmuller.
So let's follow the leader then for a bit, Harry. Car 1.
Here's Gilles Marty crossing the line, and that puts him 23 seconds behind our leader. And here's Stegmuller, which puts him another lap down. So it's not a close race, but it's a race.
There's 23 minutes to go.
23 minutes to go, and he's 23 seconds behind. You know what that means? He has to go a lot faster. Let's have a look at old Hingler. He has not gotten past Marcus Glure yet. And as I say that, he's just gone past him. He is only 8 seconds behind Samuel Boulay. So he has every chance of getting up to him. But someone's off. Marshall running. Where's he going? It's the... Nope, can't see the number from here. Oh, and it stopped. He picked it up, threw it, and the car just went, what? It's a 9 car, I think. So that's Samuel Boulay. That's gonna help.
Hengler.
Hengler, yes, exactly. Thank you, Paul. Okay, I'm gonna have a watch. Let's see what they do. I'm chuckling. Sorry, because he came down and he had the car in his hand. So it's quite big cars. He's got his elbow on. The guy came up to have a look, and he just flung his elbow like, "Get out my way! I've got to fix this car." Hey, even the mechanics get all excited. Of course you do. And that car has been switched off. So they got the box of tools and they've taken it to the bench to try to fix it. So that means Hingler now up to 5th. But it's looking like he is 4 laps off of Bufano. It's doable, but he's going to have to see mistakes in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, the gap between Hengler in 5th and the leader is some 13 laps.
Yeah. As we said, he was in the pits for about 6 minutes fixing whatever it was, which isn't too bad. As far as, let's bring the car in, identify what the problem is, and then get it fixed, and then go back out. Let's look at his lap times. 26.8, so he's comparable lap times to everyone else that's on the track at the moment.
I mean, only 2 cars have got to fail in the top 5 for him to make a podium.
Correct. But as we say that, he's on a long lap. He's on a long lap. There's the 6 car fixed. He's on a long lap. I don't see him on the track. And I don't see anybody running.
There's nothing in the pits.
Oh, well,
Where's he
disappeared. I don't know. He's not scoring a lap. He's been on a M for missing. I guess. I don't know. I made that bit up. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's not like you could lose him now with only 5 cars running. He's not parked up in the grass because someone would be running for it.
6 yellow flags car behind you. Thank
Okay.
you. 20 meters to go.
Oh, I know what happened. Bermuda Triangle swallowed him up. Yep, that's what it is.
Well, I can see 2 cars in the pits now.
So maybe one of them. I mean, we've got 4 L's showing and an M. So Hengler now, we're just running in 5th. Well, he's in 5th position, but not running. So he's not running in 5th, he's in 5th. I can only see 4 cars on the track now.
Yep, me too. As I just quickly flick to the pits, there are 2 cars being worked on in there.
And LaCroix in 3rd is 8 laps ahead of Bafano in 4th. So I think that's the.
Was one of those car 10?
I think it was 10 and 6, yeah.
And 6 hasn't got out.
Well, whoever's halfway down the pits and then stopped.
Yeah, and Marshall's just realised. Do you want me to get it? Shall I leave it there? It's calling him. Oh, he's got to go. Right.
Oh. I mean, you got to chuckle, don't you? That was the 4 car. 4 car
6.
of Mario Data who'd only done 1 lap.
Where's he been?
I don't know. But he's been somewhere the whole time.
He could have gone home.
Yeah. But it does show you, something, that the never give up attitude. He's come back, he's got 18 minutes left, and he knows he's not going to do anything as far as results-wise. But you know what he is going to do? He's going to get 18 more minutes of track time. He says, thank you very much. I'm here. I'm in Switzerland. I paid my entry fee. I bought my tires. I'm going to do it. I like it. So now Mario Data has 3 laps. So he's only 69 laps behind our leader.
But he's only 14 laps off 9th place.
Correct. And with 17 minutes, you're doing 2 laps a minute. So he potentially can do, maybe another 36 laps. Just thinking 2 laps is like 52, 53 seconds plus 8. Divide 3, carry the 4, and make the best of it up. Thank you very much.
He can make 9th place at the end of the day.
Yeah. But if you look, oh no, he's 30 laps behind. He's not doing 30 laps.
No.
Yeah.
So who is still out there? Who's still racing?
Kevin Stegmuller is our leader. 21 seconds behind him is Gilles Marty. And 3 laps behind them in 3rd is Romain Lacroix. 8 laps behind that is Aldo Bafano in 4th. In 5th is our friend, and the only other person that was challenging Stegmuller is Silvo Hengler in 6th, but he's not on the track. But I don't know why I told you that. Well, I told you that because he's in 5th. On the track still is Reinhard Marone, but he is on the same lap now as Hengler. And then Samuel Boulet is back on the track. He's 2 laps behind Marone. Marcus Glure is in 8th, but he's not running. Roland Richner is 9th, but he's not running. And Mario Dato is on his 7th lap after having like a 35-minute repair. Oops, sorry about
I thought it was me.
that was me. I was losing control of everything now. So I you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something crazy here. I want to look at the number 1
We are looking at number 1.
and the number 5. We're going to look at it with my own real eyes, because he's only 22 seconds behind him. So there's the 5 car here. This is our second place coming down the main straight. Here's our leader coming down the main straight. That's one excursion into the grass. We could see Gilles Marty win this. I mean, don't get me wrong, Stegmuller has been the class of the field. You know, Hengler was keeping him honest, but he had his, unfortunate mechanical. Let's have a look at their lap times. We've got 15 minutes and 10 seconds left. And Gilles Marty has gone, a little bit quicker last time around than our leader. He is, well, I got to get him across the line. It's backwards. 23 seconds behind our leader. So I think you're absolutely correct to follow the leader, because if he has a mistake, and certainly a mistake where he needs rescuing, there could be a battle for the win. And then he had a mistake. Oh, he saved it. Fully crossed up, coming out of the sweeper. Hard on the brakes, ended up on the curbs, millimeters away from tucking the front tires into the grass, but kept it going. Now you only need he's over. He's on his lid, on the straightaway. He's upside down. His marshal is there. The young lady is brave. She's out. She's looking.
Turn it round.
There's 2 cars.
Oh, no.
They hit each other head on. Here comes our second place driver. He is now coming out of the Samba S's onto the Jeep sweeper as our leader is in the first corner. Now it's getting interesting. And I'm sure we caught that on camera because he was following the leader.
Yep.
We can't do a replay because we are too excited ourselves to see something happen. Well, something exciting happened. Oh, sorry, I forgot to look at the computer. Oh, no, I can look at the computer now and tell you what the gap is. The gap is just 6.3 seconds. 42-second lap for Stegmuller. Okay, we've got a traffic in the way of Gilles Marty. And I got to remind me, Paul, that I got to catch the winners is coming down off the rostrum.
Yep.
So I said 6.3 last time around, didn't I? The gap now is 5.6. Did something happen to Stegmuller's car? I mean, he's not done anything like that. That thing it's been dialed all race long, 12 minutes and 55 seconds. We're going to keep our eye on Stegmuller because it's his race to lose. Little mistake there coming into the Samba S's onto the Jeep sweeper. I gotta say, Gilles Marty's looking good. 4.8 seconds. He went 0.9 of a second quicker last time around. That's not a little, that's a lotto. Gilles Marty's on it. I don't know. Could it be tires? Could it be brain fade? Oof. He has just closed it down now to 2.9. With 12 minutes and 10 seconds left, they're nearly on the straight together. Into the sweeper goes our leader. Here comes Gilles Marty. Stegmuller has been out in front, trying to watch both of them at the same time. Stegmuller up at the top of the hill. Here comes Gilles Marty. There's traffic between them. Into the top corner they go. Stegmuller's car doesn't look right.
Nope.
It's not handling terrible, but it just looks slow. 2.7 now between them. Let's look at the lap times. Another quarter of a second he took out of him. I'm going to say something engine because it looks to be handling okay. It just doesn't look like it has the power that Gilles Marty. And look at him cruise up to him. You can almost see him in the same shot now. That's the second place directly behind him, Harry. They are separated by 1.8 seconds. 11:20 on the clock. And Stegmuller really slow on the straight. Here comes Gilles Marty. It's only a matter of time now. Stegmuller, that's it. Something's happened. His car has slowed. Here it comes. The pass will happen. Let me have a prediction on the main straight. Here they come. Onto the main straight. Gilles Marty's up the inside, but on the grass. Well, he would have done it. But oh, look at Gilles Marty up on, or Stegmuller up on 2. Gilles Marty's just going to hang back. He knows what time it is. 10 minutes and 35 seconds left. Oh, and Gilles Marty having trouble coming out of that top corner. Stegmuller now thinks, geez, what's going on? I'm going to have to do something here. And he's just gapped Gilles Marty. He was right with him. Could it just have been, a 5-minute brain fart? Oh, Gilles Marty, he's off at the top of the hill and comes back on. Wow. I expected Gilles Marty just to drive right on by.
Yeah, me too.
10 minutes left. Stegmuller now just rinsing away from him. I mean, now it seems to have its power back. What in the world is going on? 9 minutes 35 seconds left. The gap between first and second is 2.6 seconds. Saying that, Gilles Marty went 0.3 of a second quicker, or just under 0.3 quicker last time round. Maybe it was the shock of, oh my God, I might win the European Championships.
That's what I was thinking, actually.
It could be.
2-3 laps of, oh my goodness, that's the leader,
Yeah.
and I could do it, and he just couldn't control it.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen people on the rostrum shaking so bad, it's, you just don't know how they're controlling the car at all. He's closing up on him again. 8:45 on the clock. Traffic for both our leaders. No problem. 6 car moving right out the way. Good driving. Traffic for our leader now coming out of the Jeep Sweeper. They're separated by just 1.3 seconds. 8.5 minutes to go. Traffic clearing right out of the way for our leader. Good driving. Oh, and he's having a tank slapper. And Gilles Marty just says, move. I won't say the rest of it. It's rude. There's a song about it, though. Move, boom, get out the way. I wish I had clips and I could play that every time that happened. Okay, it was 1.3 last time around. It's 1.7 now, as Gilles Marty gave some traffic a little bit of a tap. 8 minutes to go. As we said earlier, there shouldn't be a problem with fuel. Unlike there will absolutely be an issue with fuel in the touring car final coming up just after this one. Not sure, there'll probably be a few minute gap. But Gilles Marty now seems to have composed himself. Stegmuller's car seems to be working better than it was. It went for a little bit of a phase where it seemed really slow. And it honestly could be this. Could be this, guys. It could be that, you've been up there for 40 minutes. Your fingers lock up. He could literally just not been able to pull the trigger full. Here he comes. Gilles Marty closes right up on Stegmuller at the end of the main straight. 7 minutes and 8 seconds on the race clock. On the infield they go now. Stegmuller makes a mistake, and Gilles Marty's over, lands on his wheels. Hey, that's racing. Let's just hope neither of these cars are broken. We want to see a race to the end. Stegmuller lost it, and Gilles Marty hit him, rolled over. Champions roll, as I call it, because even champions crash better than the rest of us. Landed on his wheels. The race is back on. 6 minutes, 40 seconds on the race clock. Into the bottom corner they go. Ding, boom. Now, Gilles Marty has to do all the hard work again. He's gotten close to him twice, and twice something's happened. First time was Gilles Marty's fault. I think he, everything just got a bit too much for him, and the brain just wasn't talking to the body anymore. That time was absolutely nothing to do with Gilles Marty. He was pushing it. He was on it. And, hey, let's be honest about it. He got away with it. 6 minutes and 7 seconds left. Up the hill they go. We're going to focus on this battle because it is exciting. We've waited a long. Well, we had a good battle in the beginning between what's his name again? Hengler and Stegmuller, but now it's Gilles Marty versus Stegmuller, with Stegmuller in the lead. The gap was 0.6 of a second last time across the line. 5:45 on the clock. Hanging a right, up the hill they go. Similar lines through there. Gilles Marty closing right in on him in that top corner. On the switchback now, crossing the line, out of the Samba S's. Up the hill they go towards the Jeep Sweeper. And he's closed right up in him, right up on the inside, right past him. We have a new leader. That's the first time in this race. Gilles Marty is our new leader. Now the roles have reversed, and we saw this earlier. It's easier to chase than it is to lead, but Stegmuller on the grass, that's not how you chase down the leader. I mean, to be fair, Gilles Marty could just switch it into cruise mode, but he's probably shaking like a beggar outside a supermarket trying to get dinner. Sorry, I couldn't think of anything else to say. I wasn't being rude to beggars. 4 minutes and 45 seconds left. I could have come up with a better one, so please, I apologize if you're offended. Gilles Marty, our leader. He's crossing the line now, 4 minutes 35 on the clock. The gap between these two drivers is 3.3 seconds. Now I've got to go out and try to find out who Gilles Marty is. He'll probably be the guy coming off with the biggest smile. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. Gilles Marty up the hill. And we did not expect this, did we, Paul?
No. I thought this was Stegmuller all the way.
Yeah, definitely. But Gilles Marty just kept there, kept doing his laps, and next thing you know, he had a chance, and he's taking it. Down the main straight he goes. And Stegmuller is falling back, 3.5 behind, and we have just under 4 minutes to go. But the two car, who's looking pretty fast, he's way down. That's Hengler. Just let Hengler go. Let him go. It's not worth it. But
has he composed himself? Does he realise the car behind isn't a problem for him?
No, I don't think so. They're yelling at him though, and see, he's let him. There you go. The mechanic yelled up something to him. Gilles Marty moved over. It's not a threat. Don't get involved. You want to go faster? I don't need to go faster. And Stegmuller spins at the top of the hill. This one is over. Well, no, it's not over, is it?
No.
But you know what I mean. We've had the change of guard, and Stegmuller's front left tire. Let's pick Stegmuller, please. Coming onto the main straight. He's got a front left exploding tire down the main straight. One of his tires has exploded. His front left tire. Look at his car bouncing around. Or one of his front tires has exploded. Look at his car bouncing. You see it, Paul? Bouncing all over the place.
It is bouncing, yeah.
Yeah, he's worn right through the tire. Well, that might explain, what happened. He's off on the grass. No! Yeah, his tires are done.
But he's got a 3-lap advantage over the third place. So
you know what he's got to do? Keep it on the tarmac. You're not gonna do any good if you park it on the grass. He spun. Doesn't want to do too much of that. He will know what's happened. And he's just been lapped.
Lapped by the leader with less than 2 minutes to go.
Exactly.
So I think we'll pick up the leader again, Harry.
Yep. We now have seen what the problem is. Stegmuller's tires have given up. Again, these guys have not done a 50-minute race all week long. So clearly the tires that he picked, and he spins again, he doesn't want to do too much of that. Do we have to start looking at how far third place is behind? It's 2 laps now.
2 laps, and it's just over a minute, so no.
Well, if he spins 5 more times. Come on, Stegmuller. We wanted to see a race, but we don't want to see you lose it through a tire failure. 1 minute to drive, the nice lady says. And our leader is at the end of the main straight. Tony Gilmarti, our leader. I will go grab him. Well, where's he from? Hopefully he speaks English.
Spain.
Spain. Oh. Okay, I can speak a little bit of Spanish, but mostly bad words, so I won't choose those. 30 seconds to drive. Nearly to the end of this race. Looking for Stegmuller. Still going. He's going to get lapped again by Gilmarti. 15 seconds on the clock. These two drivers will go one more lap. Stegmuller is nice and steady now. He knows that he can't do push even at all. Moves right out the way. Good driving. I mean, his tire, when I looked at it, I saw bits flapping off of it. Literally, flapping like a flappy thing. Time has finished. A few more corners. Well, in fact, he's already won it. Tony Gilmarti is going to be the winner of the European Championships in the Formula One class. I'll go get him.
Do what with the camera? Okay, so hopefully he's going to get him. And I've got to go man the camera. So it'll be quiet for a couple of seconds. Two. Yep, good.
First of all, congratulations. Tony Gilmarti, the winner. Did you think you were going to win?
No, I think that Kevin was faster during all the week. But when I see that Kevin had problems, I try to push hard, and finally I can overtake and win. But
Well,
in the middle of the race,
we saw you came right up on him and then had some mistakes and fell back. Were you nervous?
no, because we make I make in the minute 10 about in the. That's my son. Yes. I make I don't know a mistake. Okay, no, okay, and the rear brake was loosened. I make all the race without rear brake, without all the rear brakes.
Did you know what happened to Kevin?
Yeah. Kevin have I think an engine problem and lose a lot of time in this group here and in the other. I don't know what to explain. In the other group, I control.
We saw at the end his front tire blew away. But Kevin Gilmarti, European champion. How does that feel?
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations. A new Formula One European champion, Kevin Gilmarti. There you can hear his friends telling him, the cheering, the shouting, the oles. Fabulous. Sound is really low. Sorry, Ella. We did the best we could. I tried to put the microphone closer to him, and when I did, he just backed up a little more. But he's very excited. He said that he didn't think he would win because Kevin was faster than him all week, and he saw Kevin have a problem with his engine, which we saw, and then he didn't know that Kevin's tires had exploded. When he saw Kevin had a problem, he pushed like mad, and he's come around, and he is the Formula One European champion. And there's no rest for us, no rest for my voice, no rest for my aching throat, which I'm only telling you, I'm not complaining. So I appreciate you guys bearing with us, and good filming there, Paul.
Sorry, the sound was low. There was nobody here monitoring it. I had to operate the camera, so next time I'll make sure we up the sound.
Yeah, and say as I put the microphone closer to him, he just kept backing up.
Right.
Yeah, this guy just won the European Championships. That is massive.
Harry, you didn't point the camera back to the S.
There's only a small handful of people in the whole world that have won the European Championships, and
press record.
For him to come down off the rostrum like that, and we grab him and cram a microphone in his face, and he's a Spanish driver. He's been speaking Spanish to all his friends, and boom, he's got to switch his brain mode. I think he did a great job. In the interview, that is. So yeah, as Paul said, he did the camera. We sent Harry off to do something else. Next time we'll make sure to keep someone here monitoring the sound. What it is though, that because we had 2 delays earlier, we had 2 10-minute timeouts. They're going straight through to the touring car final, and we have.
Sorry, just give me 5 seconds. In a bit on the S, and try and get rid of the orange ribbon that's sort of at the front, bottom of the picture. Sorry about that, everybody.
It's all right. So yeah, we had to send Harry off to push record on some other cameras for the TV show that will be produced from this event, and because we would have had more time if they didn't have those 10-minute delays. They're going to a timetable here, and if you know anything about EFRA, they try to stick to the timetables. So I'm going to take just a couple of minutes and try to refresh myself and get ready for this very exciting final race of the 2017 European Championships, Lastallo, Switzerland.
Okay, I'll put up the drivers for this one.
Now I've got one.
And of course, this isn't the F1 final. Got to get rid of that.
I might have to have some vodka tonight to rinse that out. Did you hear that? But purely for medicinal purposes. Never we see that again the rest of your life.
Over a door, in the seat, bouncing along the side, rolling the side.
I just made the best trick shot, throwing my my empty water bottle into the box in the corner. Lobbed it over my shoulder, bounced off the top of the door, in and out of the sink, along the side, rolled into the box. Boom, 2 points. Anyhow, they are calling them out to the grid. I hope you guys are excited and ready for the last race of the 1-5 European Championships in Lastallo, Switzerland. Amazing place. Arnaldi is on the pole. Catalani second, Verbrugier third, Fulman fourth, Rapetti fifth. Then it's Martelli, Vesely, Feldman, Salon, and Martin Lissau. And when you say those names, it makes you, triggers those memories. Oh yeah, Lissau was out. He had stopped. He had run out of fuel. and then he made it through. So yeah, amazing stuff. Lots of people congratulating Romain, absolutely, as it was absolutely deserved. We're gridded up here. We're into the 10-second countdown. And away we go. A good start for Arnaldi at the front. And wow, the third place driver, Verbrugge, nearly hitting the second place driver. That was very, very close. Up the hill they go. Into the top corner. So far, so good. No major dramas. And we know what Arnaldi likes to do. He likes to break people, and then he'll just put in consistent lap after lap after lap. Down the main straight they go. Running order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's standard running order in the top 5. I'm not going to look back to the other ones because I want to watch the leaders. Up the hill they go. Arnaldi already making a small break, so it's looking like on this early stage, Arnaldi is having the better of it. Catalani is struggling just a bit. Verbrugge there looking for a way past. Patrick Follman there in fourth as well. As the rest of them, very, very close at this early stage. Just 1 minute gone, 29 minutes to go. We will indeed try to grab the winner of this one and get some words out of him. But not everyone speaks English, so we'll try our best. And Verbrugge trying to look for a way up Catalani, and they had a little bit of a clash, but they ends up on their four wheels. Down the main straight they go. Arnaldi is opening up a bit of a gap. 1 second lead last time round. Up the hill they go. Into the top corner. Arnaldi had a 1 second lead last time round over Catalani, who's looking a little bit better now, a little bit more settled. Maybe it's just that early race nerves, or the tires weren't quite up to temperature, or, you know, some people are slow starters than others. But 1.1 second lead for Arnaldi over Catalani. Then it's Verbrugge, Follman, Repetti. That's your top 5. And it's very, very close. I mean, the whole field is together apart from Arnaldi, who has pulled away out the front by 1.4 seconds now. Verbrugge looking for a way past Catalani. He knows he's got to get up there, because it's once Arnaldi gets going, you're not going to close up on him unless you're super quick. And it kind of looks like Catalani now has got the message. He's pulling a little bit of a gap on Verbrugge. 1.5 though. So Arnaldi still just a half of a tenth quicker than the rest of the field last time round. He is enjoying the luxury of not having anyone in front of him, but he goes across the curbs going up the hill. Didn't seem to cause him much trouble though. And the second place driver of Catalani now has opened up the smallest of gap on Verbrugge in third, who has Follman and Feldman right with them. 1.3 second lead for Arnaldi. These guys know they don't want to let him get away. If they want any chance of winning the European Championships, they have to keep Arnaldi in sight. As I said earlier, Arnaldi is the master of putting in fast, consistent laps. Doesn't seem to make many mistakes. Down the main straight goes Arnaldi and the rest of the field. 1.6 second lead around. So Arnaldi taking a half of a second or so out of him last time round. Up the hill they go. Arnaldi runs a little bit deep into that corner, the top corner, through the switchbacks now, crossing the line, through the Samba S's, climbing up the hill into the Jeep Sweeper. Down the main straight they go. The lead for Arnaldi is 1.8 seconds over Catalani, Verbrugge, Follman, Repetti, Feldman, Vasily, Salon, Martelli, Lissa. Every driver on the track still has a chance of winning at the moment. Anything could happen. Just under 26 minutes to go. 1.9 second lead for Arnaldi. That's what I'm saying. He just puts in fast after fast after fast lap. You know, it's not a lot, you know, but I mean, if you're doing a lap a tenth of a second quicker and you can do 20 of those in a row, well, do the math. You're going to pull away from the field, and that's what he's doing. Getting a little squirmy out of the switchback and then bounces across the curbs. So let's see what it is now. 1.7. So like I said, it was a A little bit slower for Arnaldi last time. 0.19 of a second.
Of course, we're still focused on the positions 2, 3, 4 and 5, which is where battles are having
Absolutely.
to be fought.
They're still running in numerical order. Very equally paced, all these drivers, apart from the 8 car. So that is Feldman, who has gone up. But Rapetti has got past him now. So the running order, well, let's get him across the line one more time. I don't want to take my eyes off it and look at the scoring screen. Arnaldi over the line now as the rest of them come across the line. The lead is 1.8. It's Arnaldi, Catalani, Verbrugier, Follman, Rapetti, Feldman, Vasily, Salon, Martelli, Lissow. 24.5 minutes left. And a big slide for the 5 car. Does a 360 Rapetti. I think he's going to lose a position, but he keeps going. He does indeed lose a position. And a 2.1 second lead now for Arnaldi. It's starting to shape up for a battle for the podium as our leader is just sneaking away at the front. But Catalani in second has opened up a small gap on Verbrugier in third, who is being pushed by Patrick Follman, the Danish driver. The whole race, Follman looking quick, just can't find a way past. Looks up the inside there, but Catalani still out in front. Verbrugier just got the power down just enough to hold Follman off. Into the big sweeper they go. Hanging right, up the hill, on the top of the track, into the big stopping corner now. Both of these drivers perfect around there. Follman quick through there. Quick again into the Samba S's. They're on to the Jeep sweeper now. Onto the main straight they go. Follman 2 wheels on the grass. All the while that Verbrugier and Follman are scrapping out for third place, Catalani in second is opened up a small gap, and that enables him to focus on going as fast as he can and not having to worry about defending at all. So Follman, desperate to try to find a way past Verbrugier, looks up the inside, almost found a gap, switches to the inside down the straight, but Verbrugier has enough power in that car to hold off Follman. And there's a coming together for the people behind Follman, so that's Feldman, Rapetti, and Salon all having a little bit of a mess. So there's going to be a gap back to the 5 car now, who is Rapetti, who is up to 5th. At the front, it's Arnaldi, who's checked out. Catalani in second with a bit of a gap back to the battle for third between Verbrugier and Follman. Top of the hill they go. The big stopping corner now on the switchbacks. Over the line now into the Samba S's. And on to the Jeep sweeper one more time. Down the main straight they go. Verbrugier has a little bit of breathing space, but Verbrugier's car is a bit quicker down the straight. Follman's definitely quicker on the infield. Lots of screaming down in the pit lane. Up to the Jeep sweeper. We're following this battle for third. Again, Follman looks up the inside line, but Verbrugier's car has enough power to take the sweeping line onto the main straight. Back onto the infield. Follman has to hope for a little bit of daylight and try to take advantage of it. Into the big stopping corner they go. Into the switchback now. 21 minutes and 25 seconds left. Onto the Jeep sweeper one more time. Follman just stays right behind Verbrugier that time. Tight with him through the sweeper. Right up with him, up the inside. Follman takes over the third spot. I think that was sort of, Follman just showed him his nose, and Verbrugier didn't want to spin off the track, so he sort of checked up and said, all right, you know what, finally, you've undone me. Now let's see if Follman has anything that he can do to close down onto our leaders. Arnaldi out in front. He is 1.7 clear of Catalani, who was 3 seconds clear of that battle for third that Follman now has taken control of. We'll give it a couple of laps, then we'll check times. Down the main straight. Fabrugier's not going anywhere. He's going to follow Follman around for a bit. Repetti's there in 5th. Bit of a gap back to Feldman in 6th then. Up the hill they go. This is where Follman was quicker through the infield, but maybe Repetti was, or maybe Catalani was just, maybe Fabrugé even was just sort of being a little bit conservative, didn't want to make a mistake, but Follman now opening up a bit of a gap. Getting a little bit squirrely, coming off of that bottom corner. Up the hill they go. At the front now, let's have a look at the times. Arnaldi out in front, 2 seconds clear of Catalani. We get Follman across the line. He's 2.9, so a little bit closer. Then it's Fabrugé and Repetti rounding out the top 5. 19 minutes, 35 seconds left. Follman now with a definite gap on Fabrugé in 4th. Let's look at the times, and Arnaldi is pulling away just a bit, doing a best lap of a 24.2. Follman now, let's see what he did last time around, a 24.4. That was a little bit quicker than Catalani, so he might have a chance of closing in on Catalani a bit. He's definitely pulled away for this battle for 3rd place. He's owned in 3rd place now on his own. 18 minutes and 55 seconds left. Arnaldi still has a 2.4 second lead over Catalani in 2nd. But Follman now is on the move. He is quicker than Catalani in 2nd. And Catalani will see it. He will see Follman coming. Remember, we've spoken about this many times. This is not just a flat out go as fast as you can race. They have a limited amount of fuel on board, and it has to last 30 minutes. No fueling allowed during the race. If you run out of fuel, you're done. 18 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Arnaldi out in front will be pacing himself, just keeping Catalani the same distance behind. It is Follman, in my opinion, who has to push on maybe faster than he wants to try to go if he wants to improve on his 3rd position. Just under 18 minutes left. This is a 30-minute race. We're approaching half race distance now. Let's look at the gaps again. Still 2.2 from Arnaldi to Catalani, 2.8 from Catalani to Follman, and 1.5 back to Fabrugé in 4th.
Well, we're now looking at Fabrugé and Repetti, so if you can keep your eyes on the gap between Follman and Catalani for us.
I will indeed. We've got a mechanic running, so someone's parked up on the grass. I believe that's the 8 car.
Did you want to just drop back one again, Harry, and we'll just see if there's anything going to happen there in the next couple of laps whilst Dave looks at the gaps between Catalani and Follman.
Indeed, the gap between Catalani and Follman has actually increased now to 2.9 seconds. So Catalani has seen what's going on, and Catalani is spun on the top of the track. Follman is right with him now. Go forward 2 cars, please. That's definitely the battle on the track now. Arnaldi has released of the pressure. Follman giving Catalani just a little bit of a nudge, going, hello, here I am. Down the main straight they go. Into the first sweeper. Now the tighter corners. And Follman with a burst of speed, closing right up on Catalani. So I don't know, Catalani was on his own, made the mistake without anybody around him, maybe just lost a bit of concentration, thinking, pushing on a bit, trying to expand that gap over Follman as they come off the Jeep sweeper one more time down the main straight. Arnaldi's gone. He's checked out. He's up the hill. It's his race to lose. And now Catalani has actually gapped Follman just a bit on this infield section into the heavy brake and top corner. It's always a knife edge. How hard do you push? How much do you burn your tires up? How much fuel do you use? Still a great battle for 4th and 5th between Fabrugé and Repetti, but we're watching this battle for 2nd. Now it's calmed down, and Catalani has got going again. Follman clattering across the curbs through that little infield section. Catalani looks like he's gapping Follman just a bit. So maybe Catalani was being a little bit reserved earlier, saw Follman come, pushed on a bit, and then lost concentration and made a mistake. As I say that now, Follman right back with him. Momentum is everything in this racing. You have to carry the speed around the corners. Bouncing across the curbs, you could ruin the next straight and one or two corners after that. Follman right with Catalani now. Up to the Jeep sweeper they go. On to the main straight. Follman sliding out on the grass. Follman now is going to lose third place, fourth place, and Follman down to fifth now. Follman rejoins in front of a recovering number 8 car who gave him a little bit of a nudge. And we got the replay. Follman runs out wide. You see he's on the marbles, lost it, tried to save it. There was no saving that. He is very, very lucky to have gotten that off of the grass. Well, Catalani breathing a sigh of relief now as he has no more immediate danger. There's always danger, trust me. 14 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. Arnaldi down the main straight. His lead is 4.9 seconds. This is why he is known as the best driver in the world at the moment, because he gets out in front and he just puts in clean, consistent laps, conserves his tire, conserves his fuel. That's what I was saying earlier. These other drivers were doing their best to try to get ahead of him in the semi-final and hopefully, cause disruption to his ability to put in these quick laps, but they couldn't do it in the semi-final. Arnaldi started from pole and hasn't looked back. 13:45 on the clock. Arnaldi in first, Catalani second, Giovanni Vabrugier third, Eduardo Rapetti fourth, and a recovering Patrick Follman in fifth. 13 and a half minutes to go.
Still looking at.
You can see Andrea Catalani on your computer, or on your TV even. 13 minutes and 9 seconds left. Catalani now with a bit of breathing space in second. And who's that off? That is Patrick Follman. He has stopped going down the straight. Mechanic has picked him up. The slow walk back to the pit lane is telling me he's had a mechanical failure. I know Patrick Follman. He's not the sort of person to give up. Terrible, terrible luck for Patrick Follman. The lead for Arnaldi over Catalani is 4.7 seconds. Vabrugier in third is 3.1 back. Then it's Rapetti in fourth, 1.1 back. So that's possibly a better race to look at the moment. They've just come out of the Samba S's onto the Jeep Sweeper. That's your battle for the final podium spot. Just over 12 minutes left. And these two have been duking it out the whole race. There's a little bit of argy-bargy and a little bit of spinning between some other cars and allowed this little bit of a gap of 1.1 seconds last time round. Make that 1.2 now between Vabrugier and Rapetti to build to that level. 11:45 on the clock now. So Rapetti is going to have to find something special to try to close down that gap, or Vabrugier is going to have to make a mistake. Arnaldi is not known for doing that. Out in front, 4.9 clear of Catalani, who has no immediate pressure, but he can see the third place driver of Vabrugier out of the corner of his eye, who has just gapped Rapetti just a bit more, 1.3 now. 11 minutes left. Through the Samba S's and up towards the Jeep Sweeper goes this battle for the final podium spot. Down the main straight they go. Into the bottom sweeper. Now on the tighter infield sections. Rapetti will know he is running out of time. He will be calculating in his mind how hard he's pushing, how much tire he's used, and whether he should push on and risk running out of fuel, or should he settle for fourth. There's a lot that goes on in a racer's mind, especially at a big meeting like a European Championship in a beautiful setting like this. 10 minutes and 20 seconds left. The gap last time round was 1.5, so Fabruzzier finding his rhythm, and it's 1.6 now. So a little bit further ahead is Fabruzzier over Rapetti. Mechanics yelling up more instructions. We have a car spun off, but it's not a contender. Rejoins just behind Arnaldi. The gap between Arnaldi and Catalani is 4.6. So Arnaldi will see him. Catalani's car is easy to spot, bright yellow. He'll see where he's at, and he can know when he goes around a certain corner, he can see where the second place driver is, and he'll just try to maintain it there. Hey, there's no need to do any more than that. If you've got a race under control and fuel could be an issue, you're going to lift and coast a bit more. You're going to try to carry the momentum around the corners. You're going to brake a bit lighter and try to carry corner speed.
So 9 minutes to go now.
You can hear the yelling that goes on. They have to yell because there's no radio communication allowed between the pitman and the driver. So they will be telling instructions, things like, you know, you're pushing too hard, you got to worry about fuel, or you're not pushing hard enough. They will know how much time is left because the computer tells them that. Yes, Paul?
I just say we are now following the leader, Arnaldi.
Arnaldi has been out in front since the beginning. He did have some pressure from the 2 car of Andrea Catalani, who's just 4.4 behind. So once Arnaldi had gotten that gap around 3 or 4 seconds, he's pretty much kept it there. Like I said, he can see out of the corner of his eye, and he'll judge it. When he's in this corner, you know, second place is in that corner, and he'll speed up or slow down as needed. 8 minutes and 10 seconds left. The gap is 4.3 seconds between Arnaldi and Catalani, and it is 3.8 between Catalani and Fabruz, and 3.3 between Fabruz and Rapetti, with Martelli, Feldman, Lissau, Salon, Vesely, and a retiring Patrick Fullman. 7:45 on the race clock now. Arnaldi is putting on a master class of racing a 1.5 on-road car. He's in cruise control now. He's not going to take any chances or do anything stupid. We'll try to get an interview with him. I know he doesn't speak English well. Maybe we can get someone to translate for us. We'll try our best for you. 7:15 on the clock. Arnaldi on the infield, hangs a right, going up the hill. His lead now is 4.4 seconds over Andrea Catalani. On the switchbacks now, crossing the line into the Samba S's. Hangs a right, up the hill he goes to the Jeep Sweeper, and down the main straight. Just 7 minutes left. I like to say at 5 minutes we go into crunch time, because we saw in some of the semifinals earlier, people run out of fuel at about the 6 minute mark. It's normally around 5 minutes or less you start to see people running out of fuel, whether they got their engine mixtures wrong or their driving style, you know, wrong. Maybe they pushed too hard too early or weren't quite paying attention to their driving style. With 6.5 minutes left, Arnaldi did not have any of that trouble in the semifinals. In the top corner he goes, through the switchbacks, 6:15 on the clock. Crossing the line now, here comes Catalani. The gap between first and second is still 4.4 seconds, with Fabruzzier in third, 4.2 back. Then Eduardo Rapetti, 4.1 back. Martelli still in fifth. 6 minutes left. Arnaldi now heading for the Jeep Sweeper. We are on lap number 60. He went 74 laps in the semifinal win that he took earlier. 5.5 minutes left. Arnaldi showing why he has that number 1 on his car. Out of the Samba S's, into the Jeep Sweeper he goes. And down the main straight. 5:15 on the race clock. So just about into crunch time to see if these drivers have got things just right, or maybe they had that fuel mixture a little bit wrong and have burned up too much fuel. We saw a lot of stoppages in our semi-final. The gap now is 4.2 seconds. So Arnaldi keeping it just over 4 seconds. Doesn't want to let Catalani get much closer than that in case he has a little bit of a mistake or a half a spin or something.
And on the second camera, we can actually see the visual gap. There's Arnaldi going through, then another car, and that's second place Catalani going through the picture now.
4.5 minutes left. The gap still 4.3 seconds. And you can see other cars having trouble with traction now, as mechanics still barking orders up at their drivers. We are in the crunch time now. You don't often see these drivers make mistakes, but so I was surprised to see so many people run out of fuel in the semifinal. 4 minutes left now. Arnaldi hangs a right. Up the hill he goes. On the top back straight into the heavy braking zone. And if you watch the attitude of Arnaldi's car, he's not taking any chances. He's not taking too much curb. He's not too hard on the accelerator to keep the car in line. If the car is spinning up, that means the revs go up and it's using more fuel. Maybe even a little bit of lift and coast, trying to conserve fuel. And whilst doing that, his lead has increased to 4.6 seconds. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left. Running order: Arnaldi, Catalani, Verbrugge, Rapetti, Martelli, Feldman, Lissau, Salon, Vesely. Leader on lap number 66. As I said earlier, he did 74 laps in his semi-final win. 3 minutes left now. No signs of anybody running out of fuel yet. Out of the Jeep Sweeper goes Arnaldi. Down the main straight. I don't think I've seen him put a wheel wrong all race. Up the hill he goes. He has a 5-second lead now, and second place driver bouncing across the curbs. So maybe his tires are just screaming too much. And as I say that, Arnaldi has a bit of curb shot there. 2.5 minutes left. So just a few more laps here, and we will crown 2017 European champion. Arnaldi is in the hot seat now. Over the line, one more time he goes. Out of the Samba S's, up towards the Jeep Sweeper. His lead over Catalani, 5.0 seconds. 2 minutes left. And as I look at Catalani, up on two wheels coming out of the Jeep Sweeper. So it looks like Catalani's having a bit of trouble, and he doesn't want to make a mistake, because not too far behind him is Verbrugge. We'll stick with Arnaldi, but I'll keep my eye on Catalani and Verbrugge, who they are separated by 3 seconds. 1 minute 30 left now. A couple more laps. Arnaldi hangs a right, climbing up the hill. Catalani comes out of the sweeper. There is Verbrugge at the same part of the track now. Into the Samba S's goes Arnaldi, our leader, into the Jeep Sweeper. And down the main straight he goes. He is on lap number 71. We now have 1 minute left. Into the top corner. Arnaldi is in cruise control now. He will not take any chances. You see him giving the curbs plenty of respect. No need to try to make up any time or do anything silly. Had a little bit of a double steer coming onto the main straight. Just going to give everything plenty of respect. This lap and one more. Up the hill he goes. Or maybe two. Let's have a look. Arnaldi might make it through. In fact, he will, looking at the time. He'll make it through for a victory lap. He is on lap number 73, so he will do 74. And for Brugier, a little bit closer on Catalani, just 2.4, but too little, too late. Arnaldi up the hill, 10 seconds on the clock. He will be the only driver to make it through for the next lap. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. They're finishing as they cross the line. Arnaldi is on a victory lap. Down the main straight he goes. You can hear people clapping. We'll call it when he gets to the finish. 4 more corners. There's 1. Into the heavy braking 2. 2, 3. Up on 2 wheels at the end. 4 corners later, Arnaldi is the European champion.
No.
You want me to say something? Okay, of course. You got to have a bit of fun with it. We're just waiting for Arnaldi to come down. I know he doesn't speak much English, but we'll see if we can get a few words out of him and congratulate him on his win. He's being grabbed now, and he doesn't want to do it. Come on over. He's a bit shy. Just very quickly. European champion, congratulations.
Thank you.
Was it a nice race?
Yes, for me, very nice. It's very not easy because this final is impossible easy. It's a lot of pressure and my mistake is very good for me.
And your car looked very good, very stable.
Yes, my car is very good for long run. It's for one laps. It's not very fast, but it's very easy for final. Yes.
And another win for Genius. Very happy for Noaco.
Yes, for my company Genius is very, very happy. A lot of work this year. Work is paid in victory.
Well, congratulations. Thank you very much for talking to us. European champion 2017.
Bonjour la France.
Thank you. And that'll wrap us up. Thank you very much for watching. We all need to stop for a little bit and just calm down. But thank you for viewing. We'll see you next week in Italy. Bye.